Ah. 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 She lives another day. I mean, we're really taking it day by day, chat. We're taking it day by day. What has changed from yesterday? Today is a day. I wish I have wise words to say. Is it echo? You know, chat, I don't know what you're hearing because you know that I can't hear myself. Does the echo make me sound wiser? Good morning. A sense. Do I sound wiser? Wait, what if I say wise words? Wait, let me Google. Wait. Wise words of the day. Yes. This is it. This is it. Who are the people making these words? Okay. Who makes these? Oh. Okay, chat. A healthy attitude is contagious, but don't wait to catch it from others. Be a carrier. I swear I'm not wearing glasses. I read it as be a cancer, and I genuinely did not understand until I read it the third time. Thank you. What is this quote? I swear. I should. Wow, optometrist. What if I just never appear? What if I'm just down here forever? and you just hear me as the wise voice from beyond. Thoughts? Wait, I can show this. Wait, save image. And what's up with the ladies? Okay, wait. She hates me. What did I do now? What did I do now? I maintain my innocence. Forever. What? Where did I save that to? Wow, I really do need glasses. I can't find this stupid file. Wait. Did I save it as cancer? No, I didn't. Oh no. I know someone who laughs like that, and I don't like that I'm laughing like that. What if I sort by date modified a long time ago? No, that's not a date, PC. Sort by descending. It's still not there. It hates me. I should just save it as another name. Save image as thing. Okay, wait. Thing dot JPEG. Oh! Well, keep. There we go. Ta-da! Wow, I didn't make it visible. Thoughts? Where the heck is it? Where the heck? Today I did it. I did it. You have been more and more adapting. No, I swear. You know what it is? It's contagious. It's contagious and I don't understand. I really need to stop lurking in her streams. Like, I swear to God. But she laughs like that in real life too. Can someone tell me, does this sound motivational for you? A healthy attitude is I'm still echoing, aren't I? Why the hell is Unholy already pinned? Or was that from yesterday? Do pins carry over? Dang. Yes. Pins carry over? So if... What if we pin something else? Thoughts? They do not carry... Oh, so you got here and you pinned that. Fresh. You're still echoing. Okay, I really should stop. I'm behind the thing, aren't I? I'm actually behind the thing. Wait, I'm a genius. Wait, wait, no, I had a thought. I should not be sleep deprived when I do things, but like, are my socks here? My socks are never here, for the love of... Okay. What if I position myself exactly... Wait, thoughts? That way? That way? No, wait, where are my shoulder? Over here. Okay, thoughts, wait. My ear is sticking out, and I look like I'm topless. Oh no, wait, I have a crop top. I actually have a crop top. Actually, no, this is me. I doxed myself, I'm sorry. You can't tell, but I'm making the same face. Like, exactly the same, I swear. What if I just stream here for the rest of my life, chat? Do you think I'm smart? Do you think, mayhaps, I have some genius in me? Ow. I'm hungry. You know what, chat? Being so smart makes me hungry all the time. I really should move that, don't I? There. May we be reminded. Nobody can read that now. But, you know, it is what it is. Go eat. So far. I crossed my legs again. Man, good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. I have lived another day. Aduh, nabrak. Okay, I put my feet on the pedestal, and usually if my feet are down, I have room between the desk and my knee. I lifted my leg and it bumped onto the table. I don't like it. I don't like it. My kneecaps. Hi, good evening. I don't know what time it is there. Did you guys eat yet? If you haven't, can you feed me? Did you eat? Can you tell me what you ate? Why? Because I'm hungry. Did you eat good food? It's turned off. Never. I'm gonna echo freaking forever. Ha 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 ha. Gifted clubs. Thank you for the gifted sub. I'm gonna echo forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing at all. Ah ha 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 ha. What do wise people say? What do? What do? I'm gonna Google one motivational quote. Strength does not have to be what the fuck is a belligerent? What the fuck is that? And loud. Strength does not have to be loud. Nyaha. What the fuck is that? No, you can't sit here and tell me you know what that word means. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You don't know what that means. Are you laughing at me? You don't know what that means. Man. My roommate made curry, but 2 times the correct amount of water. Ah, you had curry soup, which is indeed a regional version of curry. No, it's okay. No, they're just ahead of their time. It's okay. I ate fried spring rolls and fried rice. Now I want fried rice. Gosh dang it. I'll take pictures. Oh, I hate you already. Aw, man. Food. Show us the word. No, I swear. Wait, what does it mean? Wait. I'm still echoing, aren't I? I was gonna turn it off. But then I closed the window to turn it off. So instead, I'm gonna save the image quote thing. I'm hungry. The more I speaketh, the more I hunger. Is this a good cycle? Actually, is streaming just bad for your diet? Thoughts? Is streaming bad for your diet because you hunger as you speaketh? Where can I be seen? And thing is also seen. And I. Tada. What the heck is bullet? Come on. You cannot tell me you know how to pronounce that word. Is that a typo? What if it's just a typo? What if they typoed? Go eat. Oh, so far la. I don't know what to eat anyway. See? Nobody knows. Actually, nobody knows how to read the word. So, I win. I'm gonna echo forever. That might actually be a typo. Oh my god, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Okay, wait. So I found another quote that probably doesn't have a typo. Wait for it, chat. Wait for it. Wait for my wiseness of the day. That is an actual typo. Oh my god, I was talking out of my ass, but I was right. No, I wasn't talking out of my ass. I knew. No, I totally knew that was a typo, because that cannot be a word. English is my almost first language. By that I mean it's after the first language, aka it's my second language. Thoughts? Aha! Optimism is true moral courage. Good morning, Mana. Hi, Mana. Have you heard my wise words of the day? Do you think I'm echoing? People say I'm echoing. Is echo the same as reverb? Do you think I have brain cells today? What is this jackass inspiration? It's insightoftheday.com. Right? Right? Wait, here's another one. I tell you, here's a wise one. Here's a wise one. I think it's wise. Okay. Wait, keep the files. Keep the stupid file. Okay. Wait, is it this one? No, is it this one? No, is it this one? Okay, chat, here it is. The world is, of course, nothing but our conception of it. That sounds deep, and if any of you got that, please explain that to me. Thank you. Have you ascended yet? No, it's not, and it hurts when people call echo reverb.
Kasi beb.
Please turn off the reverb. Did my mod just spray me with water? Is that a direct violation of my rights as the streamer? Thoughts? Is it part of the job description to spray the streamer? I don't think so. Aw, man. I don't think so. So echo isn't reverb, so I wasn't echoing. I was reverbing, so thus, I should turn it back on? Question mark?
Makasih beb.
We need to talk about that alert. That alert that should not be there. Thank you. It's a mod job to sometimes correct the streamer, but aha! What if the streamer does not need correcting? You can't see it, but I'm doing the pray emoji. Or slash high five. Is it a high five emoji? Yeah, you know what it is. And I'm like full on ascension mode. I'm like, what if I do not need correction? What if I have never needed correction? What a time to get that wrong. I do not ever need constant correction. I maintain my stance.
Makasih beb.
But you do. I'm starting to think the spray thing might not have been the best idea. Why did I give people power to spray me in the face with water? Actually, that's a terrible idea. Whose idea was it? Mine. Why? Because I wanted to try to see if I could do it. Should I have done it? No. The world is of course nothing but our conception of it. Can someone tell me what that means? Last stream to what the heck? What happened last stream? I don't remember. I actually I don't remember what happened last stream. I have amnesia. I don't remember. Nothing happened. I tell you, I go to sleep and my brain resets. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. So much blessings today. I was told what happened last stream. Dude, I don't remember what happened last stream. Okay. VOD? Didn't we agree to nuke the VOD? Where's my moderator? Moderator, nuke the VOD. Moderator. Ah. Okay, good morning. This morning I woke up and I decided to be a new person today. Today I'm gonna be calmer and wiser. Today I've decided to be an adult. Today is the day that I will show you my maturity. By doing what? Things that mature people do. Things that mature people do, I'm sure. I'm so old, chat. See? Already there. I'm already halfway there. Like, I'm already like... My body's already aching and my knees are creaking. My kneecaps smacked into the table. I'm practically old. By old, I mean mature. Like wearing pants. Actually, chat, I found my pants this morning. Wow. I just realized you don't have a kana left. What the heck is a kana left? Good morning. I always say good morning But I've realized that like 40% of you do not even live in the same hemisphere? World? No. Not planet. We're on the same planet. Time zone. Ah! Continent! You're so smart! Okay. We all heard that, right? I said time zone first before I said anything else. Or continent. Oh my god! Actually, we're not even in the same dimension. Think about it. I'm 2D. So technically, I'm flat. My brain just went bloop, 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 bloop. I can hear myself powering down sometimes. Why? Because food. Should I eat the Cheetos that's been on my desk since I don't know when? Chat? Are Cheetos a healthy food? Are Cheetos a healthy food? Have you drank water? Pocari Sweat is water? Yes? Yes? You know, sometimes I forget that I'm drinking Pocari Sweat and I expect water and then it tastes funny. I will not be baited. Hang strong, Pharaoh. You can do it. You can do it. Don't worry about it. It's a new day. And I'm alive and well. And I took my morning vitamins. If you won't take it, I will. Do you also like Cheetos, Mono? Wait, which one do you like? Which flavor do you like? Because apparently it matters. Michi doesn't like the one I like. She likes the one I doesn't like. I don't like. English. Blah 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 blah. English. English. Why are you like this? The one that I don't like. Did I say doesn't? Ayla. Thinking 3,000 times. I don't have a strong preference for any of them. If you put one in front of me, I will eat it. Okay, question. Which is like the original form of Cheetos? Like if you think Cheetos, which flavor do you think of? You know what I mean? Cheese? Is it supposed to be canonically the spicy one? Cheese is the original, right? Right? Not the red hot flaming lemon thing. Oh. But the best one is the hot. Okay, I have a question. Do you guys have like the plain corn flavored Cheetos there? It's a thing, right? It's a thing? Because I don't see it with the big packaging that's like imported. Do you have like the like just corn flavored Cheetos? I don't know. I don't think I've... So it's not canon? In Indonesia, we used to have like roasted corn flavor. There used to be only 2 flavors. Roasted corn flavored Cheetos and then cheese Cheetos. That's the only 2 that we used to have. Yeah, see the grilled corn thingamaboop. Exactly. That's an international thing. Roasted corn Cheetos. So it also exists outside of Indonesia. I thought Indonesians were just lazy to like actually put seasoning on it, and they're like, there you go, corn. We have sweet corn. You have sweet corn? Not the same. Totally the same. We have. I miss flaming hot. I don't know how I feel about the flaming hot one, cause like I've only tried it once, and in my head, cheese is like is it. You know what I mean? And once that Michi sent me, that's like Cheetos, but corn, but it's not. Huh? Is it like bootleg Cheetos, or is it the puffs? Is it bootleg, or is it puff? Cheeky twist. It's bootleg. I don't know what to tell you. That's bootleg Cheetos. Yeah, no, that's actually valid. Cheetos went missing in Indonesia for a while, and you know, then Cheeky Twist came up. I've actually never had those, the cheeky ones, because I always see it and I'm like, you're not real. You don't exist in my mind. I've never had it. Is it actually is it actually good? Like, I feel like they're not, because cheeky for me are like supposed to be balls. They're supposed to be cheeky balls, you know? I don't understand why they had to go Cheeto when they could have just stayed balls forever. I like balls. Balls are good. Wait, I'll find the thing. They don't even have the same packaging anymore. Who the heck is that? Since when is when does Cheeky look like that? Cheeky is like the name of a chick. Wait, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. As I talk about food, I realize I've gotten hungrier and hungrier. At any point, if you see me losing my mind, I'm lacking in brain calories. Tada! Look! See, they're supposed to be balls! Why the heck are they twisting into freaking Cheetos? They're not... That's not right. I don't like it. You should get food so you can vitamin. True, but now all I have in my head are just snacks. The balls were twisted. Is that possible? Can balls twist? And they come in apparently... Okay, first of all, I think the cheese one is always the OG. But now they have like chocolate balls. And they're brown. Wait for it. Save. Oh, my tummy just rumbled. My tummy just actually rumbled. Is it this one? Look! Wow, it's 2,000. How much is 2,000? It's a whopping IDR to USD. How much is what is this? 2,000? It's 12 cents, chat. It's 12 cents. Actually, I like the choco balls because it's not fully chocolate. Wait, you've had these before? Have you had the cheese one? It's less than 12 cents. USD. The beautiful flavor of MSG. We have it. I did my morning vitamins, Pharaoh, not my lunch vitamins. Why were they separated that way? I don't know. I just follow what the doctor told me to do. There's chicken balls. Wait, now they have chicken balls? That doesn't sound very nice. Wait, I have a silly question. We're not silly. I feel like in Indonesia, most of the snacks always end up just like... You know how snacks have like a range of flavors, right? Right? Like for example, Doritos or like potato chips, and you get like flavors. But then I feel like in Indonesia, at the end, they always just cut down into very few flavors. And the flavor that they always keep is the ones that I don't like. They always keep like beef barbecue, Or like chicken barbecue. Where's my cheese? Where's my cheese? And then what was another one? I just want salt, like, you know, like potato chips, but it's just salt. They don't keep it. I couldn't find it, and they're just like, well, just have these barbecue ones. I'm like, why? I just want potato. Today's content is Kana is just whining at the snack industry. Like, why? Why? No vinegar and salt. Exactly. Wait, let me see. Shit, let me see. In Indonesia, the potato chips are usually like Citato. Is that an international brand or is it Indonesian? No, it must be a global brand. Question mark? What the heck? They Ray. Where's Ray? Ray. They have a new flavor. No, actually, I take it back. They have a new flavor. The new flavor is beef mala, and I want it. They have mala potato chip. I'm down. I want that. I want that. Yes. What? Look, they have beef mala. Wait, thoughts. Wait. I'll pull the pic. They have mala. Now. No, I forgive them. No, actually, I forgive them. I don't know if like mala is a global thing, right? Yes. No, I really like mala. Here. I say here and does not show the picture because I'm dumb. Look! Well, this is like the usual potato chip brand in Indonesia. Since when do they actually... Oh, mala is like... Szechuan, how do you say it? Sichuan. It's a pepper that numbs your tongue. Or so they say. You know what I mean? Like, you know black pepper and white pepper? And then this one is a different type of pepper. I nod as if I just gave such a wise... Yes, exactly. I know. No, I just said those wise words. I'm not sure it's Indo-spicy. Because, like, mala is like a Sichuan Chinese spice thingamaboob. Sichuan. Yes, you understand me. The pepper is like red or pink. It's like red. Wait. Pulling up Sichuan pepper. Oh. Save. I'm getting hungrier and hungrier. I might throw a hunger tantrum in like 5 minutes. I'm giving myself a timeline. 5 minutes. Look, this is the pepper. See, it's red, like the thing. It's practically the same thing. Thoughts? Go get food for fuck's sake. But I am knee deep in my explanation about mala, Pharaoh. Look how I just... Oh, I can just do this. Oh no, never mind. Your chat is already covered. Okay, I'll get food. I'll get... Chat, what's food today? Don't press the button. I'm not trying to press anyone's button, mind you. Oh my god! I have a cookie from yesterday that I didn't finish. I'm gonna eat it. I ate half the other day. It's still good. I'm just... No, when I get super hungry... But what if you had more snacks? No, Mono, you're such a genius. Chat, think about it. Snacks, but more. That's genius. Write that down. Okay. When I get really hungry, I just have to eat a bit so that my brain thinks that I'm eating, and it kind of calms the fuck down, so then I don't get hangry. Or in other words, I just need to ganjal. Ako yung maharos ganjel, you know? I just need to trick my brain for like a second. No, because while I'm getting food, you know what I mean? Like I need to trick my brain to thinking, oh, she's getting food. All right, she's getting food. Yes, I'll get food as soon as I finish eating my cookie. Eat plain Indomie. Oh my gosh, chat. How many of you remember my birthday Indomie cake? Because remember my birthday Indomie cake? That totally didn't catch on fire. But my Indomie cake, I still have that. I still have it. Because we didn't end up cooking it. I put it in a Ziploc bag. With the stuff. If I had Indomie, I should just eat that, right? Because then I don't have to open a new package. What? What? Is it what? I just put it in a Ziploc bag. I practically just... I decanted it. Is that the word when you take one thing and move it to another place to store it? Right? First half, I didn't burn the Indomie. Thoughts? I kept the raw noodle. What did I pop into? Why are you crashing out? It's like, you know, okay. Close your eyes and imagine. Close your eyes and imagine. Instant noodles that are uncooked, by the way. It's practically brand new. It's like secondhand. It's like practically brand new, 99% condition. You know when you want to buy things that's like secondhand, and it's like 99% condition, brand new, only unboxed, right? Right? Think about it, like only unboxed, but not damaged in a significant way, right? So then I forgot what happened. I had to go out to meet like my family. So then I didn't get to cook or eat it. So then I put it in a Ziploc bag. I put it in a Ziploc bag with the seasonings and stored it back in the kitchen. So it's safe. Right? 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 I'm going to unbox you. It's just decanted. Thoughts? I trust that. See? Exactly. A tiny detail that I will mention because I am an honest person. I forgot to put it in another Ziploc bag for like 3 days. So, but it's like it was just on the plate in my PC room doing nothing. So, but technically, but you know what I mean? Like it's raw, like it's dry, like it's not cooked. With the ants. Surprisingly, they didn't find it. Thoughts? They didn't get to it, as far as I could tell. But, you know. But, okay. It's still exposed. Okay, but I have heard an English phrase that I will use in this exact moment. Which is that boiled for safety. If I cook those noodles, even if they were exposed to the elements, later they will be boiled, so safety. Right? Right? No, yeah, some of you have to understand what I'm talking about. You understand. Hello? As someone who speaks English, we do not tolerate this usage of the phrase. Why? No, but no, genuinely, like honestly, honest opinion. Still kind of why? Because I don't want to waste food. You know what I mean? Cause like, if were you expecting me to just throw it away? No la, waste of food. We should not waste food. Should not waste food. There are people starving in this room right now, which is me. Kana, yes, Pharaoh. Oh, you did call me. Chat. Is it better or worse for Pharaoh's sanity if I pick up the call or not? Thoughts? Is it better for Pharaoh's sanity if I pick up the call or not? If you got taken out by instant noodles, I fear that is on you. No, that's true. It must be stronger. Ow. It might be worse. Okay, chat, should we... I was gonna say do a poll, but I think Pharaoh's sanity might actually run out before I pick it up. Hello? Father, is that you? Oh. I don't know why I can't hear you. Am I deaf? Chat, can you hear Pharaoh? Muted? I wonder why you're muted. Is Discord trying to save your sanity? Wait. Oh. Hello?
You ever seen Old Yeller? Are you familiar with?
No.
Are you familiar with that particular piece of literature / movie?
No.
No, you're not. That's probably for the best.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kana,
Yes.
if the noodles are bad, boiling them does not fix that.
But they're not bad. They're like dry, chat. They're like still dry. They've only had candles stabbed into them. Other than that, like it's fine. Right? Okay. Do I have a picture of the noodles?
You know, under other circumstances, I would agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because in theory, instant noodles should be able to withstand, nuclear warfare. But it's you. It's your apartment.
What? What's wrong with my apartment?
Tell me, were the noodles in their bag safely before you sprayed poison all over everything? Or were they still sitting out somewhere?
That is a very valid question. That is a very valid question, actually.
Because I know you just leave shit on your desk, like, indefinitely. So...
Just a kind reminder for the people what it looked like. See? Right? It basically what I did was I unplugged the candles and they were just on that plate for 3 days.
For 3 days you left it out. Hiya. Yeah, throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away.
But
throw it away. No.
according to my mental timeline, I stabbed them on 20th of March. Correct? I sprayed poison in April. Thus, big brain, they shouldn't have poison on them.
Oh. Kana, I will send you the $1 it would take to buy a new pack of Indomie. I promise. Just please, for my sake of mine, just throw them out. Just throw them out. I will PayPal you fucking $10 right now. You can buy a whole case of fucking Indomie, Kana. An entire fucking case of Indomie. You could probably buy like that's You can probably buy fucking months of fucking into me with that. Like I'm just saying, you don't have to. You don't, Connor. You don't have to live like this. It's
I've been
okay.
hearing
The
that a lot
accident wasn't
lately.
your fault. Those people's deaths are not on your hands. You don't have to keep
I've
living
been
like
getting
this.
this a lot lately. I didn't know that my way of living is like a concern. She lives like she struggles. What do you mean? Isn't life a struggle?
Connor,
Isn't life?
Connor,
Yes.
Connor,
Yes.
please. I beg
Yes.
you don't have to. It doesn't have to be this way. I promise you. I promise you right now. Hey, watch this. Hey guys. Hey chat. Are you listening to me? Chat. Hey chat. Hey chat. So I'm fixing to send. I'm fixing to send her. I'm fixing to send her 10.
Babe.
I'm fixing to send her $10 direct. I'm just gonna like straight you like PayPal that shit to her. Anybody else in chat here contribute to the Kana? Just buy some new fucking Endemy fund. Can we get anybody else to come help with this? Convince Kana to get some fucking fresh fucking Endemy, so that she doesn't have to eat the fucking Endemy that has sat out for 3 days and has been in sus conditions. Because I mean,
Babe. But I had like fire on it. There were candles. Heat.
That doesn't improve.
sterilizes
No,
things.
it does not improve. It does not improve. It does not improve. It does not improve the situation because you had candles. If anything, that makes it worse. Bacteria likes warmth.
Thank you for that.
Oh my god, Kana, what is your fucking DM me your PayPal right now. DM me your PayPal right now. DM me your PayPal right now. Right now. DM me. I don't want. I'm not sending this shit through Streamlabs. But you send me the fucking PayPal email right fucking now. I swear to God, right now. Fucking choke the fucking life out of you. I swear to God. Not in Minecraft. Fuck you, Twitch.
I mean, thank you for the. Thank you everyone for the noodle funds. I would just like to. To be fair, I forgot about them until I found them in the pantry on the floor in the Ziploc bag, and then I was thinking to myself, "Don't think about it." Don't. Okay. Anyway,
on the floor, chat. On
my point being, I don't know the expiry date because I had to like throw away the original packaging. You know? And so I don't know the expiry date. But in my head, surely, like usually, like instant noodles last like a year, right? Right?
I'm gonna absolutely fucking.
But even if they were on the floor, they were in the Ziploc bag. So like sanitary.
On the fucking floor, chat.
I know food doesn't go on the floor. Ray, you know what my pantry looks like, right? Are you guys?
Please throw them away. Do it for me, okay?
Okay, do you want to know why it was on the floor? I have an actual reason why it was on the floor. I actually have a reason why it was on the floor. Because I don't have enough shelves. So they're just in a box on the floor. So technically they're not on the floor, but the box is on the floor.
Go look at your fucking PayPal. Right now.
Did you actually? I don't know how I feel about apparently being like a human hazard. Login.
No, I'll fucking choke the fucking. I swear to God.
It's not that bad. Probably. Oh. Wait. They want me to make a recovery pin.
Yeah, I just had to do that recently too.
Okay, so I'm not the problem.
No, it's a PayPal thing. Apparently, there's been an upswing in people getting their accounts compromised. A friend of mine got his account compromised.
Huh? Okay. Oh. Man. So secure.
More secure than you
Yes.
are, sweet Jesus.
It's not that bad. Probably.
Buy some. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away.
Thank you for the
Into my.
Throw it the fuck away
I'll
right
throw it
now.
away.
Get up.
right
No,
now.
get up right now. Right now. Get up right now. Go right now.
Right
Right fucking
now.
now. So I can hear you do it. You go and you throw that fucking into me.
You want
in
me
the
to
fucking
take it
garbage.
here and throw it away
Right
in the
now.
trash?
Oh, right
here,
now. Right
like
now.
live.
Right now.
But
yes.
But I don't have a trash can here.
Well, whatever. I will trust that if you go AFK right now that you are throwing away the into me. Do it right fucking now. I gave you enough money to buy into me for the rest of your fucking years. You go fucking buy. You throw that away.
Okay. Wait a moment. Okay. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. I apparently have to throw things out.
Yes. Yes, you do. Right fucking now. I swear to God. Chat, I really thought I was gonna make it. Like genuinely, I thought I was gonna make it this time. I thought I was gonna make it. I thought I was gonna not have to be part of this. I thought I could just sit back and just be a chatter tonight. And I was wrong. I was mistaken. I can't do that though. I can't do that, Ray. I can't just ignore her stream. Like that would be mean. But oh God. I mean, am I crazy, chat? Like, am I crazy? Like she shouldn't sat out for 3 fucking days. Sat out for 3 days. Then got put on the floor. And oh. See, but you know what? I bet you know what? I bet you so okay, fine. So it was the enemy was in the bag when she sprayed the poison, but I bet the bag was out where the poison was sprayed. So the bag is covered in poison. So then she touches the bag, right, with her bare hands, right? And then she touches the enemy, and we're right back into Kana poisoning herself. You see how this works?
Matt. I have it. Pharaoh, you might kill me.
Why
Thank
might
you.
I kill you?
Thank you for the sub. Remember the email that I just gave you?
Yes.
That may or may not be my PayPal email. I just realized that I don't know my PayPal email. Thoughts? Can you cancel
Girl,
that?
did you really just have me send? Oh my fucking God.
Well, let me get my
Oh,
phone.
Oh my
You
fucking
know what?
God.
A second. I'm gonna go and get my phone. So Shirley, don't think about it. Don't
Go-
worry about it.
Go find out. I'm actually gonna fucking commit, chat. I am actually going to fucking commit. This is it. This is the last time you're gonna see me on stream. Did you have me send that money to some random fucking person, Kana?
To be fair, that's my email. It's just that my PayPal account isn't linked to that email. Thoughts? If I make a new PayPal with that email,
Okay,
does
it's
that
fine.
mean you know what I mean?
I canceled it. It's fine. I cancel it. It's
I
fine.
love you, and I'll do anything you say for today. I'll do anything you say for today. I was wrong. I'll throw it out.
Give me.
You can hear the
give
Ziploc.
me- throw it away and get me your fucking proper. Oh, give me your proper email. Oh God, fucking.
To be fair,
Just
I
get
really
me-
thought it was that email. Okay, wait. Chat.
Mm.
How do you look at your email? Businesses?
Hannah, how do you not know what you're?
Yes. I think.
What? How? What?
Yes.
How do you not?
Because it's auto login.
Yes, you go to your. You go to your profile, and it should tell you
Oh.
what your email is.
Okay. I swear. You know what it is? I'm just hungry. That's why brain cell not here. Thoughts?
That's why I'm
Here.
sending you extra. Oh my God!
Yes. I'm sorry. Here, you Ziploc bag of Indomie going in my
throw it away. Throw it away right now. Throw it away right now. Right now.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Right now.
I know. Okay. Thank you for the cheer. Got an honest question.
Okay.
How do you not have a garbage pail? Like, do you just take your garbage? No, I said I don't have it in this room. If you want me to take it in this room, I don't have a garbage thing in this room. I bought a garbage box
Are
online.
you sure?
What?
Are you sure? Are you sure this email is correct?
Yes, I copy pasted it from the thing.
You're absolutely sure.
Yes, I know because that's the name I was gonna use before I changed the name to my current name. And that's why the PayPal is linked to that, and that's why I forgot because I never used that email. Do you trust me though? I actually opened that email and saw PayPal logs in there. That's how sure I am. That's how sure I am. Here, wait, here. You know what? I can even screenshot it to you. I can screenshot it just to give you my trust. Well, no, the opposite. So you can give me your trust. Thoughts? Here. No. Oh no! My street cred is going down. I can feel it. Here. There.
Okay.
See? Trust. I said
Okay.
I said the whole invoice. Oh.
Amazing.
Oh.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. Okay.
I said
That's funny. I should have realized there was something wrong because the first time I tried to send the money, PayPal's like, "Brother, are you sure this looks like a scam?" And I'm like, "Oh." This time it's like, "Nah, fam, you're good."
Chad, did I just scam Pharaoh? Thoughts? Actually, did I just accidentally become a scammer? I want you to highlight accidentally because otherwise, you know.
Mhm.
Pharaoh, have I ever told you how handsome you look today? Your eyes are just sparkling today.
That's the madness. That's the madness. That's what that is. That's the sanity draining. That's the sanity draining out of me. That's what that sparkle is. That sparkle is my soul crying out in anguish.
Is your
Now,
blood pressure
do you see it? Do you see it? Is it there? Is it there? Are we sure it's there? Are we sure that it arrived?
Did you?
Make
Apparently,
sure.
it's not difficult to give me money. Thoughts?
Oh my fucking god!
Okay, wait. Let me just open it. It's loading. It is there. Did
Okay,
you really
cool.
give me that much
Yes.
money? Because
Yes, now order food right now. Right fucking now, order food.
my God.
Order food. Order food. Do it. Do it. I swear to God, do it. You said you do anything I tell you to do. I'm telling you what to do. You take the money and you order food. You order food, please, before I actually crash out.
I'm ordering
Order food. Order food.
I'm ordering
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No, wait. I want you. I'll even take a picture
Okay.
of it in the trash can. That's my dedication.
Okay.
I should
You
find
show
an
me.
empty spot. Yes.
Show me fucking swear to God.
I thought today was the day that Pharaoh's not gonna have a crash out and he can sleep well. You know? I swear I didn't have anything. Oh man.
You know, at the end of the day, chat, I did this to myself. Like I am self-aware enough to realize that I am the creator of my own trials and tribulations. Nobody forced me to do this. I did well. I mean, okay. I mean, technically, Ray enabled this entire situation. I mean, technically, Ray did kind of engineer.
Oh, but I think you're gonna hate me if I send you this picture. But like symbolically, just think about it symbolically, okay? Like just think about
Just
it
send it. Just send it.
symbolically.
Just send it. 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 Just send it.
Okay, just think about it symbolically of like, okay?
Just send it. Just get it over with. Just send it. Just send it. Oh.
Stop the picture, wait.
Oh.
Um,
Oh. Oh.
I haven't sent it yet. Why are you groaning already?
Oh. I can already feel. I can feel it. There's a disturbance in the force.
just like think stop bugging me. Think about it symbolically. Actually, like it makes all sense, but it's just symbolic. I'll send it
The
to you.
more she
and
says
I'll
it's
post it
symbolic, the more I feel my sanity becoming unraveled.
Oh shit! Okay, wait.
Yeah, I need to learn how to sing that song. Apparently, it's something I'm gonna have to do now.
I said,
What?
wait, I'll save it. And I have
What?
an
What am I
explanation.
what-
I have an
what am I
actual
fucking
explanation.
looking-
No, did I break him? Jack. Does the trash can? It's not the okay. Well, first of all, I was saying earlier, I bought a trash can online. I didn't look at the size. When it came, that's what it looked like. It was a small trash can. That's why when I said
that's not a trash can. That's a trash cup. That's it. That's all you got. A trash cup. There's not even a full like. There's no and. There's just a trash cup. Wait, what the fuck is? I can't.
But like you understand when I say like I threw it out, but you're gonna have to be with me on it. When I say that that's symbolic.
I can't.
I don't know how to explain it other than I bought it on Shopee.
I don't even sometimes you just have to accept. Chat, sometimes you just have to look at your situation, grasp fully where you are, and simply accept.
But in all technicalities.
Sometimes that all you can do is accept where you are. Sometimes, chat, all you can do is accept where you are.
I'm actually
You
crying.
cannot do anything about your situation actively. You must simply accept. There you
I'm
are.
in tears. I'm in tears.
It's just somehow, sometimes.
On the last celebration.
Sometimes you just.
Oh no, I broke him. I didn't mean to.
Oh,
I-
sometimes all you can do is just accept.
You had me in the first half. I felt bad for being upset.
You know.
But
You
I
know.
have a
Does anybody else hear gnawing noises? Is it just me? Kana, did you know? Kana, did you know? That's it. That's what it is. That's the noise. That's all I hear now.
Oh no. Oh no, wait. Okay. In honor of Pharaoh's last brain cell, there is something I must do.
Oh God. She's going to do something else. Oh.
No, I swear this is in your honor. This is in your honor. In prayer that hopefully you'll be okay. You know?
That's it. That's it, chat.
That, you know, this is the least I could do.
That's my life, chat. This is what lives inside of my mind.
Trash can fund.
Yeah.
Thank you for the. That's all. Thank you for the trash cans. Okay. One by one. I'll take my notebook. I'll write it down. 1. Get food. 2. Get
Buy
bigger
a
trash
fucking
can.
trash can, I swear to God. Buy a trash
I
can.
didn't know the trash can would break you. Oh, why did I send the picture? I should have known. I should have just thrown it somewhere, and I'll be like, Pharaoh, I throw it away. But you know, no, there's an explanation for this trash can. Probably, like,
Yes, there is an explanation. The explanation is you.
I'm not the problem. I bought it from a store that sells like Japanese home.
Not even the
Things.
Japanese people are this small. Kana, what are you trying to do?
No, because you don't understand. And Ray, back me up. This is the trash can that I think they use for period pads in the bathroom.
Oh,
Right?
that makes
Is
it
it
so
not?
much
Because
better.
I saw it
That
in
makes it so much better.
in
No,
a hotel.
It does not.
You know what I
situation
mean?
at all.
So like technically, like I just
Yeah.
bought the wrong time. Add me up. You beat to the call. Oh my lord. Oh, is this a wise decision? There. Wait, we'll go there. We'll go there. Pharaoh, I'll get Ray to accompany you. We should go there. Chad, I think we broke Pharaoh. Hello.
Why are you?
You know about this trash can. You've seen it on my desk.
Yeah, but that's not the size for periods. The period one is slightly bigger. The one you have is literally for Q-tip cotton swabs. Like what?
I don't remember lah. How do I know? It was not in the description. It just said trash can.
I'm so tired, man.
Is that the word for it? Is that the word? Are we tired? This is what tired feels like. I don't even know
Oh,
anymore.
Yeah, Pharaoh. Here's the thing: you're having to break down in
Did I
2026.
break
had to break
people?
down when the initial year.
No, you've seen it, but like you've seen it. Ray, no,
I
the
have-
chat.
no,
Ray has
I-
seen the thing.
I have
Yes?
seen it, but it is for cotton swabs and Q-tips. It's literally for makeup. So if you want to
Look-
get the one that's for your pads and stuff, it's like one size a little bit bigger.
No, I don't want to get it for my pads. I wanted to get a normal size one, but this is what came delivered.
and now we're on to
Did you
pads
not-
and things, chat.
Did you not check the dimensions?
I didn't. That's why I said, well, you know, I said I was wrong. I didn't check the dimension. I just assumed that it's normal size. I can find the picture of the product page, right? And then surely you will understand why I could get it wrong.
Yeah, I'm
But-
sure. I'm sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Where's the
Yep,
where's
yep.
the picture? Where's the picture?
You mean I have
No,
to
I
go
was just
find it?
working. I literally is trying to do my backline. I'm like, okay, Pharaoh's gonna take the bullet. I'm gonna be fine.
Take the bullet.
Brother,
Are you
I
implying that
have-
I'm a bullet?
Yes.
No, Kana, you're a
Oh man.
a cannonball, a cannonball, a cannonball. Get it?
Cannonball.
Cannonball.
Oh, you broke it.
And
I
then
broke
while you're
it.
shooting the cannonball, the first thing she says is, "Did you know?" And then you just
Yes,
shoot.
yes, it haunts me. It haunts
She
me
was
in
like,
my
"Did
sleep.
you know mid-air and
know?"
just bomb your entire shit, and then
That's
that's when you
it.
know
That's
your life is
it. That's
over.
like that's
It
like
really
when
is.
that's like the warning is you hear, Pharaoh, did you know? And I'm like, oh shit, rain's incoming, boys. Get in your foxholes. Not that it'll help.
I don't think it's a
You
big
know-
problem. It's a small problem. It's a small thing. It's technically a
Sarah,
small
You know how
problem.
you were trying to figure out how to rage bait me? It's when daily household items gets misused like this. This is where
Is that-
it's
is that how we-
gonna
What do
go.
you mean misuse? I put it on my desk. It's a
low key, my heart rate shot up.
You
just a little bit when I
absolutely
saw
you
it.
absolutely should not have told me that, Ray, because I am absolutely going to make you pay for this whole situation
Yes,
now.
please.
I am going to misuse. I have so many daily household items that I can use in incorrect ways that you don't get.
Oh.
Oh, it's going to be so good, chat. I am going to
No,
do.
here's the thing.
diabolical
If you're
things.
no, here's the thing, because you're gonna do it deliberately. I'm like, oh, okay, that's you rage baiting. But this girl, I don't think she's even doing it deliberately. That's why it rage baits me. It's too natural.
what the fuck?
There's that.
It's difficult. It's
They don't
difficult. If I
sell
know
it
you're rage baiting,
anymore.
that's
Oh
it.
no! Wait, I'll find it. I'll find it
Oh.
somewhere.
Just open your transaction thingy, and then you should have a picture there.
You're so
Ooh.
correct.
Ooh, we do need the cease emote. We do need the cease emote.
No, I think at this point, I think Kana is banned from actually
It's-
researching stuff for households.
it's
You know what,
this
online.
one.
She actually has
No,
to
I
go
found it!
offline
Chat!
and look
I
at it.
have found it! I have retrieved the thingamaboop.
It's okay,
Okay.
chat. I've recovered. I'm better now. I'm better now.
Oh, I can
Ooh.
screenshot.
I just got lost for a moment. That's all. I wandered. I wandered away.
Makasih ya, Beb.
No, I still don't get why you have like the. You know, you could just. Trash bins are not expensive. You could have just get one.
I am.
This
your
was for.
Workroom.
Okay,
In
no,
your
to be fair, I
workroom?
saw the price and I genuinely thought that this was like, you know what I mean? I thought that
I don't know what
this
to tell you,
was like
Sin. There was there
No,
was in
hold
fact a
on.
stream ping, buddy.
Here.
Yeah, you know.
This is what the
you know,
picture
finally-
showed.
Yeah,
right?
that's the small one.
How would you know the size from the picture? It looked big.
From the shape, because if
Huh?
the shape is directly just like that, if it's just rectangular, that's usually the small ones. The bigger ones would
Ah.
actually not be that. Oh, this is why.
No. There's here. They have the exact same picture but a different size that's I think bigger. What's 95 times 95 times 100? Oh, that's 20 centimeters. Okay, anyway, the point is I'm blind.
Mm. Mm.
You should wear your glasses more often. You should go to the eye
Mm.
doctor. I think this is getting too far, man.
The-
Stop
the-
stalling me.
eye doctor.
Because
Eye doctor. Eye doctor. Eye doctor. What? Eye doctor.
you broke him again. We just got him back. We just got him back.
I think you have to start doing self-reflections on yourself to do the stuff that makes Pharaoh function. Is basically your health and well-care. Because I think you're making everyone kind of lose their shit.
Okay. Okay.
Somebody
You
said
hear
I
that
don't.
laugh?
Ah!
You hear that
Somebody
laugh?
said I don't.
Chat, that looks
Okay,
big.
Farrell,
You
you'll reach my phase where you're just kind of like, I don't know if I should give up. Maybe giving up is the easier like pain, you know.
When I get to Indonesia, I want you to understand. I plan. So here's my plan. When I get to Indonesia, I'm probably gonna spend like the first like day or two hanging out with Michi or whatever. Just Michi before I deal with any of the rest of you. When I get to
pretty
Kana,
normal RL though, so but you.
When I get to
yeah,
Kana,
you know.
she is going to get Van Damme speared at this point. Like I don't know,
What
Kana,
is
if you've
that
ever
mean?
contemplate what it would be like to have a 196 cm. What is it? I think it's 180 kilo, something along those lines. Man,
Ooh.
charge you at full speed
for a hug.
and like half tackle you, but instead of a tackle, you get kind of put up on the shoulder and then projected at full speed
Huh. I don't
into the
think I
nearest
have.
body of water. Like it's a hug. It's an aggressive hug. It's a very aggressive hug. Yes, Ray, that is going to be Kana. That is going to be Kana. That is 1000%. Mono, I will start in on you again, buddy. Don't make me do it. Not safe just because you're in
Don't
on the
let
stream,
them
buddy.
extinguish my whimsy.
No, it's okay, Pharaoh. You know, Mono can say that, but all you have to do is just drag Mono into one of these calls one day, and he'll feel it too. So you do what
It would
I
be
do
kind of
to
funny.
you. You pass on
It would
the
be kind of
pain.
funny to drag Mono into one of these calls one of these days. 'Cause,
Okay, you say
guys,
it like I'm a contagious like virus that will
Yes.
infect everyone upon
Yes.
contact.
Yes.
What have I ever done to you? What have
Have
I?
you
Girl,
like,
you've
literally
broken my sanity
girl.
like 3 different times in one
There's
night.
that,
tonight. Like,
and then
you,
there's some
like-
things that you said that the girls would actually start subconsciously repeating, and that's you. And then now it's you got a lot, girl. You got a lot.
Put me in couch.
Oh,
You want us to put you in the couch, bro? It's not that kind of stream. What are you doing?
wait, what does it mean to put in the?
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
He knows. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, it wasn't coach. Coach is
That's not how
Is
you
it coach or couch?
plain.
That's not that's couch. That's not how you spell coach. Don't worry about it. Hold a second. Where the fuck are you, Mono? Where the fuck are you? Come here. You
Me-
little shit. Come here.
You can ask questions to Mono, and then we can be the ones.
Come here,
that,
Mono.
You know.
Listen here.
Hi, ma'am.
No.
Hi, how's it going?
Listen here.
Hi, Mono.
No, all right, Mono, go for it.
Yeah, Pepper.
No, go for it. No,
No,
go for it. Go for it. No,
no,
you got this. You
how's
got
it
this.
going?
I'm gonna sit
How
over
you
here.
doing? Yeah.
Hi.
Have you ever had goldfish before?
Goldfish?
Yeah, it's like a cracker stack. It's got
I
cheese on it.
have. Yeah. I got really
Brother, they are
into
made
those.
of cheese. What do you mean cheese on it?
Well,
They're
because
made
I have
of
the flavor
cheese?
blasted one. I have
The
flavor
cheese.
blasted.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
You're
Yeah, the
right.
flavor
Okay,
blasted.
that's
Okay,
a
that's
flavor-
different. All right.
Yeah,
all right,
exactly.
okay.
I've just been sitting here and snacking on goldfish while I'm
Yeah.
pulling. I have one stream open on one monitor and another open on the other. Well, just looking. I've been looking at
I bet you I can guess what the other stream is. I bet you I can guess what the other stream is. I'm 99%
No
sure
way.
what the other stream is.
No
No
way,
way.
Farrah. You think you know me.
I think I know dead ass what the other stream is, buddy.
Me as I switch tabs real quick just to prove you wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's fine. I know
Wow.
you know. That's all that matters.
Well,
See,
I'm
this has
chilling
been
right
this has
now.
been really cathartic for Kana. I think I know why he likes watching your streams is because you break me on a regular basis. And see, I got his ass really good the other day. So this has kind of been like catharsis for Mono watching me struggle.
Dog, I'm at so much peace right now.
I bet you are.
not even just for Pharaoh, bro. I got my goldfish. I'm enjoying life right now. It's midnight. I woke up at like 9 p.m.
That's amazing. That's I'm almost there. I'm almost there, Mono. This girl, this dog right here, has almost got me back on my full blown nocturnal like sleep like life cycle. I have to put my blackout blinds back on my window so I can like sleep during the day because this dog. Did you order food, dog? Kana? Anjing? Did you order food?
Did he just swear at me, chat?
Yes, I
Actually, did he just?
I did.
I think it's
Aw.
deserved. You should really eat.
Did
Stop
you
eating
order-
late.
Did you order food? I
Mm.
swear to God, you didn't order
This
food with the money I
goldfish
sent you.
out. What if I just
No,
get goldfish?
Any
Order.
goldfish is such a
No.
good meal. It's such
Mono,
a good meal.
Shut, Mono, shut. You need proper food, Kana, please. I'm begging you.
To be
Mm.
fair, I've never had just snacks for like a whole day's meal until we did that whole day at Michi's, Ray, and then all she had were
But
snacks.
that's the stupid
She had-
part. This girl was hungry and she was
You-
lethargic, but she just smiled through the pain. And I'm like, I'm surprised
kept
that she's
eating
not
Michi
saying
snacks.
anything about.
I-
Yeah, and then-
I
and
wait,
then here's the
wait,
thing,
no. This is a more fundamental
Oh my
problem.
God.
Yeah.
I've got a more fundamental problem. I know you are not using Michi as an example of how to eat during the course of a day. I will actually crawl through the
No,
internet
I'm not
connection
saying
right
she
now.
has
I
the
need
best. I'm not trying
I
to
need
do
your
what she does,
intervention.
but that was the only food that was around.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
thing is, I
well,
could have
you-
ordered, but she never said anything, and I'm like, "Fuck you, man! You just hate me. You just want to be in pain, and I'm in pain." When I figured out when you were not okay, and I'm like, "Girl, what the fuck, man? Like, not everyone can handle hunger. You don't have to handle
No,
hunger."
yeah, no. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's my fault, cause Ray had to escort me out. No, literally, she had to like hold me up because I was so weak from not eating. I don't know how
Oh
Michi
my
stays
God.
alive. I swear
Because
to God.
Michi is a creature. That's how Michi stays alive.
No,
Oh,
but you see, as you notice, Kana's in the no reflection quarter, so we will not be reflecting on our behavior today.
Yes,
That was
that's
a
right.
typo.
I-
That's an actual. That's a typo.
Yeah,
I
no,
took
that-
No,
that
it's
I
no
already saw
reflection
that one.
corner.
That's the no,
No
reflection
reflection.
corner. I do not expect.
We will be.
reflection
In fact,
from
we
you.
will just be getting worse. Actually,
That's exactly how this works.
It was a
It's-
typo.
it's
I
nothing
didn't
but
think
getting
anyone
worse.
was actually reading that. Go on.
oh,
go on.
I always be reading things. I always be looking at words and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
You know what, bro? You know what that means? More goldfish.
That's
Do you
right.
have an ETA
That's right.
when your food is coming?
I'm
Do you
still
know you need
scrolling to
take your-
see what food to eat.
Oh,
Bro, you know, as I've woken up today, all I've had is goldfish and a bowl of cereal. We're locked in.
yeah, but you're
We don't
fine,
fo- we
man.
don't
I'm not.
follow-
I don't
we
worry
don't
about
follow
you.
his
I'm
diet.
not
We
worried
do not
about
follow
you.
his
Man says you're fine. I don't worry about it. Pharaoh says he does not worry about me. So you want me to
You're-
die is what I'm hearing.
You're. I assess that you are far more put together than any of these Indonesian anime women that I am
Hey, I
responsible
take
for.
offense to that. I eat properly.
I'm
man.
also very put
That's
together.
fine.
You're eating boy feet
Yes,
at this
yes,
point,
you-
bro.
Yes, but
Yum
you,
yum.
yes, you eat. You eat properly. You eat properly, but that's about all you do. Okay, so
Oh,
sit,
fuck
sit,
me, man.
sit. Fucking man.
Oh my God.
Mono's fine.
Mm.
I don't have to worry about Mono. Mono's well put
Oh,
together.
Bear, do you know how my usual eating schedule works?
Oh,
I'm sure it's
I'm intrigued.
absolutely tattered, but you're a musician, so I kind of expect that.
It's like once a day usually.
Once
Yeah.
a day? Once?
Yeah,
That's right.
I eat once.
You
I
can
eat once a day. Yeah, I do that. Well, I mean, it's not. I'm not adhering to it very strongly, but I was like on a only eat between these times of the day, and then the rest you fast.
Oh yeah, the intermittent
Yeah.
fasting thing.
Yeah, but I'm
that's-
laxed up on it. I
Yeah.
you know what? Directly after eating these goldfish on the treadmill for 1 hour, die, and then
That's amazing.
then
That is
start my
absolutely
work.
amazing. I love that for you. I love that for you. It's beautiful.
Do you at least have oatmeal in your home? Like at the very least, like if we don't have like food, you can always
You know what's
like.
funny?
Oatmeal. Bless.
You know what's so funny? Right now, my house is just full of food that Michi gave me, which is Cheetos, Weetabix,
Oh,
cereal, and then what else did you? The
See, I'm
snacks that
telling
you brought
they're
from
hanging
Michi's
out
house.
to the point that her house is slowly turning into a Michi house. And I knew the signs when she's like, "Can you get me green tea that Michi drinks on a daily basis?" And I'm like,
I'm gonna have to stage an intervention on this shit or something. I don't know. That's problematic.
What? Oh God, is this what happens when I don't hang on with you with the daily basis? Is this what happens? We used to eat so much normal food together. Oh my
Don't let them dull your sparkle.
I was the one
You're so
shoving
right.
vegetables into you. What the fuck?
You're so right. Apparently vegetables are overrated.
Do not
I feel
let them dull your
'cause,
whimsy.
If Kana goes out to eat with me, I always get a vegetable, and I'm like, you should try this vegetable. It's really nice. It's not that Kana hates vegetables; she just does not actively seek for vegetables, and I'm like,
Okay, I don't know anyone else
Veggies?
other than you who actively searches for green. Ray wilts when she doesn't see green on the table. Like, hello?
you need the fiber, the balance.
Mm. But what if more cheese?
I like the sound of that. I do have a lot of cheese in my
I
fridge.
can't argue about the cheese. So Sargento string cheese was buy one get one at the Publix. So I may or may not have gotten 4 packs of that shit and thrown it in my refrigerator.
Well, that's a lot of.
Mm.
that's
It's
a
gonna
lot
take
of
me-
cheese.
It's gonna take me a while to get through it, but that's okay. When the
That's a
when the
lot of cheese.
Sargento when the Sargento string cheese is buy one get one, you buy one get one.
Bro, white people with the Sargento cheese is buy one get one.
Listen, it's well established that I am the pale man here. Okay, well, I mean, you kind of beat me at that box.
I was gonna
Honestly.
say you that is
Yeah,
that's
no,
that
I
that you
think-
are
yeah, no,
you are
no,
not respecting our power scaling right now.
No. I have to give Mono his due. He outwhites me any day of the week. I aspire
You can out-white
to
someone?
reach his. I
Yeah.
aspire to reach his level of caucasity at some stage in my
Oh, wait,
The audacity of this
huh?
caucasity.
life.
wow.
Take notes, Ray. You're not wide enough. Take notes.
Hey, I never
Right.
said I'm going to compete. What the fuck? Hello?
Ray
I'm
is
sorry.
however, the quietest Indonesian that I know. So I mean, I guess she's got that.
She doesn't like sambal, for
different.
God's sake. She.
Yeah, I don't.
She's. You're not even. Where are you from? What alien dropped you here?
My mom and dad.
Everybody in chat right now
Wow.
going Lamau. Listen, in
does
chat,
like
it's
sambal.
Unseasoned.
I-
I like Chinese spices. I just don't like Indonesian spices as much. Like when it's just like Indonesian sambal, I'm like, nah, it's not my thing. But if you gave me Sichuan or like mala, I'm okay with that. Like those are nice.
Bro, you put
Like, you
food in
can't
front
really
of me.
handle
I'm
Yes.
eating that.
yeah.
Ah,
I mean, I ate padang today. That has a bit of spice. That's okay.
You
Just not sambal.
ate Indonesian food? You ate. You
That's
ate
what-
Indonesian food?
bought.
Oh, your dad
Yes.
bought. Yeah, that makes sense. You eat anything your dad buys you.
Yeah, because he has good taste. Uh-huh.
got you there.
Uh,
Huh?
Oh man. Oh man. No, Chad, you don't understand. Ray is so hard to impress. Like, I swear to God, ask any of the girlies. Like, you take her to eat and she's gonna be like, you know? But if her dad buys her anything, like 5K tempeh from like a street vendor, and she'd be like, this is amazing, the best fucking tempeh in my entire fucking life. That's Ray. Man.
It's not hard to impress, but like you have to impress me with very little.
No, you just have to be your dad. Honestly, you just need to be your dad. It's all you need to do, I swear. But your dad
I did
does
figure
buy good
out I
food.
do have a hard time trying to word out impress, excitement, and joy. I found that out recently. It's kind of like I just stare at your soul and I'm like, how do I express these feelings? And I just look at you.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah? Yeah?
111.
Stop that!
Huh?
111.
Oh wait,
yeah.
Kana hasn't took it. What if Kana is just lower than me and then I'm the
Hey,
Are
person?
you
promise
saying
you,
that
I
I'm
know-
on
Are we
the
talking about this
spectrum?
fuck ass test again,
I-
man? Are we talking about this test again?
I know dead
you
ass
implying?
that she is lower than you are, Ray. Ray took
Uh-huh.
You know what?
I-
Actually,
Really?
You too,
Pharaoh,
Pharaoh, I
Mona?
want you to Pharaoh. If you had to guess, because I did take this test again recently. What score did you think I would have gotten?
Oh.
Are you like
oh.
a 70?
Hmm.
I will have to
probably-
double check real quick.
I got
so
111.
I got a 96. So I'm gonna say you're probably somewhere in the same vicinity as I am, Mono. If I were to guess, like genuinely, I think you're probably
I have the
somewhere
number.
same.
Theros says, Mono, you're at least 130.
Damn.
The answer is the last time I took it was 56.
See,
God, well, there you go. So Mono
under
is
70.
damn. I am more artistic than Mono. That's my
That's
acoustic
I've literally taken this test 3 or 4 times, and almost every time I'm within 50 to 60.
Wow,
That's
you're
crazy.
normal. That's crazy.
I think it's just
That
the
is actually
anxiety.
kinda wild. I think it's the anxiety. Yeah, that's fair. The anxiety is what gets them.
Chat is claiming you cheated. I don't know how. I don't know. I've never
Guys,
taken the
I
test.
studied for this test, okay? I studied for it.
After you
We
find
call
your
that
food,
masking.
We call that masking. Damn.
Listen, here's the
Brother
okay.
really called you out like that.
It's just like, well, because sometimes whenever I look at these tests, there's like questions, and they ask the question, and I'm like, I don't agree with the answer, like at all. Like
Yeah,
I don't
honestly,
feel
this,
it.
this test had a lot of questions, and I was like, I don't like any of these answers because none
It's
of
true.
them
It's
would actually match my behavior under the circumstances. Like,
Also, it's like there's so many questions where I'm just like, well, that doesn't apply to me, like at all. This just
Yeah.
doesn't apply to me.
Mhm.
yeah, there was
find
not
food,
much
Kana?
room for nuance. Yeah, Kana, have you been looking for food this whole time? We've
I'm
been
gonna
entertaining
look in my
everybody people with
fridge.
food.
I'll be right back. I'll look in my fridge.
Order
I
food.
swear.
Order food. I
No,
gave
it's
you money.
fair.
Order
This
food.
No, this is the classic. It's where you go through all your options, and then you
Yes,
lower your
I know.
standards, and then you go again.
Yeah, I know. I gave her money. She can just order fucking food, and she's fucking driving me crazy. Mono, help me.
She's funneling that money.
She's absolutely on a mission today to see how far she can push my sanity. She's already broke it like twice. I don't know why she continues to.
I'll
push it, like-
just be chilling.
Yeah, I know you just be chilling. This is not your hill that you have to die on. This is the hill I have chosen to perish on. Apparently, it's amazing. It's great. Got a great view. Yep. Yep.
Got my water. I finished.
Don't you
my
fucking sit
goldfish.
over there and giggle, you fucking creature. You're predominantly responsible for this bullshit.
And that's why
Fucking
I've
sit
been
over
having
there.
the time of my life. I get to work a
Oh,
little bit
don't-
more, you know.
Don't
I've been
worry,
just like,
don't worry,
you know,
Ray.
like what you
I've
said.
got your
I
ass.
should
I've
seek
got your
out
ass
for
too, buddy.
help, delegate
Mhm.
my task and all, and I
am
gave half my
going to
task on paying
fucking
attention to Kana to you. It's been
delegate
so
you to the
liberating
fucking
for
void. Oh my fucking god.
Lana, how's your morning? Oh, bro, my morning at 2 a.m. It's great.
Yeah. No, I
2 a.m.
think
goldfish.
I will. Well, I'm gonna after I do my like hour on the treadmill. I think I'll probably just go start some work and then work through a lot of the morning and see what happens. We vibe out. I mean, I'm getting insulted for my sleep schedule, but that's fine because they can't dull my whimsy.
That's fine.
To be fair, I'm not far off, Mono. I'm creeping my way back there. Like genuinely, it is slowly but
Oh,
surely.
it's what's great? It's not even it's none of the girlies' faults. Literally none of their faults. I just did it to myself.
Yeah. I mean, I guess at least I have the excuse that the girlies are doing it to me.
No, this is a once a
Right.
month thing. I mean that very genuinely. It's actually almost like clockwork. Once a month, I flip my schedule entirely around. It happens almost on a cycle. As soon as the month rolls over, my sleep schedule fucks up, and then I have to reset it over the course of the month. It's great.
Interesting.
I'm locked in.
Are you?
I'm
Are
locked
you
in.
locked in?
Yeah, I've been writing my response for a while.
Fucking
I thought you-
responses.
I thought you weren't. I thought you were going maximum low effort if you responded.
Oh, you have Pharaoh. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Oh, okay.
Girl, I'm going to DM you one of the jokes. I'm going to DM you one of the
Alright,
jokes.
Send it.
Hold on, I've gotta. Where are you?
I can't wait.
I'm going to tell you what I did.
Okay. Show me. I can't
Did
wait.
you find food?
I sent you the message.
What do you mean you
That
did
is
it?
absolutely incredible. Mona. You bought food.
I
I'm
can
so
say-
proud
if
of
you,
you.
I'm not even
Thank
kidding.
you.
It actually works when you do it. It works. I tried.
That's absolutely
I'm
crazy.
glad
can I-
you bought
on.
food. Now you can truly take your vitamins before it becomes dinner time, right?
That would be great.
Oh
No, like Mono, you don't understand. I am fighting. No, I'm not even fighting for my life. I am fighting for her life at this point. I am in this trench. I am struggling up this
true.
hill, trying to keep this dog happy, healthy, and in one piece.
One Piece.
Mm.
One Piece?
No,
Oh my
no,
god.
One Piece?
One Piece?
not One Piece.
Oh, you're so right. I have to start Wano today. Oh,
I think I have to restart from chapter 1.
I've been whenever I go on my walk, I watch One Piece, and I've been doing that for like a month now, and I'm up to Wano.
I last
One
read.
Piece is so good.
It's too good. It's too good. I last read when Wano started, but now I forgot everything. So I think I have to read from chapter 1. Is that dumb?
I have been rewatching. But also, if you're looking to rewatch One Piece, or you're a first-time watcher and you're trying to catch up, just use One Piece. It's so good. One Piece is a lifesaver if you're just trying to cut out all of the bullshit.
What the heck is a One Piece?
One Piece is people went through like all of the anime and they recut the episodes to be closer to how the manga paces it and cut out all of the filler.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
it has different pacing from the manga? Eh?
Yeah, because okay, so like you know how in One Piece sometimes characters will be talking to each other and then it just cuts away to like an entirely different situation, and the conversation these first characters were having, it takes like a whole episode before the full conversation plays out. It's like instead they remove all of like, because like in the manga, like these characters would have a full conversation, then it would cut away to somewhere else. But the manga, they keep splitting up the conversation. The One Piece just basically stitches it back together how it should, like how the manga would have done it. It's
okay.
It's so good. It's been helping me because again, you have to keep in mind that like we'll take my least the arc that it took me so long to get through was Dressrosa, which is like 120 episodes. One Piece condenses it down to 48.
Bro.
So
okay.
magic. That's why I like One Piece. I mean, how many episodes is Wano? Wano's like 100 and like 200, and One Piece is 59. Oh. Dressrosa without One Piece actually sounds like a nightmare. I have friends who are watching it on Crunchyroll, and I actually was just like, I'm so sorry. That was where I dropped the end. That was where I dropped the anime when initially was airing, because I was watching it back when they just got to Dressrosa, and that's where I gave up because it was so bad.
I never watched it though. I only read the manga. I blasted it until chapter 900 in like 10 days.
Oh, I also do that. But I used to do that whenever One Piece was like I hadn't read it in a while. I would just be like, all right, I'm just gonna blitz my way up till I'm caught back up, and then I haven't done that in a while.
Why does Ray sound like she's dying? Do you not read it? Pharaoh, Ray, hello.
Guys, do you not
I
care about One Piece? Not
did.
care about Luffy?
No, I did. It's just that anytime I do read a manga, I get really tired because I also like burn through it. So I'm like, I should never read manga anymore. So I'm just watching the anime.
Lock in.
But I haven't
Lock in.
catched up in a while. No, I hate locking in because if I lock in, I lose sleep, and I hate losing sleep. I love sleep too much.
Oh, we are not the same.
We're not the same. You would sacrifice your sleep. I would fucking sleep over the manga.
Listen, I will sit there. I will sit and I'll lose my sleep because I get to be joyful and whimsical.
Oh, my joy comes when no one wakes me up from my sleep.
Exactly. I
Do
was
you
so
watch
sleep deprived
it
yesterday.
Ooh, do you watch it dub or sub? One Piece is mostly sub. They have not edited all the dub episodes together, so it's mostly sub. Even then, I would just watch it sub because my brain just I don't know. To be fair, dub anime's been getting better in recent times.
Mm.
For like shonen stuff though, I can't do it. If it's just like normal stuff, I feel like I can get through it. Don't lie to them. No, I actually do just watch it sub. I do just watch it sub.
Me giving
I
status
love-
updates.
Status updates, food.
I'm
Oh, I mean, about
getting my
dubs. No,
food.
I don't remember what anime it was, but I was seeing clips of it on Twitter with the dub, and I was like, "Oh, this is actually. It feels more natural." It was it's about like she has like pink hair, and she has like her hair up in like two buns on top of her head. It's like a high
You have
school
just
romance thing.
described-
Is it
You
the
know,
high school romance
described-
with the very
Yeah,
like
the hi-
shy guy and the Gyaru girl? Is it that one?
Yes, that one.
Yeah, that has a very
The
good
dub-
dub.
The dub for that one is very
Chad-
natural.
The Chad fucking comment killed me.
Yeah, he calls himself a chud. It's funny. It's so
It's so funny.
Amazing.
That's what I'm like. Dubs are getting better, and I think that's just coming from like, I don't know. I think that it's just been getting better over time.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It has been getting better, depending on like who's casting for sure. Yeah.
And then I think back to if we didn't have anime dubs, we wouldn't have Deku voice, and I think that's a shame if we never had
That
Deku
is
voice.
true. We wouldn't have Deku voice, and that would be very sad. The Deku voices.
We need to have Deku voice in our life, guys. We gotta work together. I could have gone my entire life without hearing Deku voice.
I
That's what you
actually kind
think.
of agree
But
with Sen on that one.
anime Twitter would cancel mono for this day. But who
It's
cares,
so funny,
man?
though. The Deku voice is so funny though. Why would you live life without it? It's like
Why would you?
it's so silly.
If anything ever, I think there was a strategy someone had where it was like, if you're ever reading something online that just pisses you off or anything like that, read it in Deku voice and you'll immediately not take it seriously anymore. It really works.
That's true. That's actually true.
I could have gone my entire life without hearing Deku voice. See? It just works. It just works.
Brother. I didn't realize this had turned into that kind of call.
Unfortunately, you forgot one who you invited into I'm
Yeah,
Goldfish
that was
right
entire-
now,
that's-
bro.
You know what? That's entirely on my fault. That's on me, guys. I pressed the button. I shouldn't have done it. It's my bad. We've lost
Oh.
Kana is completely lost to something. You can see here staring down to the side. Kana,
Well,
come back.
Kana's going to get food. Kana's getting food. Food
Good.
arrived.
Wait, the
It's
food
not-
arrived that fast?
Yeah, it
That's
says food
fine.
arrived,
That's-
Smile.
Oh.
Oh, good shit. Amazing. That's
Food arrived,
that's
Smile.
really fast.
Oh,
What?
He is
hello.
self-reflecting.
Welcome back.
Lemon.
Food.
Thank you.
What
What did you get for food?
Sichuan.
Sichuan food. Oh my god, Mono, you're so amazing and wonderful.
Sichuan
I like
what
you.
though?
Sichuan food?
No, like
That's what it said on the. That's what it said on the screen. That's what I repeated. It said Sichuan, and I went, "Oh, Sichuan."
Okay. It's like how do I explain this? It's like
Wait,
Chinese food that I discovered not super recently, but like new. It's not like usual like Chinese food in Indonesia. You know how like Chinese food can be like localized type shit? Found a place that's like apparently very authentic. I took Ray there.
Wait, oh my god, did you actually get delivery from that?
Yeah. They don't have delivery. Like they don't have it on like Uber Eats. Is that what it's called there?
Yeah.
They don't have it, but you can terrorize. I mean, you can WhatsApp them and beg them to send the food.
Did you get like the green bell pepper thingy that you really like? Is that it?
How do I?
Did you really?
explain-
Wait, hold on. Wait,
What?
back it up
Yes.
just a bit. Did you
Yeah?
did you use the money I sent you to terrorize a local Chinese restaurant? to send you
No,
food?
no.
Terrorize
It's okay,
is a
terrorize.
very
No, don't
strong
get-
word.
No,
It's a very
listen. I
strong word.
approve. Like I approve. Don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure that I understand the situation. Like if that's what you did, that's amazing. I love that for you.
Anyway, so this food, I'll find a picture of it.
Anyway. Amazing.
Yeah, we don't need to talk
know
about
which
that.
one.
That's amazing.
God.
Chat, she's
I don't-
terrorizing. She's terrorizing the locals.
Ooh.
This is what
That'd
it
be
looks
funny if
like.
you
I say
got the
this, but like
noodles.
only I can see it because it's on my screen. Because I'm a genius. Actually, I'm a genius. Maybe if I have glasses, I could
Oh,
actually do
God,
all
here
of
we
this
go.
faster.
Here we
I'm
go.
sorry.
Here we
I
go.
opened that one.
Here we
I'm so
go.
sorry.
Here
It was just a passing
Mm.
thought. I should actually think about the words that I say before I say them, or not. But you know what I mean.
you know, it's.
Mm.
Open image.
She hates me, chat. She hates me. It's what it is. She
I-
hates me.
I said I'll go next
Mhm.
week. I said I'll go next week.
She actually hates me.
Okay,
I
do
do
you have a
not hate
specific
you.
date for that?
You're gonna schedule it for me.
No, it's more like when you say next week, next month, it'll never
Oh,
come
right, because
true.
I
You
have
actually to
time
put a date.
blindness. You're so right.
Yes, you need to actually
Huh.
put a date.
Is time blindness real, chat? Wait,
I mean, we have a prime example.
that's
right
a trash
here,
can. That's
so-
not my food. I can confirm that is not my food. This is my food.
Trash can.
Trash
Oh,
can.
no,
that
That's right.
one, the tofu
swear.
one.
No,
Oh.
it's
Oh, that actually
It's-
looks good as shit, honestly.
yeah,
Is it the
it's
egg tofu?
something called golden coin eggs or something. Basically, it's like a boiled egg. Then you slice it up and like coat it with cornstarch. And you fry it until the outside is kind of crispy, and then they toss it with like garlic and chili. Does that
Oh.
not sound amazing? Actually, hello.
I'm so big and round.
It does
I'm
sound.
just glad you're eating.
Yeah, because I haven't had anything spicy in a while, and I think my body is generally going like, "Wow, you really need some spice in you." That, and we were talking about
I
the
love
beef mala
spice.
potato chips. Exactly.
I love spice.
Wait, how spicy do you like it?
There's a line where it's like, if I fear the next bite, then I think they may be going too far. Like if I'm afraid to take another bite.
That's very broad
I
though.
like it. Well, I'm trying to think. Like, what's the spiciest thing I've ever had? I did have a dap of like the Hot Ones sauce, the last dab. I've had it
Is it
once.
actually spicy?
It was like, well, it kind of sucked for about like I think like 5 minutes, and then afterwards it kind of mellowed out. But it was pretty intense for a bit. I
'Cause
have
always
only the only
wondered-
it's it's pretty intense burn up front. I've just always been told that you're just like your spice tolerance is better than I would expect of you, is what I have been told.
People don't expect much from the Pale Clan.
Oh, do you have
They
enough
expect
water
us
with
to
you, Connor?
consider- They
Mhm.
expect us to,
Okay.
mayo is spicy, apparently.
Yeah, you gotta have flavorful spice. It can't just be like I don't like
Right.
I don't like if you go to like I don't know, like fucking like McDonald's when they have like spicy chicken nuggets back and you have that. I hate that.
That shit was.
I hate
ass.
that.
It was just.
Well,
it
because
was
it's
just
chemical
hot.
spice. It's chemical
chemical
hot. Like
spice.
it's just
Yeah.
hot.
It's yeah. It's not.
The
It's not
McDonald's
good.
Spicy is not nice.
I had the Michi sent me that little tiny can of ghost pepper chips, and I did have most of them in
Yeah.
a single sitting.
Yeah, she sent me them too. I haven't tried them yet. I've been debating.
They're
whether
good.
it's something.
No, they're good.
Are they good?
They're good.
Is the flavor
Yeah, they're good.
Like, do they actually?
Yeah,
taste
the
good?
flavor's good. It tastes like it doesn't taste fake. It's not like
Okay.
fake spice.
I'll give it a
It's
try.
like
then.
real spice.
Yeah. Whenever I see the word ghost pepper, ghost pepper stuff here typically it's just here. We're gonna try to melt a hole in your mouth, but the flavor is going to suck.
My mom was like, "Do not eat that. People die from this." And I was like, "I'm better. I'm simply stronger." And then I lived.
Years ago, I was dating this girl from New Jersey, and we went out to eat one day to get breakfast, and I got eggs and hash browns, and I grabbed there was salsa at the restaurant, and I grabbed the salsa and put it on my eggs and hash browns, and the look she gave me, I was like, "What?" Like the absolute, she was aghast that I would put salsa on my eggs and hash browns. I'm like, why wouldn't I? I mean, I'd use Tabasco if they had Tabasco, but they don't. Or better yet, if they had Louisiana, I'd use that, but they didn't. All they had was the salsa.
Wait, what
I
the heck
just
is a
am a big fan of
Louisiana?
good- hot sauce brand here.
It's a hot sauce brand here. Yeah, it's really good.
How
I
you
like it
put
better
the
than
whole
Tabasco.
ass. Isn't that a place? And I was
Oh,
like, how the fuck
no.
do you put a place on a what?
Oh, they won't tell us. It's a secret. It's a closely guarded secret of the company. They won't tell us how they
Yeah.
do it.
No, you just put Louisiana on your food. I'm not saying Tabasco is bad. I'm just saying that I prefer Louisiana to Tabasco. That's all. Like I mean, I if I don't have Louisiana, I will use Tabasco, but my preference is to Louisiana.
I'm
I've
trying to
never
think
had
of like.
Tabasco.
Go ahead. You go first. Yeah, Tabasco's. I think it's okay. It's very it's very high in vinegar flavor, and that's why some people
Yeah.
either like it or don't.
Yeah, it is like it. You have to put it on the right stuff. Like it can actually make if you put it on the wrong food, it's kind of yeah. Texas Pete is pretty good. Yeah, Texas Pete is pretty good.
Yeehaw!
Don't worry,
I
Kana.
am
Whenever
going
you
over in
decide
my
to come
head.
and visit, I'll make sure you can try all of the fun hot sauces.
Will they actually be hot?
For you,
That's gonna be the
probably
question.
not. Honestly,
But
probably
that's
not.
why.
They're
Where's
not hot
the
to me. They're just a little
See.
spicy. That's all.
Heatonist.com? Is that the? Yeah, that is the one. You got to get one of those hot sauce packs from Heatonist, Pharaoh,
Yeah, I'll do that.
which has how many sauces are in that? I think 10. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Which what are the sauces that they got this time? Let's see. I'm trying to zoom
Buffalo
in.
sauce can be hot NFS. Buffalo sauce comes in different heat varieties.
Let's see. We got coffee date hot sauce. Crema matcha, but not THAMACHA. Look, Peruvian peppers, avocado. That looks fine. Sriracha hot sauce, pickled garlic. That sounds really good, actually.
Pickled garlic does sound really good, honestly.
I don't know what one that is. Chimichurri habanero hot sauce.
that
That
sounds
could be
like
kinda
pretty good too. That could be kinda-
Tropical Amarillo, sweet Scotch bonnet. This one's called Hawaiian Hot Teas, and it just says POG. So I'm assuming pineapple, orange, guava hot
Yeah.
sauce.
Pineapple,
Da Bomb.
orange, guava? What?
Yeah, that's POG. That's what it's called.
Yep. We
That's like
we
a-
get a little crazy with our hot sauces here. Like folks here they get very creative with how they make their hot sauces kind of.
The Last Dab Armageddon is the newest, hottest sauce.
See, it would have to taste really good. I had a guy that I worked with who got really into the hot sauces, but he got into it because he was always like trying to like up the hotness for the sake of hotness. He's one of those guys that like, you know, he did the Ranger challenges or whatever, the Iron Man fucking run around and do like pretend you're a Navy SEAL shit. And it was always like he just was trying to like show how manly he was, and it like the harder you try, bro, the harder you try.
Oh, that's
I think-
that's a
and-
season behind.
He got into hot sauces at one point, and he brought this stuff to work. He put a little drop on a cracker, and I tried it, and I was like, there was no flavor. It was just immediately somebody had set off the sun in my mouth, and I was like, wow, that's not enjoyable at all. He's like, yeah, but can you take it? I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I can take it, but it doesn't mean I'm enjoying the experience, buddy. It's like, why, like just it's hot for the sake of being hot. There's no like flavor here.
Here you go, Pharaoh. Here's your hot ones pack.
Ah, okay.
But
Beautiful.
I mean,
I'll
some of
pick
them
that
look
up.
good.
Yeah. We'll have to pick that up.
The Last Dab was like it didn't like have the chemical thing because it was like all organic spice. It just really sucked for a bit, but it did taste fine from what I remember. It's been like 3 years, but it did taste fine.
I'll give it a try.
Oh, yummy!
I do like
I just have-
like a hot sauce.
I do have it. I just have a limit of like when if I get like Indian food, I think I usually just go for medium because I'm like, that's a good level of spice and I feel I can keep eating. But I could go to like the top level if I wanted to. but I just don't because I'm like at that point that's just more about the I'm having spice.
Mhm.
So I got great. Medium is a good for me because it just has best of everything.
Yeah, I usually hit medium, and that's good for me too for most things because it's a good balance of flavor and heat, but it doesn't turn eating the food into a challenge.
Remember, when you have spicy food, everybody, be sure that you have an itch in your eye. You really need to get it, so you should get that like as soon as possible.
Bro, why are
Like,
you
it
like
doesn't matter
this?
if you're eating. It doesn't matter if you're eating like spicy food or anything. You should just
Why would you?
immediately take care of that itch.
Yes, that's why are you like this, Mono? This is bad information, chat, but you should still do it anyways because it's kind
You
of funny.
should.
honestly.
It is pretty funny.
I gotta tell, working in security and then when I was working at the prison, it always used to tickle me whenever somebody got sprayed with OC because man, they'd be, oh, I'm a bad dude, blah blah blah, and then they got that OC in their face, and all of a sudden they were just lying on the floor crying. I can't believe you sprayed me. It's like, yeah, you got sprayed, dummy. They told you they were gonna spray you. Why would you? Like, Jesus.
The other day, I
It's funny.
go to pee right at touching chili oil. That's also true. You should go to the bathroom immediately after
Oh.
handling spicy stuff.
Oh, brother.
That happened to me a couple of weeks back. It was not pleasant. It was an
No,
absolute
no,
terrible
no.
time. I regret. I have so much regret. Oh,
Mm.
brother.
Yeah.
How you holding up over there? How's the spice?
Mm. It's the one that kind of creeps up, but like it's like
Mm.
very manageable. Like it's not spicy for the sake of being spicy.
I can't
just
hear
goes on you.
something.
Your sinuses are getting cleared out though, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I can actually breathe more air. Holy shit.
Sinuses are-
It had like the feeling of like you're you're on the verge of crying, but you don't want to be seen crying, so you're just trying to hold it back. And then
No, I'm fine. I'm totally fine, guys. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
It's so funny. You know how you sound? It's like, I'm fine. And I'm like, you good?
No, really, it's more like the food is so good that I'm so touched. You know what I mean? Like when
Oh,
you
is that what it
eat
is?
food so good and you start
Alright.
tearing up. Oh, Lord.
you know, I would love to have that experience one day. If I've never experienced anyone who's had. I want to eat something and just cry. I want that experience once in my life.
Right? Wouldn't that be great? I've never had that either.
Wouldn't it be great?
That's some really good food, but I've never had any food that moved me like on an
Oh.
emotional level.
Oh, I'm so moved right now, you don't even know.
Oh.
Oh, you're really selling us
Jesus,
whatever you're
Jesus.
eating right now. Oh,
It's gonna be this later.
I'm fine. It's okay. I'm strong enough to finish this dish. So,
Wait, are you eating it with rice or just is?
With rice la, I'm Asian. Hello. What the fuck is a meal without rice?
Checking. I'm just double checking pizzas. Oh god.
I'm not like
No
okay,
rice.
because like Ray goes like, "What did you have today?" And she'll be like, "I had pasta." Like, you don't eat rice that much. Your rice cooker is tiny
I
as
do.
heck.
No, I do. Wait, I have the rice you gave me, the one that you just like the instant rice thingy, the braspora. I do that.
We bought that last year.
I already restocked like 3 times.
Oh,
What do you
thank
mean?
Lord! I'm like, what the?
I was
It's like
about
a
to.
tiny
I was
bag.
about to
No.
lose my actual shit. I was about
I
to.
restocked,
redefine what
I eat that rice
crash
so
out meant.
often. I actually restock that rice so often. I'm the only one who
Oh.
finishes it. And like when I saw like I think like 3 months ago, they're like, we're having a buy one get one free for like and one of them are like 2 kilos. I'm like, I'm taking it. I have 4 kilos of rice with me right now.
That's amazing.
That's not a lot. 4 kilos is
Hey.
not a lot.
No, it's for one person. Come on, that's a lot.
I'm
That
also
reminds
one
me, I need to
person.
restock on rice. We moved and we forgot to pack the rice. So
What
need to
have I
buy
been
more
eating
rice.
recently though?
No, wait. To be fair, what Ray is eating is not rice. It's a rice-shaped sustenance. Technically, that's not rice, girl.
It's lower in calories. That's why I
It's like that
have it.
shirataki rice bullshit, chat.
Yeah.
What?
It's that thing
How
with
is,
like.
how is it rice but not? I'm very confused. I didn't know there was rice alternatives. I didn't know
What
you
are rice
needed
alternatives?
alternatives.
What you
like-
didn't?
It's How do you? I take alternatives because I get to eat more rice without feeling too guilty about it. Because
I
my
see.
body is very easy to kind of like, how do you say, it absorbs too many things. I have to really monitor
Huh?
what I eat.
It
I see, I
absorbs
see.
too many things. What do you mean?
You know how like there's some people who can like eat the same amount of rice, but they would gain like twice much, and then the next person doesn't gain as much. That's me. It's very easy for me to gain weight, so I have to
Huh?
really
Oh.
monitor what I eat and like what amounts. That's why like I don't have a lot of sweets or snacks in my house, because if I eat a bit of it, it adds up really fast. Like it shows in my face, my body.
What about
That's why I have to
joy?
eat vegetables.
What
Joy?
about joy?
Joy means
Oh, real.
gaining maybe like extra pounds, and that just makes my joints hurt. It's not fun.
That's joints. That's joints.
Yes. The
What
thing
about
is, my
joy?
joy is tied to my joints. It really is.
What?
You know, honestly, that is a fucking mood, Ray. I'm gonna be honest with you. The less my joints hurt, the happier I am, because most of the time
Exactly. That's why I'd rather take the pain
screaming
of like
at
not being able
me.
to eat everything, but then
they
my
are
joints are
screaming
happy.
at me. They're like, brother, what have you done to us throughout your life? And I'm like, a lot.
Oh.
Getting old is hard.
Your
Kinda
joints don't hurt when you do enough exercise and then you don't have too much weight on your body. Not really. That's why I've been a little bit like, oh, my body doesn't be in pain. Oh wow, thanks, G, real thanks a lot. You know, I've you know.
Okay, sorry. Should I have been like mature?
No, it's okay. You're the mature one, right? I don't mind being called old at this point. It's just established. Lamau.
I don't
You're both
understand how
old.
you
I don't
have
know what
knee
you
problems.
mean.
What the heck?
Oh.
Me?
Kana, you can't talk about knee
Ow.
problems. You literally like, yes, your knees hurt. What did you tell me first thing today? Your legs
Nothing.
hurt.
I
From
don't know what
sitting.
you're talking. I really don't know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Slender.
Mm, I
Kana's 21
I used to
going
have
on 32.
I used to have horrible leg pain when I had like gamer chairs.
Oh, really?
Gamer chairs are
Ooh.
bad. Gamer
Really?
Gamer
chairs
chairs
are
are so I had such bad like leg pain that
yeah.
I would attempt
Gamer
to
chairs are that
like
bad.
I couldn't so if you're like sitting down and you like raise your left leg, you can usually get it to like so it's like straight ahead. I couldn't do that. I could like barely lift it off the ground.
Oh.
I was yeah. I was
Gamer chairs.
I had
People. I don't know why people buy gamer chairs still. Like gamer chairs are just buy a good office chair. Like genuinely.
I tell people that
Yeah.
and then they tell me I'm like, "Oh, just like go on eBay, find a Herman Miller cuz people sell that for like $500 or something."
Yeah, Herman Miller's good.
Right.
Herman Miller's good.
I mean, Herman Millers are good, but they are very expensive. Even
Yeah,
you.
but there are
No,
other
that's what I'm saying.
alternatives.
You go if you just go like Herman
Yeah,
Millers if you buy them brand new, horribly expensive. If you just search for them used, they're being sold for nothing.
That's not too bad. I have to go and look.
I
and
have
see
used like I'm looking right now and there's like 5 Aerons on eBay right now for $500. That's like a couple like that's a very expensive chair.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like over 1,000 easy for that chair.
Mhm.
How much is it?
Yeah, but
1100.
buying a chair like that, buying furniture used is always sus to me, because you don't know what was done
Yeah.
What if
Yeah.
Mitch
Dog,
was the
I'm
one
going to
selling it?
over whatever farts have been happening in this chair, bro. I'm overriding with my own. It's fine.
on.
I saw Michi's
Nasty
chair.
as hell.
I would agree
And
with you
Mono
before
just-
that. I'm
Mono
you know.
just established why I don't buy secondhand
Wait,
furniture.
you actually saw the chair before it got fixed and
We all sat on it.
No,
Remember?
not that one. Like the other one she was talking about, like what was the one that was
Oh.
biting her? Not that one. That one's a different one. That one I don't know how hard she gripped.
When your chair
the
bites
biting
you.
chair. The
When your
biting
chair bites you, that's how you know. That's
Oh,
not
that
it.
that is such a uniquely Michi experience. I feel like I've never
Explaining
had
to
a chair.
Funny, 'cause-
someone, bro.
Yeah.
It's just explain to someone to buy a $500 used chair over the latest brand new $600 secret lab chair. I can tell you, I had a secret lab chair. I had to go to physical therapy in a year.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's
Secret lab
crazy.
is not as cool. Like, okay, if you're an extremely small person, I suppose you get by with a lot of different chairs, right? Like if you were just a small person, you can get by with whatever chair you want. But if you were a person of significant stature or even above average stature, your chair becomes a completely different like experience. Yes, Kana, I am calling you small because
It's
you are.
like I couldn't, like, to the point where like it was such a bad pain that like I couldn't put socks on. I could not bend over far enough to put socks on. I couldn't
that's
lift my leg up
crazy.
far enough to put socks on. That's how bad it got. And the moment I moved out and I changed my chair and all that stuff, like the moment I got a Herman Miller and I was sitting in it actively, immediately everything was fine.
Yeah.
Like I was able to just bend over easily. I could put my like socks on fine. Like everything just got better. So when people are like, why would you convince Soya to buy a $500 used Aeron? Because I couldn't stand properly.
Yeah. I one of the places I did security, the the commander's office had
Anna, do you want to try
Herman
sitting
Miller.
on Herman Miller? There is one
Herman Miller.
place we could go to.
You just sit on it and like dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Just
dream
go
about
in the
being able to
store.
afford it.
Don't have her do that. She's got to buy a computer. You can't show her what a Herman Miller feels like when she has to spend her money on a computer.
No,
That's
it could
just
be like a
mean.
future thing.
That's just mean. We still have to get to
It's
the
o-
computer.
no, it's
buying
okay.
phase.
It's okay. It's a future thing because I know she's not the type who would like immediately try to get the chair. Because
Plus,
she would
she's
try to
small.
survive
She
with
doesn't need a
anything.
Herman Miller. She'll be
All
alright.
right, wait. Actually, speaking of that, did
Huh?
your steppy the foot thingy arrived already?
My pedestal, you mean? Are you by chance speaking of the pedestal?
Yes.
Yes, she's now on a
Yes.
pedestal.
You know
Kill
how
me.
Secret Lab has like the Titan and then the not Titan?
Yeah.
Basically, the Titan is for people of bigger statures. I got the small one and it's still too tall for me, hence I got a pedestal.
Yes.
This is the lowest it can go, and I don't know. Like, do I really?
That's what she doesn't need a Herman Miller.
Will it make a difference, actually? But I am having thigh pain, which I don't even know if that has anything to do with the thing. Normal size objects. No, my trash can is smaller than me. Thoughts?
Girl, your trash can is smaller than so many things. That's your trash can fills me with such sadness.
I don't. Wait,
I'm
you have
sorry.
tie. Wait, if you have tie pain, aren't you just sitting for too long then?
Probably.
Stop.
Girl needs to get up and move around.
I stood
Ooh.
today and yesterday. I have to get food.
That's great.
Mm.
Also,
Me
this
too.
pedestal thing is really weird. It's more like, wait, Ray, can your feet touch the floor when you sit down?
No, that's why I have a pillow too for my leggies. Because I have my table higher and I have my chair a bit higher.
My chair is on the lowest setting, and this pedestal is
Oh.
like barely reaching my feet.
Oh,
Someone said to put books under it. I'm like,
That's
how much?
Wait, can you take
brother.
a picture of yours? I've never. I don't think I saw which one you got.
What, the pedestal or my feet?
Yeah. Is it like?
no
they-
no feet. Not for free.
You want
feet.
feet pics?
No, I want to see the
Ray,
pedestal.
Ray.
I already know what your
Oh,
feet
you
looks
poor
like.
soul.
The fuck?
Why are you looking at my feet? Actually, unprompted.
because
You
like,
can look
why?
at the Mona Lisa all you want and still appreciate
We
it, man.
went on a pedicure together.
No, we don't.
Trying to
We don't.
say-
We don't do feet pics for free. You want them, you got to pay for them. That's how this works.
Oh, Robert.
This girl, SMH.
Nice.
That's
What?
alright.
I was just asking questions. The appropriate questions, just in case. I should look out for you,
Mhm.
Wait. Where's
you say that,
Mati?
but I am
Daily
in the same boat
strikes
as
again.
chat recent. I'm literally at the same level as the chat these days because one, I don't know when you're alive. Sometimes I don't know if you respond. What the fuck is that bullshit?
That's the pedestal. What the fuck? What are they supposed to look like?
What the fuck?
What?
What
Wait,
What?
wait. I am.
What the-
I'm.
what
act-
is
I'm.
that?
I am also kind of confused.
What the-
Like,
What?
What
That's
the-
the
huh?
pedestal. That's literally what? What?
What the? What?
You
Okay.
can see black flakes on the
am-
floor from my
I am
headphones. Ignore that.
actually.
What the fuck?
Oh my god! Wait, what is that
What
outlet? Wait,
now?
hold on, hold the fuck on. What is that? What is that outlet setup that you've got going on there? Why
What?
does it? Look,
Wow, I should have cropped. This is why I crop things, chat.
Oh,
What?
why is there a box plugged into a box into a power? What in the fuck? What in the actual?
literally-
No, listen.
What did?
What in the fire?
I'm not even
hazard?
gonna. I'm not even gonna
What?
pretend that I can criticize anything. So I stay out of this one.
Okay, well that I yeah again but no Kana, what, why is there an oh god oh god oh
Wow, I
oh,
just
God.
exist, and
The
I'm just
OSHA.
existing.
The OSHA violations are just I don't
I
What?
mm.
What is the
that
problem?
comfortable for you?
Are you talking about the pedestal or the plugs?
Yes. The
Oh my
cable
God.
I've already given up at this point for now. Is the pedestal comfortable?
The
my
black
palms
boxes
can
plugged
touch
into each
it.
other are gonna haunt me.
So
No,
it's
they're gonna
okay.
fucking
It's okay
hurt
if
me.
we crop it. It's like it doesn't exist.
I've
Look
never
there, and ignore the other parts too.
I um
See,
I-
chat.
She hates me, chat. She wants me dead.
That's the pedestal. You told me to get a pedestal, to get a thing for my
I told
feet, and I
you to
got
get
it
a
for my feet.
footstool, and you got it. I don't know. You got a.
It's called the pedestal.
It's meant to be taller. It's meant to be taller, Kana. That's why I'm confused. It's meant to be. That's like a foot
Ah.
massager. That's not like a proper footstool. It's supposed to be taller.
What do you mean?
I
Wait, and also,
what I
look,
It is. It's a foot massager. It's not a.
It's not a foot massager. It's a thing for your feet.
I
Ray, are you okay?
Is it height adjustable,
No.
Kana? Is it height adjustable? Can you raise it? at
No.
Oh
all?
no, I can do this though. Wait for it. Wait for it.
I've
Wait.
I've never seen that ever. I thought
No.
like the foot. I thought
I
the
thought she
one
was
I
getting
have
like
is
a
basically
proper footstool.
mine's not like a
wait.
footstool. It's like a foot pillow, but it does help with like me not reaching in and like arching my feet, right? So that like I thought at the very least it's something like that, but
Ta-da!
mm,
It can do that.
girl, you might as well play like what Grand Theft. Oh no, what was it called? The Midnight Tune, the Midnight Tune thingy with this. What the fuck?
What?
What is that?
What?
I am so confused right now. I don't even know what to say.
Wow. Every time I do something that I think is normal, someone tells me like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm like, "What?
Not
This is the
normal, not
what?
normal. Nothing normal about Kana's existence.
What? I'll have you know." Ta-da, chat! Look what it can do.
Mm.
Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
I'm sure it is, but I again I thought you were gonna get something like a little
No,
taller.
usually if people ask you to get like a
black flex.
footstool, it's so that
Yeah.
you can sit almost 90 degree kind of thing. So instead of like your legs like hanging really down, it elevates where you like place your feet so that you wouldn't have as much pain.
It's
It's-
not for feet exercise. No, wait, I have I'll look for the product page. I assure you that I did everything by the book. I don't know what else to
I
tell
will,
you. This was the thing that popped up.
I'll be right back.
this was-
I
this-
gotta go see my toaster real quick. I'll be back, guys. I'll be
Why are you looking at your toaster? What's up with your?
I'll be right
You
back.
bought this from Shopee.
Uh,
I
his-
did
the
buy
toaster-
it from Shopee.
His toaster is whispering to him.
Honestly, chat, this is out of my prediction. I didn't think that.
You know what, Kana? Whatever that thing is, it's whimsical, and I approve of it.
I thought I got dead ass the most non-whimsical thing ever because I'm like, you know what I mean? Like what? What do you mean this isn't what it's supposed to look like? I don't understand.
No.
Am I dumb? Hello,
Not-
am I dumb?
I don't think you're dumb, but I think you misunderstood.
That was the
Um,
brief not to get something that will be under my feet.
Yeah, but it's usually like a footrest, and then it's elevated and slightly tilted.
Yeah, this one you can
Not-
tilt both sides
Kana
either
only
way.
bought the angle footrest without the pedestal.
Girl.
But it said it's called the pedestal. The box even said it and everything.
Are you comfortable with having that texture on your feet?
Okay. It's not tall enough that my feet press against it much. It's like lightly touching it. Ish. Does that make sense? So it's like touching it, but it's like not getting much weight on it.
You know, guys, I'm literally looking at Shopee, and literally beside her contraption, there are actually normal footrests in the search. So she just
What
managed to-
contraption? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Girl.
Here, wait. No, I have. It's called the ergonomic footrest angle
Yes,
pedestal. You
I
see
saw
it.
the
You
page.
understand
I
it.
saw the page, but like, the same site had like very normal looking footrests right beside it. So I'm wondering what enabled you to pick that.
Just got one that popped up first.
Guys, there were like a lot of other footrests that had like pillows and stuff, and then like the one
There's
that looks
none
like,
that
oh, yeah,
had
that makes-
pillows. There's no such thing.
I literally just sent the picture in the group chat. Like literally one is similar to mine and one is actually elevated and is a pillow cushion. I have no idea what you've been searching, girl. This is the same incident as your elephant trunks.
I'm watching a review in a language that I don't speak to learn more.
I appreciate
He is
the
just
dedication.
this guy is using it the same way as Kana's using it.
Nah.
He's using it the same exact way. He just has it on the floor and he's just resting his feet on it.
Ray, all the pictures that you sent, I've never seen it. That never popped up for me ever. Maybe Shopee's just out to get me. Thoughts?
Mm.
See, this is literally the first thing that pops up. Wait. And it says mall. It's from like a big store and shit. Who do I trust if not the logo of like it's an official store and crap? You know? So this wasn't what you had in mind when you told me to buy a pedestal? Did Pharaoh actually go get his toaster?
Probably.
Oh man.
You know what? It's okay.
Mm.
I've seen this rodeo. I just have to accept that it always happens.
What?
Don't you know that
It's
life
not
gets
just-
life gets funnier when you just do that?
Yeah, I mean, she had the same excuse, reasoning of like, oh yeah, I tried to buy something funny for my first throne thingy, and she found like pants that had like a whole like elephant trunk situation, and she's like, oh, I searched something cute and there's nothing else, and I'm like, out of
I'm
all
gonna
the
get mad. Do you
pictures,
wanna hear my pants?
What do you mean by
the
that?
pants has a tooth. You can actually tooth, so you can either put the tooth of an elephant on the front part, or you can put it at your ass. That's what she got.
Mm. Go for it.
I think stream can hear it. I don't think we can because it's probably like different.
How is it different?
No, I just
no, it's
unmuted
kinda
the stream for a
squishy.
second. I heard it. It had your pants have squeaky toys in them.
Yeah, so the pant has. Hold on, I think I have a picture of it. Hold on.
Why do you have a picture of my pants? You have a picture of me in the pants. Can you please just delete that from the world? Thank you. I don't like where that's
Here,
going.
here,
Oh,
hold on.
just
This is what
delete
the
that.
pants look like.
Without me in it,
Alright,
right?
hold on.
Hello? At
No,
least
it's
save
not
my
with you in it.
dignity.
Look, that's what she has.
Oh.
To be fair, I just searched cute pants and that popped up.
Like,
How is that
It's not
my
that
fault?
this will be my first criticism.
Yes.
But just because it was the first thing that came up doesn't mean it's the first thing you have to buy.
see what I say. What I say.
Otherwise, it's a great purchase. I was expecting that you went through like a few different things. You're like, no, I really fuck with these. Not that it was the first thing you saw.
Yeah, and then after she got it, I'm like, okay, have you worn it? Like, why should I wear it? I'm like, you bought it, you should wear it. And then I kind of forced her to wear it in front of me. I'm like, you look stupid. And then when she was
She
wearing
sent it to
and then,
everyone.
like-
I hate it.
No, but funnily enough, the funniest thing she did is that when she put the tooth on the front part, she's like, huh, is this what it feels like to be a guy? So she used the elephant ears to cover up, and I'm like, girl.
Describe it! Because, like, at that moment, for some reason, I felt so exposed. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, please don't look at my trunk like that. You know what I mean? Why do they know
Should show chat.
what?
You should show the picture so
Okay,
chat
but
knows, 'cause
then
I
they
don't
will
think everyone knows.
understand.
But
Wait.
that's the best part about it.
Okay, chat. Rin
Rin bought those off her throne.
those off my throne. And then I was just sitting, but instead of putting it on my butt, I wore it the other way. And then Ray was just staring at, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, wow, I do feel exposed and embarrassed that I just use the ears to cover up. You know what I mean? Cause like it's like a shy elephant situation. And Ray was staring at my crotch. So like really, I'm
To be
just
fair,
defending
that's on you,
myself.
Ray. You shouldn't have been staring. You shouldn't have been staring.
Bro, where am I supposed to look? The fact that I'm just like, why did you buy
Eyes
this,
are up
bro?
there. Hello.
There's 2 eyes, hello?
Make eye contact.
And that was the day that we found out it makes the squeaky sound.
You
Man.
really like the squeaky sound, huh?
Cause like
Rick Kana puts on the trunks and suddenly all that Kana is just the trunks to you, huh?
and now see, he understands me.
Yeah, it's a classic story.
I know.
Yeah,
were friends
and
for
says
so
the girl
long,
who puts
too.
it. Yeah, we say that, but I literally got like 0 contact from you for the past 2 weeks. It's been so hard, man. Sobs.
Oh, we're doing this
Friends.
here, like right here, right now. When I'm holding my elephant trunks, we're doing it here. Okay, lay it on me. Like, what's your what's the deal? What's your problem with me?
She hates me, Chad. I literally been asking like, do you want to go on lunch?
You
And she's
you
like, "Okay,
literally
I'll
just didn't
tell
even
you,"
answer the
and
question.
then- oh my god. And then she's like,
Oh,
"Okay, let's do
expert
lunch.
dodge,
I'll
expert
inform
dodge.
you."
I've seen this
Oh,
maneuver
hi.
before. They're so good at it.
Okay.
Oh my
Let me open our chat. Actually, let me open our chat.
There's a lot of chats. Like I remember asking if you wanted to do lunch, and she's like, okay, maybe next week. And then there's no information afterwards. Or like, should we do IKEA? Okay, next week. And then there's no information afterwards. So I'm like, okay, I guess.
That, you know,
I'll
no,
isolate
actually,
for a
that does
time.
sound like a pattern. That actually does sound like a pattern.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
Oof. Well, not to sound like an asshole here, but I'm sure I had reasons that I will think about right now. Let me think about it. Okay, first of all, you asked me to go to IKEA. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, my problem is, and the last thing I told you was, I don't know what size to get because I don't know what I want the layout of the room to be, if you get what I mean. I don't know if I want to put it against the wall or use it as a divider. So, thus forth, I was like, if I go there and I just stand in IKEA not knowing what to do or what to buy, I would just be wasting your time.
I think it's easier to also see it, to be honest. Like, just visualizing it is harder than actually just seeing it. And if you do end up wanting to buy, you can always buy online and it sends to you. But seeing it actual, like, seeing furniture in its actuality will have like more visuals on like, okay, maybe that would fit my room. And so we don't repeat the trash can incident, you know?
We don't have to speak of the trash can incident, you know? And then you asked me to go for food, yes?
Yes.
For lunch.
Yes.
You asked me on Monday and I said Wednesday. That's on me. What day is today? Saturday. Let me just think.
It's okay. I know that you die a lot, so I'm like, okay, I'll
You
just
die a
do
lot.
work, and
I
maybe
had
she'll
work.
come back to me.
Okay, no, you know what? No, we're
know.
gonna deal with this. Okay, let's have lunch. Let's have lunch and go to IKEA. Wednesday.
Mhm.
Wednesday.
Mhm.
Wednesday, 11 a.m.
Okay.
See?
Okay.
Chat. No, I have accountability. I have witnesses.
Mhm.
Pharaoh's with his toaster. Mono, you're my witness.
Hello.
What? What date is 13? Wait, no, 6. I'm bad at math. That's not a math, but you know what I mean. 6th of May.
Okay.
There. Am I chatting you?
Okay.
I'm chatting in the right room.
You are chatting in the right room. We can finally clean up stuff. I can finally put things into your shelves and whatnot, you know. Just probably smile. Oh yeah, wait, glasses. What day are you gonna do that? You
It
should
was
keep
gonna
that
be
promise too.
Wednesday, so.
What other days are you gonna put glasses to?
Tuesday sounds funny as a word. So let's go Tuesday. There you go. There, chat. You see Tuesday.
Do you have to book the appointment before Tuesday?
No, la is fine. La, show up. Just show up. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
See? Done and done. I've adulted enough today.
What happened to you are a mature person?
Look. It's okay. Sometimes we conveniently forget things, chat. You know what I mean? Sometimes there are moments where you just conveniently forget things, and that's okay.
I think the consistent squeaking is really selling the point.
Wait, I thought you couldn't hear it.
Whenever you
Now
spoke,
you
I could
do.
hear it.
Yeah, if you speak and then you press the tooth, we hear it.
Oh, so if I talk and I do this, you can hear it.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's embarrassing.
I thought that was on
Mm.
purpose.
You think I would just? You think I would just like squeak mid conversation? What image do you have of me, really?
You did that last time. I have reference. I don't know what you're on about.
Stop it, Mara. What do you think of the blue elephant? Do you not want the blue elephant pants? Look at them.
I think it's not like, I mean, whether or not I want them is irrelevant to how I feel about them, I feel. I think that if it brings you joy, who am I to tell you differently?
I am gone for 5 minutes. What?
Not- Hi, Pharaoh.
What? What?
No,
What,
but
Farah?
in good news, she's finally setting actual dates on when to go for the eye doctor. It's gonna be Tuesday.
Eye doctor? Eye doctor?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna
good.
be
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Tuesday. And then
Okay.
on Wednesday, she finally will go to IKEA with me. She doesn't hate me anymore. Yippee.
Is she gonna get someplace to put her fucking into me so it doesn't go on the floor? Because that would be great.
Oh, those are a
if we
different set
don't-
of shelves.
yeah. We'll just
Are you getting those
we'll list
too?
down. I mean, we can just list down everything, and then like once you finalize it, we'll go on the second trip. But honestly,
We'll see how much funds I have, Ray. It's not dependent on the trip; it is dependent on the funds. I'll see how much the shelves cost, Ray. We'll think about it.
We'll see how much the shelves cost, and
Boxes are also fine. You know, thoughts? Like boxes are also fine. Like actually, shelves are just a place to stack boxes, but you can still stack boxes without shelves.
Do you not have like a less expensive furniture store than IKEA in Indonesia? I feel like surely there has to be a
They
lower
would
cost
probably
furniture store.
break faster than IKEA.
Yeah, there's a lot of random ones here that cost like a shelf for $10. You can get that, and then it's like fully made of plastic. And then like you
Is there
sneeze
not-
and it falls over. You know what I mean?
Is there not a middle ground? Is there not like a middle ground? Maybe something that's.
Mm,
I mean, I know it's Indonesia, but that's why I'm asking. So I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn if there is
It's kind of hard because some of them are actually like probably just online, but like measurements usually do get a little bit off. and
Well,
stuff
clearly
like that.
she's not allowed to order anything fucking else online that requires measurements because she ends up with pixie trash
oh
cans
my god!
and
Wait,
footstools meant for people that actually have
Sarah,
long legs. So
no, wait,
I don't. Yeah.
have I ever told you the time I bought a wrench?
Oh. You bought a wrench.
I bought a
What was
gonna
wrong with the
whistle like
wrench? What was wrong with the wrench, Kana? What was wrong?
You know, at the time I was moving, so I wanted to disassemble my chair.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And according to the video, I would need a wrench to like yeet the thing off the wheelbase.
right.
Ray, stop laughing. Stop laughing, right? So then I bought it. I used like a tape measure and everything. Okay.
Please tell
Okay.
me that you still have the wrench and that I can
I
just see
do.
this thing. Send it. I need to see.
You wanna see it? Like the
I do.
you want me to
I
take a
wanna see
picture of it?
Yes, I want to. And
You
with something
absolutely
with some
should take a
something
picture of it
with-
because it's
with-
fucking
with
comical.
something-
No, okay, don't say anything, Ray. Don't say anything. I'll find it.
just
Okay,
I don't know, like hold it in your hand or something for
Uh,
scale. I need something to establish scale.
Shit, I forgot where we stored that shit.
Because I have a feeling this is going to send me
It's-
into apoplexy again.
You're gonna have the most whimsiest reaction ever, Pharaoh, because my jaw dropped. I was in disbelief. I thought I was hallucinating. I don't even take drugs, but at that moment I felt like I was high.
I can't
What if
wait.
it's a massive wrench? I hope it's
really
like
could be a
funny,
absurdly.
though.
It could
I
be
hope
a
it's
massive
absurdly
wrench, you're
big.
right. It could be a
Honestly, if it's
massive wrench.
if it's an absurdly large wrench, I actually could not even be upset in the slightest because that's the funniest thing ever. So I will
Let's
just
see if you
wait
can find
patiently.
it, though. I forgot where we put that. I mean,
What's happening on Mitchie's stream right now?
I don't know. Like, funnily
Oh,
enough, chat, when she
oh.
buys food related things, Kana's really good at that. Like, she would find like the right things for food, but anytime it goes to like household items,
Yeah, it sounds
And
like it's
it's
not a good time. It sounds like it's not a good time.
you good?
Oh,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. Everything is
Uh-huh.
fine. Yeah, everything's a-okay. Yeah, it sounded like Michi's rage baiting Ari, where apparently they were talking about her most recent stim.
But it's okay. Remember, if she doesn't play Witcher today, her channel gets deactivated.
Oh. Oh.
That's the binding contract that she has made. She made a binding vow specifically for this.
Wow, she really is trying to find it. I don't. Hold on, has she ever
I
sent
believe-
a picture of it to me? Let me try to find it, just in case. I feel like she has sent a picture of it to me. Wait. Wait. Oh, wait, it's not this one. Where is it? No, she did
Mm.
talk about it. Wait. Where is it? I know she had a picture of
Hello.
it chatting our chat. Did you
What
find
what-
it?
I found it. It's just that it took effort to, wait.
Yeah.
So it is a massive
I-
wrench. This is the funniest thing
it's
ever.
more like I had to. It was dusty, so I didn't want to bring it here. So I grabbed something so you can like imagine it to scale. You know what I mean?
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It's like, okay, there. I took a picture of it next to my trash can, so that you can kind of
My
like.
sister in Christ, that wrench is bigger than you are.
36-inch heavy duty pipe
What in
wrench.
the actual that what?
I have a reason.
Show chat. I don't even need it for scale because it says
man.
right there 36-inch heavy duty pipe wrench. Kana, how? Like no, like I need to understand how did you
Yes.
how did you get like how did you not see the description and go, oh, that might be too big for taking apart
I
my
have
chair?
very good reason. I think.
Okay.
Um.
I'm waiting.
Okay. Wait. So. I measured the diameter of the thing that I would need, right? And then I was like, oh, the diameter of the thing needs to be at least 9 centimeters. Right? But then I didn't realize that the store listed the wrench was in inches. So then I just got it like 9 inches. And I didn't realize that it was in inches until it arrived.
I love that it's still just sitting in its box in some
I've-
random
Cause like
corner of the
there
house because
for scale.
what are you ever going to do with it, right? It's just going to I mean, I guess if somebody broke into your house, you could actually mollywop. Can you even pick it up, Kana? No, wait.
heavy.
Can you even pick it up? Is
It's
my
really
next
heavy.
question.
I think
Can you-
the last time you picked it up was with 2 hands, right?
Can
There
you
ain't no way you're carrying that with one hand.
can you carry that, Kana, without
I
like do you
managed
have to
to
like
carry
drag it?
with it.
Do you have
I-
to drag it like along the floor, or can you like legitimately pick it up? I'm actually curious about this right now.
I haven't carried it in a very long time, but I can't do it with one hand. I have to do it 2 hands. It's semi-dragging.
Bro, you are pyramid heading that thing.
That's
Oh
oh my god! Endless if you're here, endless if you're here, buddy. I know you're working on other art, but I need you to add pyramid head Kana dragging her wrench. I need you to add pyramid head Kana dragging her fucking wrench now, because that's
And the
That's-
crazy
it's
thing is, I opened
absolutely-
it and I still didn't realize. I still tried to use it on like the other thing, and like it doesn't
oh
work.
my
And
god!
I'm so
Oh my god!
I'm so sad.
Kana.
Oh,
Wait, take it out of the box. Take it out of the box so people can see it. So I think people are not understanding what they're looking at here. Like take it. I
I
need you
mean,
to take
I
it out
should
of the
have
box and get a
realized.
pic.
Like, I was wondering why it costs like 400k, like IDR.
Yes,
400k.
that's
I was
amazing.
like, what the fuck is this wrench? But you know what? Oh,
Kinda,
I'm going
please.
to take a.
please, Kana. I
That's a
need you to take it out. I need you to take it out so that people can see what it is. Oh, chat. This is so funny. Oh, Endless needs to see it for visual reference for the fucking.
Can you
Pyramid
imagine
head
like me
Kana
just
art.
like looking at it on that day? I'm just like, what the fuck did you do?
I can imagine. I would have been looking at it too, like trying to process like how how she managed to like look at that and see that price and not realize that she had made a miscalculation somewhere in there.
I mean, it's kinda. I don't know. This has happened several times.
It's amazing. Like it's actually like no, it's like you're right, Sin. That's probably my problem is assuming there were thoughts.
With how much she says thoughts, you would think she would.
Thoughts?
Then did you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, I be learning so much these days. It's great.
That's
Brother.
my friend, guys. That's my bestie, you know. It's going strong.
We
The
all-
friendship.
You know, it's amazing. It like the more I learn about Kana, the more I understand why she and Michi like connect like they do. Because
Right?
there's
Right.
they've got the same mismatched like thought processes, I think.
Maybe that's why I can't be rage baited by Kana, because I've already filled my quota.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
That
honestly.
might be it.
Yeah,
That
you're probably
might
just
be
used
it.
to it from Michi, so that would make sense. Yeah.
I cannot.
I
I
don't
am
know if I
safe
should feel
here.
happy or sad for you, not gonna lie.
I'm
The only
safe here.
reason Kana baits work against me at all is because it's usually like Kana, please, your survival, please. I have to hit her sometimes, Mono, with the if something bad happens to you, I'll be genuinely sad about it to get her to like process that she needs to do something to improve her odds of survival.
And yet you asked for her to go lift a really heavy object.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
It's gonna.
I don't think this
she's
is
gonna
part of-
slip, and the wrench is gonna land on her and pin her to the ground. There's
Okay.
nothing you're gonna be able to do.
She's gonna slip, and somehow the wrench will end up in her eye because apparently that's a thing that happens in her life
What?
a great deal. Remember, she told
Oh.
us about her the things she does to her eyes.
Wait. Wait, what? Which?
If the eye story gets told again, I am required to go make another thing of Indomie, because that's what happened last time.
Okay,
Um,
that's right. You were making Indomie while she was.
I was making Indomie while she
was.
was telling that
Yeah.
story, and I had my
Yeah.
headphones on the whole time.
Brother, Michi sent me so much fucking Indomie. I've got to start eating some of it because I still have some of it from the last time she sent me Indomie.
It's a good
I've
thing
got
it keeps
so
for a
much
while.
fucking Indomie. Yeah, yeah. Like
I've
it's
had
crazy
only
the
a
amount of
couple. I've
Indomie.
had probably 3 packs of Indomie, and that's maybe
Yeah.
it. I have a lot, but I will make it. Don't you worry, I will be getting through it all soon.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to
Maybe
try
one
those
of these
chips
days
now,
I'll add
since
an
you-
egg. Maybe
since
one
you
of these
told me
days
that
an egg
it's-
will get added.
Brother, you know the eggs they have there are not the same as the eggs we have here. It works different for them. That's why it's safe to put an egg on things there than it is here for some reason. It's like Japanese.
Oh. I like how I'm glad, you know, Kana, I love that the concept of you could have just said, no, I don't want to lift it, it's too heavy. And you didn't even, you just caved instantly. You had a choice and you chose not to take. You know what? Not taking the choice is a choice. So I guess it all evens out.
Anna lives for the bit even more than you do.
That's
Oh,
true.
that is so fucking that is so amazing. Oh my god, that is so
oh my
amazing.
god. I forgot.
Did you
Oh
ju-
my
about
did-
this line.
endless, get ready to take some screen caps, brother. Here you go. Look at that. Look at that. Look
I
at
like
that
how
is that is it's got the whole ass orange for safety going on. Like it's a high vis pipe wrench. That's so crazy. Apparently you're muted or very quiet, one of the two.
I'm muted. I forgot. Look at that. I mean, I could lift it because I had to lift it, so that's a plus. It is pretty heavy though, bro.
Guys, she's not swinging that she's not swinging that wrench.
I could
If she tried to swing that wrench, that wrench would swing her. She'd be the one that got
I
supplied.
go to the gym.
You could probably use that as a workout, like a weight bar, kind of. Like, let's be real.
I
Here.
was-
You could.
It is. It's. I don't know if it's all metal, but you know, scissors for size.
That's definitely all metal. That is definitely all steel construction right there. So fucking funny.
We have the
Oh my God.
brand. Does that mean I can just Google the weight? Hard
That's-
wrench.
Maybe
Why would you
one day
operate in
we'll-
inches anyway?
The fact that you got this wrench to take apart your chair
Yeah.
fills me with so much whimsy and joy. I don't think I can tell you how this makes up for all of the psychic damage that you did earlier.
It is. It was really.
This
silly.
is not for fixing a car, BMO. This is not for fixing. I mean, maybe like a
That's
diesel
not-
rig.
That's not
Like-
where
like
I
this
don't
is-
think so.
This is an industrial tool. This is literally like I have worked in places where we had tools like this for industrial work. Like this is like absolutely
Oh.
like other dogs just bring home sticks. This one brings home a fuck ass 1 meter pipe.
Actually-
Kana fetch, and boy, you better be prepared.
After I received it, I was so confused, right? So I went back to like the store page and everything, and I read the reviews, and one person was like, "Oh my god, this is it! Holy crap! I'm building a fucking like 5-floor building, and this is what I needed." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that tracks. That
Yeah.
tracks. You need this
Yeah.
for like stuff.
This
you know what I
is-
mean?"
Yeah, no, that is a great tool if you need something that does what that tool does. That looks like a really well built
I
industrial
don't know
pipe
what
wrench.
to do with it. I've kept it for 5 years.
You
I
know,
don't know what to do with it.
you never know, Kana. There may come a day where that is exactly the tool that you need for
Yeah,
something.
you know, we just
I
have
don't
to
know
find
what.
a specific situation where you can finally use it. You know, we still haven't found it after. How long has it been since you bought this? 2 years? 3 years?
Ugh. It's been so long. Is it still even in my purchase history? Ah.
I think you bought it before I started coming over, right? So maybe 3?
Yes, and
Bought it
you've
in
got a
COVID.
point. Sin's got a
fuck!
point.
If you bought it in COVID, then maybe it's 5 years old. It's like 5 or 6
I
years old.
told you. I was wait. Wait, I still have the
You
wait,
still
this is
have
the product page.
transaction? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
but like actually the store is on vacation. So it's
Oh,
closed, but I'll send you a screenshot of what I purchased, apparently.
that is so amazing.
Actually, I was wrong. The price is not the price I thought it was.
Oh my God! That's that much, girl.
1.3 million rupiah.
That's like
Is-
what? 90? Oh, is it? No. 80? 80, 90 USD? What?
That's about right. That looks about like
You're 90.
$100.
Oh
Yeah,
my-
it looks like about $100 range.
$75.
Yeah, that tracks.
$75.
That's actually a pretty good price, honestly, considering that they'd be a lot more expensive here. I'd probably be like a $100 wrench, about somewhere thereabouts, for a 36-inch industrial pipe wrench like that. Yeah, that's.
Wait. And
Why
wait,
didn't you
I'm-
refund?
Kana, wait, hold on.
Yes.
I got so Kana, you looked at that picture.
Yeah.
You looked at that picture
Yeah.
and thought that any of those tools would be the tool that you need to take apart a chair.
I was thinking
Show
I'm
chat.
buying the
Show
smaller one.
show chat. No, show chat. I need chat to understand. Show them just the tools. You don't need to show them the rest of it. I just want them to see
No,
the picture of the tools.
I'm so confused because the title specifically said heavy duty.
Chrome
Chrome
vanadium.
What the
Vanadium.
heck is that?
Chrome vanadium. That is.
What the heck
No,
is a
and then
chrome
you
vanadium?
know what gets better, Pharaoh?
That's.
The one that says Brat Satuan, which means the weight 18.7 kilograms, and Drill did not register.
Oh no, wait.
Kind of. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it's in inches, but okay. Show chat. Look at this. She thought any of those wrenches were going
It's
to
not.
be the wrench.
No,
What do you need to take
The-
apart the bottom? What?
Yeah.
it depends on your chair, but it's usually like the round, little, small thingy wrench.
Allen wrench.
What's it called?
Yes.
Allen-
Allen.
yeah, that
Allen
one.
wrench. Yeah.
The one
No,
you
no,
usually
it's more
get
like
from
okay. Wait. I need visuals. Okay, you know the I will find a picture. I will find a
depends.
picture.
But
Okay.
usually, wouldn't just buying like the handy dandy like set wrenches would be enough to like take apart almost anything?
I absolutely adore the fact that Kana's brain when Kana was like, I need a wrench to take apart my chair. The fact that Kana looked at this picture and said, hell yeah, brother, that's the shit I'm talking about right there. And
I don't fucking
pressed the
blame her.
buy
That's
now
sick as fuck.
button. That she is so fucking no, listen, she is so fucking metal for that. Kana is so fucking metal for looking at an industrial pipe wrench and saying, you know what? I'm gonna take that fucking chair apart in ways it didn't know it could be taken apart. That chair is gonna know that I touched it. Damn right. Let me I'll buy the most aggressive looking wrench I can.
Wait. I swear.
Oh look, it's the chair that
Kana-
ruined my back.
Kana,
Yeah.
never
No.
change. Please never change. You are perfect just the way you
Okay,
are.
so like you see this, right? I need a cursor.
Mhm.
Image. What can I use as a
Okay,
cursor?
which part did you need it to take apart?
Okay, I'm gonna use what is this? Okay, bear with me. This is the only picture I have at the moment. Don't
Oh,
question
no,
it. This is
it's-
gonna be my cursor for a little bit. Okay, so
Why do
you
have
see this part, this middle part. Okay,
That picture
like
makes me so fucking happy.
Uh-huh.
between the wheelbase
Yes.
thing and the seat, there's like this long
Yes.
tree stump situation,
Yes.
right? I just needed to get that off the wheelbase.
And I promise you that at the bottom of the chair, there's
There's
a plate
none.
that attaches to the seat. That
Yeah.
the post
That's true.
that holds the wheels.
That is
And what
true.
you do, Kana, is you take that plate off of the chair. You
I
don't
did.
have to unwrench. You don't have to unwrench the post. You just have to unscrew the plate, and then the chair top and the chair bottom come apart because that's like standard for like every office design chair.
Okay, but you
like,
built
ever.
you did the secret lab thing, right? There's no like I get what you mean about the base plate, but if you want to take the pole thing out of the wheelbase, if it's stuck, and I tried putting like a lubricant around, if it's stuck, they said just use a pipe wrench or something.
Oh, you're okay.
Oh.
Wait, are you
So
saying
like
that
the chair
like when
is
you try
off,
to
but like
you
just
wanted,
this
like,
part
to
from the
release
bottom
it
part.
from the bottom, but it got
Yes.
stuck, right? So you wanted something that
Yes.
had enough grip.
Yeah, the
that's why
hydraulic
you tried-
thing. I wanted to get the hydraulic thing off the wheelbase.
Okay.
I wanted to put it
I
back in the box because I was
see.
moving.
I see.
Okay.
See, you understand?
Okay, I see where it was going.
I
the
had a
thought
vision.
process.
I had a
Okay,
vision.
Okay. Fair.
Uh-huh. Right? So then
However,
it's just that inches fucked me
it
over.
didn't-
Thoughts?
It didn't occur to you to convert the inches to centimeters.
I didn't realize. Okay, you see the page that I bought it on?
Yes.
I didn't realize
And
that's a double quote.
I am seeing 36 inches in like
I
multiple
didn't
locations.
realize that there were the double quotes behind it.
So what I'm hearing is if you'd gotten
I
your
thought
fucking
that
glasses
was
replaced, you wouldn't have had
I
a
don't
problem.
think
because
glasses
your-
were the problem.
your
I genuinely
fuck-ass
thought that was in
glasses.
centimeters. I thought that was it because like you're
But-
selling it in
but it
Indonesia.
would
Why the
say-
fuck would you
but it-
operate in inches?
Because I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Harden is an American company.
Yes.
I'm 99% sure that Harden is an American tool manufacturer.
Yes.
Because I swear I've seen Harden tools here before too, and
Yes.
that's the other thing. NFS has a point. Like, why didn't you refund it when you realized that you'd bought the 1 meter?
Because the refunding doesn't work that way in Indonesia unless it's like broken. Just because you don't want it
Oh,
doesn't
Yeah,
mean that you
it's-
can refund it.
Yeah, it doesn't
okay,
work
I mean that's
for
fair. All
the
right,
green
that's fair. No,
stores.
that's
Mhm.
that's fair. That's fair. No, I
it's
can't
not
even.
like
I can't even
saw
say
it
anything.
and I was like, I would love to keep that. Yep. No, I would never want my
yeah.
money back for this.
Yeah,
And-
that's
and
the
sometimes-
unfortunate thing here.
Exactly. And even if it is broken, some places won't even accept the refund request if you don't video yourself
Mm.
unboxing
You
it.
should. You
Hmm.
should. I don't know. Sell it or something. Yeah, like, I don't. You have like a Facebook marketplace or something. You could put it up there for like 800k
No.
rupiah, and somebody would probably snatch your hand off to get it? Question mark? Is that not smart? Is that bad in Indo? I feel like this is another one of those Indonesian things, right? Like it would be a bad idea to do this. Am I wrong? I'm hearing.
Mm.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's tough, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
I
reading the
see.
description and it just says perfect to put on like oil pipes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I'm just for me more than anything. I just don't know how you look at these wrenches, any of these wrenches that are like so clearly meant for industrial work. Like these are some of
They
the most
are?
aggressively industrial like application tools I've seen, and you were just like, nah, fuck it, full send. Just full fucking send. That is the wrench that I need in my life.
To be fair, I thought I was getting the smallest one.
That's
36
Right.
is bigger than 12.
What do you
okay,
mean?
but hold
then?
on a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Even if you thought these things were in centimeters,
Yeah.
you said you needed 9 centimeters. So
Did
why
I
would
not?
you therefore you said you needed 9 centimeters, so why would you buy something 36 centimeters?
Yeah, because then my brain got jumbled, right? So when I saw when I saw the thing, I thought, oh, this is in inches. So I went the opposite way of like, oh, you need 9, and then I timed that. You know what I mean? I thought like, you know what I mean?
Wait,
My
what?
brain got it backwards. Wait,
Wait.
Huh?
it's very hard to explain how my brain works 5 years ago. Wait, no, I got it. I
Wait,
swear.
no,
I'll let me think about
Hannah,
it.
you could just say it's really hard for you to explain how your brain works and just stop right there, and that would have been
I actually
completely
genuinely
accurate.
don't know why I
Oh.
got 36. I don't remember.
I
Like specifically, I don't remember.
that tickles
Maybe
me.
I
that it
thought
really
I
does.
maybe I thought just in case I needed more space. What if like if I get it like too close to what the size is, wouldn't it be like not very, what do you call it? Like what if I need it for something bigger one day? So I was like, okay.
One day, some poor fool is going to break into Kanna's house and she is going to be able to get her hands on that wrench. And this man is going to have to explain to his jailmates how a 4 foot tall Indonesian girl with a wrench damn near as big as she is mollywopped his ass into next year. He's gonna wake up in custody going,
Okay.
oh, Wadu, and
I actually remember.
Kana is gonna be standing there
Oh.
holding her wrench proudly.
I remember. Okay, so I was like, I needed
okay.
9, right? So my brain went, oh, I should just get like a middle size, which is like you know what I mean? Like 9, I'll just go up to like either 12 or 14. So then I went like 14. But then my brain went, oh right, it's in inches. So then I searched inches in 14 inches in centimeters. And that came out to like near 36. So then instead of getting the 14-inch one, my brain went to 36.
I
That's amazing. It's
Your
amazing.
brain does work in mysterious ways, and I don't think I have the capability of understanding it, but I will accept that it is functioned
You know
very
what?
differently.
I was gonna say this is one of those situations where you don't have to understand to accept that Kana is a very special and unique soul.
I should
You
get
are
tested.
really
What was that test
special.
again?
Oh, do you want to take the?
Send,
Hey
send me
Mano,
the
where
test
did
again,
where did you
buddy.
study? What was the material?
It's- You
How
can
do
take
I
the
ace
test
it?
right now. Ace it. There it is. Embracetism.com.
No, there it is. Yeah, there you go. There
Is
you
this
go.
a
That's the
legit
right
test?
there. Yes, it is actually a legit test. Also, look in
Is
the
it
look
a
in the
long
GC
test?
and NFS. It's only
It has
80
questions. 80
Yeah,
questions.
you can kind of look in the group chat.
I saw.
NFS
I
has
got-
graced us.
Wow.
Oh man. Your dog comes back on a walk. There. And that's
Comes
just-
back
and then
with a
I show
fucking
up.
pipe wrench.
You let
No,
your dog
actually,
out.
NFS, can
let
you
your
send
dog
me
out.
just the pipe wrench PNG? I had a
Oh, are you gonna, like,
thought.
actually
I
stick it into-
genuinely had a thought.
Oh, here we go. Thank you, NFS.
POV, your dog brought back a gift from their walkies, and it's just a
That's
pipe
It's just a fucking pipe wrench. My dog is metal as fuck. I don't know what you mean. Other dogs bringing home sticks. She's bringing home the fucking industrial pipe wrench.
That's like 18 kilos.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
18.7 kilos. That's
That's a
damn you.
lot.
I
can
always
bite
thought
that
it had
hard?
weight. I've always thought it had weight.
It's so
Who
crazy.
would have known, really? Oh my lord! It looks like those videos from the dogs scaring giant trees, and they're yeah. That's
Exactly.
true.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's what it is.
But yeah, measuring things is hard, chat. Even when you know the measurement, you can still fuck it up anyway.
Girl, you did some.
It
You
could
did
happen
some.
to anyone.
Girl, you did some. You did some. I don't know what kind of math it was you did there, but like they should study the way your brain does math. Like they should be taking like the scientists. The scientists should be studying the way.
You can just send
You're-
it to me on FS. What do
It's-
you mean
it's amazing.
scientists need to blah blah blah? Hello?
Yeah, the scientists need to.
She did math,
Yeah.
forgot the last step. Yeah. Yeah, no. Does that mean I should have just gotten the 14-inch one? Was that the correct answer?
No, that was not
No?
the correct answer. That's the smallest one
12?
would have. Yeah, the 12
Should have
would have
been
been
12.
sufficient.
12 would have
And the 12
probably-
is kind of overkill, honestly. It's less about the size. I mean, the size is part of it. It's more about the way these things are built. These are industrial grade tools. Like just a regular old pipe wrench would definitely.
I
gotten the
didn't
job
know they were industrial. The picture just looked official. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Cause like, okay, like to be fair, sometimes things sold online in Indonesia have like the shadiest picture. You know what I mean?
done. That's fair. That's fair. I think we were going over that with the alcohol last time, right? All the alcohol pictures. Sketchy
Oh, it
as fuck.
arrived. Oh, but yeah, I did. Did I get the sketchy one? I didn't. Did I? Did I?
No, I
I
don't
don't
think
remember.
you did. Did you do anything with your glasses with the alcohol now that it arrived? Oh, the silence and the look on her face. I saw that. I saw that. The silence and then the look on her face when I asked that question. I love your model scratching because it tells on you all the fucking time. I think that's outstanding.
I didn't say anything. I pled whatever that amendment is that lets me keep my silence.
You don't get to do that. You're not American. Them's my
I'm using
amendments,
whatever
buddy.
that is. I
You don't-
use that one. I use that one. I choose you,
You don't
Pikachu. I choose that one.
You don't even know which one it is. You can't hijack my fucking amendments when you don't even know. You're not allowed. Exactly, Zayd. She's not allowed to plead the fifth.
I plead that one, the number 5 one. That's the good one.
That's the good
Do we have
one.
an
though.
equivalent of pleading the fifth? I don't think we do, right? Solve.
No, because Indonesia doesn't care like that. No,
No,
bro.
We can't plead at all.
I'm trying to
Don't
think of like, you know, the life size one would be like.
Wait. How tall? Wait. Wait. Is the 36-inch like how? Is that like the height of it? Wait.
That's the
Or-
length of
hold
it.
on.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Is it
the
like-
length of it. Yeah. It's you
It's-
don't
Oh,
measure.
brother.
You don't. It's basically 1 meter. That's effectively 1 meter
Okay.
long.
Okay.
36
Wait.
is
Scale.
36 inches.
91.4 centimeters and Kana
Okay.
is
I'm 154. Thus. Okay. See, math.
it's okay. Wait.
Here. Nola. Here.
It should be like from yeah. I
Is
think
it here? Is it
Okay,
actually?
you need to leave 63 centimeters from your head. So if say your face is like
So half of me is 75. And then
Oh.
say, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Is
Kana.
this
Hey,
actually
Kana.
just
Kana.
it?
Kana.
Yeah.
Kana. I have
Yeah.
a crazy idea. You ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Stand up and just pick the pipe up and hold it next to you, and
Oh,
you
I
can
have
see.
to go
it's
get
supposed
it
to be-
again.
I mean,
you
that
don't,
would be.
you don't have to like wait 60 63.
I think, okay, if I try to imagine it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it would be
probably
around
here.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be around there. Yeah. It would be around there.
That's amazing.
So
The wrench is more
Technically-
than half her height.
2 pipe wrenches make 1 dog.
No, 2 pipe wrenches are more than 1 dog. That's the crazy
Oh.
part. That's the absolutely crazy part.
Can you pin that? Oh, you really can.
Oh,
Oh.
there it is. Amazing.
This is what it's like in real life, chat. This is
Can you
actually
grip
like,
this?
yeah. I can swing it
grip
if I
this
really
hard?
wanted to. Yeah.
Oh. It really is
What
POV.
even
Your dog
what
came
even
home
are
with
right? What even are
What?
Kana streams these days? Like I am so confused how we got to this. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to understand how we arrived at this particular juncture.
It started with a trash can.
Yeah. Well, it
Mm.
started with her absolutely breaking my mind, and then it went to the trash can, and then it's just kind of, I don't know.
How did we end up
You know,
here?
it's your mind is fascinating.
I don't
Don't
think
let
I'm the
them dull
problem.
you.
Exactly.
You're not a problem, but you are the trendsetter at this point.
What trends am I
It's-
setting?
Yes.
Concerning whimsy.
What do you mean concerning? There's no such thing.
I
Hey, Mana, did you see
absolutely-
it to scale? It's like here.
Yeah. Look at that.
That's
You know how like there's like that classic art pose where like a kind of like a delinquent character has like a spiked bat or something and they're like
oh yeah,
sitting in front of it. You could get that with the wrench.
yeah. Yeah.
It's so huge. That's so stupid.
Don't this whole situation is going to spawn some intriguing artwork, I feel like. Kana, amazing.
Yeah.
Don't ever change. Don't just always be who you are.
I've always
I
thought
don't
that
even-
I was normal. People
I don't even
experience
care how
these.
much of my sanity I have to pay for to remain this way. It's fine. It's fine. Totally worth all of the aneurysms.
Well, I don't give you aneurysm.
Sif, but Kana and a pipe wrench. You may be cooking.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Sif, but Con and I like that. I like that. That's really good.
What do I do with
It would be
this
Artorias.
freaking pipe
Like who's Artorias in this situation?
I don't know.
Mm.
I honestly, I don't know at this point.
Ray, do you want to be Artorias?
I am completely consumed
Oh.
by Kana's whimsy.
Ray, you don't know who Artorias is?
No.
He's sick. He's sick as fuck. Hold on. Okay, grab.
It is.
You know, all this
Uh,
time, every time Ray said that I'm
Look.
whimsical, I
Artorias.
never really put thought into it.
Oh wait, that's cool.
That's Artorias.
humanity.
That's so cool. Damn.
And in this situation, it's Artorias. Sif is Artorias's partner, Big Wolf
Mm.
with sword, and this is this is Sif.
You know what? That checks out. Checks out. But yes,
Is
Kana,
it-
you are very
does it though?
whimsy.
Yeah, that does check out, honestly.
Kana, you're always been whimsy. I think you were one of the most whimsiest person I met before I also met Michi. Michi is also whimsy, so the fact that there's double whimsy. it's
This is
kinda
definitely
crazy.
some Michi tier levels of whimsy we're in right now with this pipe wrench, honestly.
It looks like you're threatening Pharaoh with Sif right now.
Oh my god, I'm at the.
Traps.
Oh god, we're both dead. It's Jover.
Oh, I'm so free. I'm in no danger at all.
Damn.
And like Mono's thing is that when he talks, he kind of runs away a little bit. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Run!
We're gonna die, Pharaoh. It was nice knowing you, man.
Any
You know
last
what? The
words?
The sweet release.
Oh my god,
I'm
we're allowed
ready.
to die, Pharaoh. Oh my god, holy shit.
I know,
Never
right?
mind then,
No,
I'll just
no,
be
put
here.
it back. Put back the sword.
Wait.
This is more
This is so
biblically
close.
accurate.
No.
This is so
I'll just be
close.
here.
Oh.
Oh god.
Oh wait,
that's,
no,
that's
she still
also...
can kill me. You're not gonna get killed, but she still can kill me. Oh my god, yes. Just a little bit closer to my head.
Yeah. Huh.
Why do you just want to be away from here so bad, Ray? What's the problem of hanging out here, huh? You must just really hate being here that you just looking to get taken out like that. Man.
Oh Mono. Oh Mono.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh.
You don't. You
Aw.
just. Yeah, buddy. You don't know. You don't know.
No, I think I understand pretty clearly. It's just funny.
It's just. That's just Ray every day.
Yeah,
Things will
even
be
kinda
okay,
noticed.
surely. And then the smiley emote. Yep. Yep. Every
It's
day.
just Aga.
Aga. No, it's this one with the smiling, crying one. That's not the right
Oh,
one.
the haha sad. I always said
Haha
that to Kana
sad.
too. I love haha
Yeah.
sad.
Haha, sad. This daily.
You know,
Wait. Uh-huh.
today's plan for stream was just me
What?
showcasing my normalcy. You know what I mean? I was just like, wow. Why did you? I was just like, today's the
How
day
can you- How can you
what?
showcase something you don't possess? That's what I want to know.
No, like,
Kana's
genuine,
like,
I was just...
Wait, Kana, you're like that meme of that guy, like, and this is where I would display XY thing if I had it. Like that is literally you trying to display your normalcy. Like, this is where I would show you my normalcy if I had any.
I do have it. Like deep down inside, somewhere in there, I believe that I possess some form of
Oh, yeah?
normalcy. Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. I believe you. But I think it's all of your normalcy is reserved for very specific circumstances.
No, but you know what? I feel like the problem is these days I spend more time like inside the house. So like I really like the percentage of me being normal is getting less and less, and I'm getting concerned. Like, what if I can't tap into it like forever?
Outside.
It's gonna be hilarious. Is she's gonna go to do like something bakery related, and she's gonna dead ass look at somebody and be like, thoughts.
Yeah, right. Like to the people, or worse, to the customers. Then they're like,
to the customer.
like you're sold out, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I don't have any more thoughts. And then they just will never buy it from me again.
maybe possibly, what is it, the kind of thing, maybe possibly I could be out, and then head to the angle thoughts, and that'll be it. No more customers. It'll be all over.
Right, pikir. Actually, like no wait, you ran out of normalcy when you told that actually you guys don't have anything in your fridge that was from last year. Like, actually?
No, of course not. Kana, what do you mean? Wait, hold on.
I think the only one who would probably have it is Michi, and I don't think
No.
we have that as a standard.
No, why would I have anything from last
It
year?
should expire.
I love how like Mono's my last line of defense always. Mono, do you have things in your freezer from last
my
year?
freezer?
Yeah.
From last year? Oh, I have my mom definitely keeps a lot of stuff in the freezer that is far beyond the date it should be there. There's a lot of stuff with freezer burn.
Oh, okay. That's it. Oh, so what you're saying is it's an old person thing to do. That tracks. That tracks.
Oh, come
Kana
on.
not beating the granny allegations ever in this lifetime.
My youth.
Plus
On
one
to be fair,
high
Oh my
point.
Kana on
I literally can't even say anything. The one time when I lived in a different place, my landlady gave me a bunch of like tangerines from her garden, and I was like, "Oh, that's nice." And I ate one. I put the rest in my fridge. I did not look in that drawer in the fridge until I moved out at the end of the year.
Oh no!
And let me tell you,
they unionized, hadn't they?
They went all blue and green on me, and it was dust in there.
I don't think
And
that's
I went,
dust.
"Oop, shouldn't I said, "Oop, shouldn't breathe that.
Kana,
Don't breathe
did
that."
you take your vitamins?
There's the face. I love how her model tells on her is so good every time her model tells on her.
Because it's like
Thank
halfway
you.
towards 3. I gotta make sure she has her
Thank you
vitamins.
for reminding, because my brain has officially been taken on too much of Kana's magical mystery tour for one day. I am currently operating in low power mode.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to keep some of my sanity by still working, so when I need to, like...
I'm starting to suspect that Kana is systemically working on breaking me down mentally to the point that she can like just be like, Pharaoh, I do this thing, and I'm gonna be like, yes, Kana, because I'm just gonna be completely fucking mentally like, what is that, like Stockholm syndrome or something? I feel like that's what's happening here.
My god.
Mm,
Mm.
I can't say nothing about no vitamins, bro. I bought a bunch of vitamins because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start doing that. Sleep schedule slipped. My eating started slipping because I already only eat once a day. So it's like, well, when do I take these? And then by the time it's like really late in the day, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I should even bother. So I don't. And I should be.
I've been trying to do better with my vitamin intake by drinking V8. Like when I make breakfast, I include some V8 in with my whatever to help get my vitamins and nutrients up.
It's hard. Like, I think during COVID, I was really like on top of it, but like as COVID stopped, like it kind of like sometimes I miss it, sometimes I remember, but at the very least, I have it beside my bed just in case I forget.
Have vitamins on your bedside?
She's
I have
back.
vitamins on my I have like I split my vitamin bottles into two. So one's on my bedside for any I need before sleep or I wake up, and then there's some on my table just in case I forgot to take my vitamins after I eat. But it's right there, and it'll glare at me and be like, "That's my vitamins. I should eat it."
But like some of them need to be like taken with, like with a meal. You know what I mean?
Mine's
vitamin
mostly
D.
after. No, mine's after meals.
Yeah, you mean that's what I meant. Like if you forget them and it's like bedtime. You don't eat
Oh,
close
that's
to your
why-
bedtime, do you?
No, but the ones on my bed are the ones that are like good for bed. So it's like different vitamins there, and then on the table is the ones where I would
Good
have
for
often
bed.
would eat. You know, there's some vitamins that is like
Like
okay
stamina?
to have
What?
before bed. What?
Huh? What kind of
No.
vitamins are for bed? What?
Sometimes I
You
take
just say
krill oil
stamina?
before bed.
Wait,
Yeah, why
hold,
should
wait.
stamina?
Kind
Nah?
of. Oh. Mhm.
I take
Mm.
krill oil before bed because I remember my mom saying that it's good to have it before bed.
Krill oil?
Krill oil, yeah.
Like melatonin. Oh. Like melatonin? Okay.
There's
do
melatonin.
those actually
there's
work?
krill oil.
I don't know if melatonin really qualifies
No,
as a
melatonin
vitamin
doesn't.
necessarily. Melatonin's more of a
If you need the help for sleep, but I take krill oil before bed. That's usually what I do.
And it can. Why did you say stamina? So you have stamina, and the next day when you wake up, is that not it? What
Huh?
is that?
You take
Stamina?
krill oil.
I am
take
giving you
krill
a,
oil.
Yeah, I
Huh?
giving
take
you a
krill
look right now,
oil.
Connor.
You krill yourself before bed.
Yeah, so I can
Oh,
have the best sleep, you know?
What the heck is krill oil anyway?
Pharaoh shakes your
yeah,
head. Pharaoh shakes your head. Pharaoh.
Is-
yeah,
Are
yeah.
you
yeah.
okay?
Krill oil? No?
I got you, Mono. I see you. I see
I
you.
appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. I tried.
I laughed on the inside.
I'm
because-
glad that you laughed at that
Sure.
one because I felt like psychic. That was my first hit of psychic
No.
damage.
No. I saw you. I saw exactly what you did there, and it was
Do
amazing.
you not have
Thanks,
this?
Wait.
Hi Ray. I think this is one of those moments. I think it's because we're ESL. Thoughts?
Oh,
This is an ESL moment.
The
It is-
ESL
you know what? It-
debuff.
It is definitely ESL debuff. Honestly, that is exactly what just transpired there, guys. That was, that was
I held it in for like a minute waiting for my chance, and then I said that I went for it, and then fucking crickets, bro.
I wasn't gonna do it because I figured it was gonna be an ESL moment, and then you did it. I was like, oh, damn.
I'll take
But
it.
I saw what
Listen,
you did
I'll
there. It was
take-
good, though.
I'll
No,
take
honestly,
it, and I'll take the damage. That's fine.
It was
It's
good.
okay.
And then I
Yeah.
will. So you know what? Shortly, I will also krill myself. It's fine.
It's fine. I think it's a combination ESL moment plus 111. I think it's kind of a
Oh,
wombo.
come on, stop bringing up my score, man.
I still need Kana to take the test so that,
How
that
long
way
is the
everybody else
test?
is
Is it a very long
80
test?
questions.
80
80
questions. Yeah.
You know,
You guys
I
didn't do
did
it off
after.
stream, right? Yes.
No, I did it
yeah.
on- we did it on
I
stream. I did it on
I did on
stream.
stream.
I
Somebody
did
laughed at me when
after.
they saw 111.
I
Yeah.
took
After.
I took the cat's Q, I believe. The cat Q, it's called.
Yeah, this is the
Afterwards.
rats.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
there's
took.
a
No, I've taken the
difference?
rat, so I took the cat Q afterwards, which is the masking one. And
Oh,
I believe the
wait,
score
can you
was
send me that? I don't
63.
think I tried that one.
Yeah.
I should try that one.
Sure.
I saw the 96 and I was like, yep, that tracks. That tracks.
Here you go. There's the cat Q
Ooh.
for after you take a Radzar.
Cat cute.
And once again,
Okay.
everybody, this is not a replacement for a
No,
real
absolutely
diagnosis.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, not at all. This is for entertainment purposes.
Oh.
So I can
This
tell
is so
right
you
now,
can. This is so
Ray-
you can
Ray is-
wear. This is so you
Ray
can wear the
is,
hat that says undiagnosed but pretty sure.
Yeah. Ray is not masking at all. There is no masking happening with Ray whatsoever. It is very, very clear what's happening. I did see that you changed your name on the Discord server, Ray, and I think that's hilarious.
It did
You
say
like
after
it?
Yeah.
I took the cat, it told me it was like high scores correlate with social anxiety.
Yeah.
And I went, so
Yeah.
basically it is mostly an anxiety thing.
Yeah. The Trex.
They don't be knowing that I'm an anxious person. They don't be knowing that.
I mean, some people may not be knowing that, but I've had you clocked for a long time, Mono. When we were
Now
with
what
you,
the fuck?
We were with you, brother, but I didn't feel like it was a thing that needed to be addressed.
Oh, man.
So I just kind of left it alone. But I mean, Mono, you got to understand. I just kind of assume that pretty much everybody associated in this space has some level of anxiety going on. It's just so commonplace for anxiety to be a factor. I never experienced anxiety until I started hanging out with VTubers, and all of a sudden,
That's a
anxiety-
different kind of anxiety, though. That's just concern for another person's well-being. I don't really think that's anxiety.
Kind of introduced me to flavors of anxiety that I didn't even know existed.
Oh,
Me.
Kind of has me waking up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night.
Me.
Literally, I went to bed, Mono. I went to bed and I was asleep for like 2 hours, and I just dead ass woke up like my Kana senses are tingling, and went, and she was, I don't remember what she was doing. She was being a problem on stream. It's like,
I have a
there.
question about the question
Uh-huh.
that I'm being asked. Others consider
Okay.
me odd or different, and I would say that's not true, but you know.
Oh, Kana.
I assume
Oh,
that that's true
sweet-
then. Jeez.
Sweet summer child.
I wouldn't
Oh.
say that.
Well, that's the thing is that's why, like, I'm just every time I think about this, and I'm like, well, sometimes like it's a yes and a no.
Yeah, right.
wait, how?
Yeah.
How? Which part of the test do I figure out what number equals what?
Ah?
Sorry,
What?
I'm at the other test. I got a number. I don't know what that means though.
I
You're
don't
not
know.
messing.
I just know. I
all
just
that
read the part where it said if you score higher, it means you're at a higher chance for being a socially anxious person who also, in combination with the other test,
Oh.
means
Oh.
you're like. I mean, masking subtotal 34. I believe that just means that you're. There's a graph somewhere. Look at the graph.
Okay.
Look at the funny little graph.
I feel like these questions and the only answers you can do is like true, never true. I'm like, where's the gray area?
Yeah, that there I will give you that. That was one thing I didn't like about it, is there was very little nuance, because like a lot of those questions for me are very situational. Like it really depends on the
I'm
person.
like, what the heck?
There are people like the one that's like, oh, people touching you. I'm like, I mean, that is such a dependent on the person kind of thing. There are some people that could just walk up, like if I was sitting down somewhere, right, and they could just walk up and like crawl into my lap, and it would not even register with me as being an issue. I would just be like, oh yes, of course, and I would not move on. Like I would just move on with my day. And then there are some
That's-
people that if they got too close to me, I would start like giving them the "you're about to die" glare. So it's like so very situational for me. I don't know if that's autistic or not.
Well, that's like the thing. If it's a design choice and you're just like you're given a question that you're like, I don't feel too strongly about this in either direction, then it just means you're giving a choice that doesn't reflect how you feel, which I also feel reflects on the results of the test.
There are a
Exactly.
lot
Yeah,
of things that I just do not have strong feelings about.
It's true. I do not be feeling too strongly about many things.
Yeah, I'm very like it has to be a certain level of something that actually triggers my give a fuck, and there's not a lot of that in this world, so I don't know if that's
They just don't be knowing.
I don't know if that's being acoustic or if it's being trauma. I'm not sure which it is.
Yeah.
Is it acoustic? Is it trauma? Who knows?
Hmm.
Mono, I really need you to get into Diablo 2, brother.
Absolutely not.
Play this game with. Oh, come on. It's so
Absolutely not.
good.
I
This
don't
last patch
think
is so fucking good.
I don't think I would ever. That's just not my kind of game. You know, the literal last 2 games I bought, I can read them for you right now. There's
Mhm.
Sledding Game and Gamble with Your Friends.
There, fair enough.
I just saw that one. Gamble with your
I
friends
was-
sound fun.
Friends
We're
swap
trying to
is
figure out how to.
very- Yeah.
I think we're gonna try to play with Michi at some point because I think she said Raichi wanted to play Sledding Game.
The sledding
right,
one
'cause
too.
maybe-
That looks fun.
Yeah.
I just love stupid chill games. And then before then,
I don't-
I mean, I was playing Puyo Tetris with Yusan,
Yes.
which was basically
that is always fun.
it was
Some
basically a
bloodbath for you, like just getting.
yeah. I was
mercilessly
getting
over
yeah, I was getting
yes,
really destroyed, and I was just accepting it.
is
BioShock
really
Remastered. That's just me trying to try out some mods for it that I've
Yeah.
never played before. But BioShock is in my top 5
BioShock-
games.
BioShock was really good. I heard the remaster has a lot of problems, so I
Bad.
never.
Bad. I literally would not like if I
Yeah.
told somebody to play BioShock today. I'd be like, "Do not play the remaster. It's not worth
Yeah,
it."
that's
Just
everything I
buy the
saw was
original."
like stay away from the remaster because it was they
Yes.
like fucked up the game. So
Play the original, which you actually cannot even buy BioShock on its own. You have to buy it with the remaster. It's $20, but like you can't
Yeah.
buy it without the remaster,
That's-
which is stupid.
that's some Blizzard type shit right there. Her Diablo 2.
Well, it's at
Uh,
least the original is there, so it's not gone, but it's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like you have to buy it with one or the other.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I played Portal 2, but that was because Michi and I played it. I
Yeah.
reinstalled Black Ops 3, launched it
I've been
once, and I
working
haven't
my
really played
way-
it again.
I've been working my way through Pragmata on stream, brother. If anything happens
Ooh.
to my Android data, I am going to crash out in biblical ways.
Best of luck to you. I
Yeah,
reinstalled No More Heroes, and I haven't really I keep not sitting down to finish it, and I should.
what's No More Heroes? Sounds familiar, but I don't think I've
It's a
ever played it.
Suda 51 game. It's basically you're a guy called Travis Touchdown. You're in the Assassination League, and he's just trying to be the best killer there is.
Okay.
And so
That's-
you
I
just
like
run
the
through
idea.
levels, and you kill a bunch of just like mobs, and then you get to the boss fight, and it's just some quirky character, and then you fight them. And you
Listen,
rank
I
up.
will take away your sword and time you all the way out, brother. I'm just saying
I will.
you are not safe
I-
here.
Ray also attempted to get me to play Final Fantasy 14, and I cannot utter what I said to Ray in response.
Yeah.
So
No, I get that. That's totally fair because I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
Ray knows exactly what I said.
I found it so funny though. I found it so funny.
Ray's tried to probably get everybody to play it at this point, and I'm just like,
It's not going to
no.
happen. Unfortunately, I have people have been attempting to convince me to play Final Fantasy 14 for 10 years. It will not
10
happen.
years?
Yes, I have had people around me be really into Final Fantasy 14. They're always just like, "Oh, you should try it," and I'm like, I played World of Warcraft for 5 minutes before immediately being like, "Oh, MMORPG, no." I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, that's fair.
To me, the concept of a game that just doesn't really have an end is terrifying.
This is the game that
I want a game that ends. I want to start playing a game, and I want that game to end at some point.
No, sir. Forever. Until you're
So
90.
no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm fine.
So fucking
You could play up. You can play up to level 60 for free. I could also play. There's a fucking Reddit comment on some. Oh my god, where is it? Oh, fuck, where is?
I don't understand this question.
I'm trying to find it, and unfortunately, I know exactly what the comment said, but I can't find the screenshot because trying to look for it just is impossible. but I can read it. Some guy was talking about like they should just re-release Halo 3 with all this stuff and blah blah blah. And somebody's like, Halo 3's right there. You could literally play it right now. And the guy just responded with, I could also play with my penis and maybe my asshole. And that's one of the funniest fucking posts ever. He got downvoted into oblivion, but it's one of the funniest responses to anything.
That's
I
amazing.
love that. It's one of my favorite responses.
That's absolutely fucking.
If that was
hilarious.
posted on Twitter, that would have had 100,000 likes, but it got downloaded to oblivion on Reddit.
Of course it did.
It's just the way that it's phrased. Where he's like, the
Yes.
original's right there. You could literally just play that. And he's just, I could play with my butthole or even my penis.
Yeah, that's absolutely fucking hilarious. Honestly,
Oh, I love it, and I could never find that comment again. Like I don't even
Yeah.
know where to begin to look for it. It just has to pop up like naturally on my timeline.
that tracks. Man, Kana is locked the fuck in on this
No,
test.
I have a hand cramp from clicking and scrolling. Jesus, how long is this thing? Ugh.
80 questions.
80 questions. Wait,
I'm almost there. I'm on 75. I'm on 75. I
You're almost
swear.
there.
I have a hand cramp.
Okay, chat. Do you
I have a
think
hand
Kana
cramp.
will have a high score or not too high?
The questions it's just annoying that they're like it's like either yes or no.
Yeah,
you know what I
it-
mean? Because it's
There's
like
a lot that
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
the lack of nuance is kind of annoying for sure.
is it?
Yeah.
I just
They
did my
can tell
best.
me it's intentional all they want, but that doesn't stop it from being stupid.
Mhm.
Mm.
I needed a question that was like, does this test make you uncomfortable? Yes, the test itself does in fact make me uncomfortable.
Mm. Yeah, just do it. I guess. Got it.
Yeah.
Take a guess.
Are you at
That's
least
it.
on
That's
the
the score is
hundies?
just that. The score is
No,
just
you
that.
And
You don't
can
even get a
scroll down,
range.
I
You gotta
think.
go. You just gotta go take a guess.
Are you at the hundreds or are you low?
I don't think she's in the hundreds, and I would say,
Really?
You know what?
lower than me, honestly.
Do you think-
Normal?
Like, the only question I would ask is, do you think the answer would surprise people?
I don't know. To be fair, I don't understand the range of this. Like for example, like above 100 means what, or under something means
You're
what.
very so higher means you're more likely to be on the spectrum, and I believe
Uh-huh.
70 below is like you're not really.
Mm. Okay.
I think if you scroll
okay.
down, there's like a saying like, oh,
Interpretation.
Yeah, there's a
Around
thing. Yeah, there's a thing
Ah.
that will tell you. Yeah, there's a thing that'll tell you, like what your score.
Okay, okay, I got
indicates.
it then. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Share with the class. Hello.
I got 38.
No fucking way.
I got
That's-
38.
Wow. So
If
we
you don't
can't
believe
even
me, I'll
blame the.
screenshot.
We can't even chat. We can't even
I'm
just
blame
dumb.
what
Thoughts?
she does. It's not even the. It's not even the TISM chat. She's just built different.
Wait, take a
Is that worse than actually having like?
She's just built different.
You're normal.
Oh, oopsies. Where am I? Where is this? Who are
Yeah,
you?
I can't. I'm not gonna
You're
hang out
normal.
with
Did you just
people.
say? Wow. No, the part that
I'm
gets me
not
is
gonna
like
be
Ray's
able to
just
hang
like
out with Connie
you're
anymore."
normal. You really thought like you sound disappointed. What the heck? Like, wow. I don't know
I'm
how to
sorry.
feel about that.
I'm sorry, Kana. I can't hang out with normies, bro. I don't know.
Oh, bro. No, but to be fair, it's like the questions they don't really, you know what I mean? Like, for example, like ones that are weird for me. Well, not weird, but like I get how it can bug people, but I don't really think, I don't really think about it. For example, they're just like some clothes, you think about how, like, you think about how
Fucking
things feel
nylon.
on your skin
Nylon.
type stuff.
Fucking nylon. Get it the fuck away
Wait,
from
what-
me.
Think about it.
Like a nylon
You
windbreaker? Oh
don't?
no. Absolutely fucking
What a
not.
fa-
Like
You
absolutely not.
I don't like that for
Makes
example.
my fucking teeth
Here, like this
itch.
one. I am very sensitive to the way my clothes feel when I touch them. How they feel is more important to me than how they look. I'm like,
Yeah.
if they clothe me and I am warm, I'm not like naked and offending people's eyes. Like, yeah, okay la, you know?
Oh.
No,
I can't.
nylon.
If it itches
nylon.
me, if it doesn't feel nice,
Oh
I
yeah,
would
yeah.
never wear
itchy,
it. Even if it
itchy,
looks pretty, I would never buy it. I would never wear it. I would actually just give it away. I can't.
Well,
Yeah, but like you
Oh.
wouldn't buy ones that wouldn't feel normal on you. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
when you get the shirt anyway, you try it on and you're like,
That's the
You
like
know,
that's
like,
the thing. Like, because in my brain, I'm just like, if somebody said if the question is like, I don't like it when clothes don't feel comfortable on my skin. I'm like, doesn't everybody just not like if you wear something and it doesn't feel good to wear, you're just like, get it off.
exactly.
Like you don't like people. I don't even think like because if the train of thinking is that like you're very hyper aware of how things feel on you and that's like an on the spectrum thing. I'm just like, are you saying that normal people will just put on something that feels like pins and needles and they're just like, yeah, it's fine.
Exactly. Like you wouldn't put on
If
something
that's
that
the
like
case, then
makes
I'm
you
glad I'm
itchy.
neurodivergent because fuck all of that.
Like I read it and I'm like, but why? You know what I mean? Like, That's one example. Like like this one, like some ordinary textures that do not bother others feel very offensive when they touch my skin. And I'm thinking about it like some ordinary texture. I don't think about it. Like what?
That is also like I don't like. Well, it's like if you don't
Doesn't
think about it, it's
check.
like you're not gonna. Again, if it's not a thing you think about, then you're gonna be like, well, I don't have a thought about it. But then it's like, well, now that there's no like, I don't feel strongly about this either way, so you have to think about it. And people are like, oh, well, if you think about it, then that's a sign. I'm just like, I have to think about it. What do you mean?
It's so confused. Like, and also like another one was like, I speak with a normal rhythm. I'm like, what is a not normal rhythm? And I don't think about it. You know, when you talk, do you think about like, I must speak in a specific rhythm or a normal? What the fuck is a normal rhythm anyway? What the fuck? Question mark?
Oh,
I had to ask a lot of the questions to chat to understand like what's the normal rhythm, and like I think about it, and then I pick which one.
I just keep looking at it and I'm like, I don't understand. Like I'm just like, what? Oh my god, maybe I'm just like I don't have it. Maybe that's my problem. My problem
Do you
is that
think
I don't
about
have
how
it.
you talk? I do. That's why I had like I think some people in chat like when I streamed, like I had some people actually say like, I feel like when you speak English or on stream, you think about what to say or like how to say it, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I blank out a lot.
Oh, maybe this is invalid because I just have no thoughts. Thought?
You can't say you
Hmm.
have no thoughts and then say thoughts. So
Right? Like what if it doesn't apply and this test was not made for someone who just never thinks? It
Labao.
would see that I found a flaw. I wouldn't say airheaded.
Can't be acoustic if never strummed chords. Makes sense.
oh yeah. What said makes sense? Yeah.
Mm.
I don't feel like doing too much thinking today. Someone do it for me.
Exactly. You
okay.
understand.
I wish that worked for me. I have one of those brains that never stops. It never
Same.
Wake up. It's the first of the
Damn.
month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my brain is just constantly engaged.
Same. The only time it doesn't engage is when I go to bed, and so if I can't go to sleep, I get really sad.
Yeah, sleep is the only time I get rest.
Yeah.
And it's been disturbed by me lately. Wow, that's terrible. I should know better, honestly.
You know what, Kana? I'm gonna make a statement.
What?
Are you ready? I'm gonna make a statement in front of everybody in
Oh.
chat. You are worth every lost hour of sleep. So don't ever feel bad about it. You are worth every like neurological damage that I am receiving. It is
Why is he
fine.
complimenting me all of a sudden?
So-
Oh, I
Oh,
forgot.
thank you.
She's not good with compliments. Keep going, Pharaoh. It's
Just
great.
don't ever
I don't like it.
feel bad, girl. You are worth all of the fucking
We
pain and
collectively
suffering.
decided to be here.
And that's
If
crazy.
you weren't, if you weren't,
Unpaid.
I would not still be here, buddy. I would have yeeted the fuck out of the situation. So yes, Flick, it is a compliment. It's kind of a backhanded compliment, but it is a compliment.
Wait, there was a backhanded part to that I didn't notice. Question mark?
Wait, actually, quick question, Kana. When you close your eyes when you're about to go to bed, do you just immediately sleep?
No, unless I'm really tired.
Okay.
Okay, this is the thing. If I'm like tired, like for example, if I'm going to the gym regularly, it's easier to go to sleep. Because like your body's like you expended energy and stuff like that, whatever is my way of logicking it. But if not, what I did as a kid was I would write stories in my head until I fell asleep.
Oh. That's interesting. I have to like have a very like, how do you say it, like white noise or like one sound I have to focus on for me to sleep. That's why I sleep with music or like
Yeah, music is
noisy
kind of
AC.
necessary. I cannot sleep in a quiet environment.
Yeah. I have to focus my
cannot
brain
sleep
on
in a
one
quiet
place for
environment.
it to actually shut down, which is it's really strange. So like if I hear crickets, good, I would focus on crickets. It's kinda
My
bad.
mind equates a silent environment with a high danger environment for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
If I'm
It's like
in an
something might
environment
happen.
and it's way too quiet, like all of my like fucking security shit kicks in to overdrive.
That makes sense though. That makes sense. I used to keep the TV on. When I was younger, I kept the TV on, but I put it on a timer. So like, for example, for 2 hours. So then by the time, hopefully by then I'd be asleep. But not because of the sound, but because I'm afraid of the dark. So like the lights would be off, but at least there's light from the TV to accompany me, so it's not too dark.
So I'm not afraid of the dark. I've spent too much time, like I guess working nights or whatever. I'm not afraid of the dark or anything like that. It's just if there's like silence, I don't know what it is. For some reason, if I am in a silent, even if I'm just like dead ass awake, if I am somewhere and like it's like super quiet, for whatever reason, all of my like ready for combat shit like starts engaging. Like I start paying attention to everything, and like everything is like full hyper alert. I do not know why. I'm maybe there's some repressed memory of me in a quiet environment and something bad happening. I don't know, but yeah, silent environments make me very nervous.
Is that why you put me on before you go to sleep? So that there will be no silence, there's just chaos?
No, see, ever since you came like fully into my life, Kana, there's never any silence, even if it is silent here in my head, nomming away. I go to sleep at night. Yes,
You know, people sleep with like the sound of chat.
This is
like
all
10-hour
I hear.
loop.
Pharaoh, did you know? No, Kana.
10-hour loop.
No, sweetie, I didn't
10-hour
know.
loop. 10-hour loop.
And now it's the
10-hour loop.
the Kana nomming noises.
What are you doing?
10-hour loop.
Why is it just on tails, man?
Bro, I've tried.
What the?
There we go. Oh my god. please.
Watch this.
I listen. I had to start doing something. I wanted to just do something that I could like.
I've been
do it.
I've been playing fucking Diablo this whole time. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
No, I just wanted something to do in the background that wouldn't take too much brain power away from a conversation, but I could still do actively. So I just started doing this.
Yeah.
How was that flip time, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
They're flipping coins, chat. If you're
flipping.
wondering.
I'm playing unfair flips. I was thinking to myself to upgrade my head's chance, and then I thought to myself, why would I do that? It's a 50-50. That's my favorite thing to say to people that somewhat that rage baits people. When I say shit like that sometimes, and it upsets people, which I'm just like, if you think about it, everything has 50-50 odds.
True.
Like, I don't want to hear nothing about like, it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance. It's like, nah, it's 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't. Don't tell me no odds, bro.
No,
That's what I'm
there it
saying.
is. That's the sound of. It's the sound of Kana gnawing away at my sanity. It tickles her to knowing that she does. Every time she tells me that she doesn't do it on purpose, I just remember stuff like this, and I'm like, "The hell you don't! The hell you don't!" Telling
I
you
do
Stockholm
it,
syndrome.
but I
Stockholm
don't do it with the purpose of getting to you. Does that make sense?
You're so
You're a
full of shit
natural.
right now. You are so full of shit right now. Oh my god, girl.
What?
You are so just
That is-
immaculate full of shit right now. That statement, yeah.
Oh,
Gnawing away.
oh,
That's gonna become the new stem. That's gonna be so see, Kana spreads it to Mono, Mono's gonna spread it to Michi, and everybody's gonna
Oh,
be
without a doubt, dog.
girl.
I said this, which was like every bad stim that Michi has ever had. It's like a good 80% chance it was my fault.
that tracks.
If I die and go to hell real soon. It was that one.
Oh, God, Jesus.
Julia Wolf in my room was another one. That one was also my fault.
That tracks. That tracks.
Oh, that's
Yes.
your fault. Yeah.
Behind the shed.
God, Sen. Sen just went mono. I just want to talk behind the shed. That's like...
You can't listen. You cannot put me behind the shed because I'm
Hey.
already going there myself.
Listen,
Oh.
Mono. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, how's it going?
Have you ever seen a movie called Old Yeller? Are you familiar with that piece of cinema?
Oh yeah, they're doing to me next Tuesday.
Okay. That's I think. Okay, gotcha. Good shit.
They're gonna be doing that to me next week. Yeah.
Now that you're
What?
responsible for all these stemmings, I'm
Mono,
kinda
you
going
hate us. No, I just think that I find funny what I find funny, and God forbid anybody else doesn't find it funny. Because if I find it funny and my friends find it funny, oh, you can't stop it now.
It's
I find joy in making my friends laugh, and nothing else matters.
This is gonna be funny. That's okay. I find the kind of nomming on my sanity to be.
No.
So I guess that's okay.
I'm almost
You know what,
I'm almost
shit.
upgraded the Cornsworth.
Oh! She's moving in, chat. She's coming in. I can see it. She's right behind me, isn't she, chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right behind me, isn't she, chat? My sanity, my precious sanity. I don't even know what she's. I'm pretty sure it's all gone at this point. I'm not even sure what she's gnawing on at this point because I feel like most
You
of my
have synced
sanity.
3 engines of infinite whimsy together. You caused this. True, we could just blame Pharaoh.
That's it. That's it.
It's your fault.
It's very true.
It's totally your fault.
It's all my fault.
It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault.
That's ultimately my fault.
Oh.
It's true. It's true. I build these bridges, even though I know that doing so will be at my cost. I can't stop it. It's just what I do. I was designed to build bridges.
Not to be honest, Pharaoh, I feel as though even if you hadn't done this, this was inevitable.
Yeah, probably. Honestly,
This
At
was
some point it would
inevitable,
have happened.
considering.
Michi would have made it happen if I. So like, honestly,
I don't know what. Listen, I don't know what Michi be telling the girly pops, bro.
I don't know what.
does she
Listen.
tell us?
Listen, I don't know what transpires in girly pop conversations, and I feel like I'm probably better off that way. I have a feeling that I'm better off just not knowing what happens in girly pop conversations.
It's not that different. Poop stories.
To be
Yeah, it's
fair,
always her
what the girly
mother
pops
poop.
discuss. Oh,
That tracks.
what the girly
That
pops
tracks.
discuss is of no concern to me. I'm flipping coins.
That's it. I'm too busy being a paladin to worry about what the girly pops are talking about.
I'm flipping my coin right now.
There's
I'm
one
flipping a
conversation
coin.
I remember, but I don't think you want to hear it. 'Cause even when I heard it,
Oh.
I was like,
Oh, that fills me
Mm.
with absolute fucking existential dread.
I won't even give you the details, but does Rain know it was that conference? I'm not even gonna explain. And I think this has been said on stream before. That conversation where there was like an armpit nipple, and I still don't get it. Or were you not there?
Oh, right.
See?
Yeah,
No?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did that. She did that.
Yeah.
She did
No,
that.
yeah, exactly.
You know what? You know what? I don't need to know anymore.
You don't need to
I
know
know.
more about the armpit nipple.
Nope.
I think you can even
Nope, you
Google
can-
that.
You can even stop saying those words, and that'll be okay.
What, armpit
it'll be
nipple?
alright. Oh, I'm going to bed. can't
Well, I just see
fucking
right now 1 to 6% of people have it. I feel like it's a conversation we should be having. Okay.
Fucking, how do you get a
How do you know the percentage? Sen?
Because Sen said it in chat.
Like out of nowhere, and like as if like it's a fact that everyone would know. Like think about it. Like Sen?
Yeah,
Are you-
man. And just one in 6 fucking people apparently.
No, I get it. Yeah, I get it. No, don't worry about it, Sen. No, it's okay. That's true. That's true. There's a lot of things I didn't know about. You know, that's right. That's exactly. No, it's okay. That's fine. And that's fine. And that's
I feel like you should
absolutely
enlighten
fine.
her. So you should enlighten her. Just go ahead and fill her in, buddy. You know,
No, it's okay,
I
it's
feel
okay,
like
it's fine.
it would be good for her to know these things. You know, she should know about her
Don't
mods.
worry. No. It's fine. No,
You know?
why? Don't don't use my words against me. Oh, brother.
Thank you, Sen. Thank you,
When your
Sen. I
own,
appreciate
when
that
your
so
own
much.
shit traumatizes you.
That's amazing.
Oh, my mind.
I know if nobody else has my back, Sen's got my fucking back.
Ah, my mind's eye. My mind's
Your mind's
eye.
eye. Yes. Yes. Suffer as I have suffered.
Eh.
Fuck.
Reciting the magic against the one who wrote it. I'm not the
Yep.
first person who said did you know, probably.
Mhm.
I haven't said it
Mhm.
today. You know
It's
what I
true.
mean?
You haven't, which is really kind of weird that you haven't said it today.
That is
It's like
true.
charging an alt.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That is
That
Tana can't pop
terrifying.
alt on cooldown.
Yeah, alt's on cooldown right now.
Let's keep it that.
I
It's been
think
like 3 to 4
I think what it
streams.
is. I think what it
Mhm.
is that she's been finding new, like the Pharaoh. Did you know was kind of losing its potency, so she had to switch up her game to find new and creative ways to eat away at my sanity. And so that's when she started like actively
Contrary
nomming
to
on it.
popular belief, I actually do not sit around and think about how to destroy your sanity, Sarah. It just happens. You know what I
You
mean?
just
Like,
do it naturally.
Comes
Like, This is
naturally.
like
Oh,
this comes naturally.
but you can like it's like that thing about like premeditated murder versus the other one. It's not
What?
premeditated. You know
That's
what I
right, she
mean?
just-
You understand?
So basically, this is just a case of manslaughter, to be honest. Nothing.
It is. It's just manslaughter. That's all it is. She just. It's not murder. She just do be slaughtering this man.
Slaughter is a
Wow.
strong word.
Well, it also contains the word laughter. I think that's pretty good.
That's true. That's true. It's man laughter, actually. It's actually man laughter. Yes.
Well, I was laughing earlier. That is true. Fucking. I don't think that. I don't think the insanity is temporary. I don't think
It's so funny. You really thought you were just gonna be a chatter today. It's so.
I
funny.
did. I really did. I came in with the intention of just sitting back. I was gonna listen to Kana do Kana things, play me some Diablo 4, and just chill. And
I forgot why you came in. Indomie. Was
Oh,
it?
yeah,
Yes.
the Indomie in the plastic bag.
fucking into me in the fucking plastic bag.
You saw the
I would've
plastic
eaten it.
bag. It looks safe.
I did. I would have eaten it.
Listen,
See.
listen. So here's my question though: when you were spraying poison all over Helen Creation, was the plastic
Yes.
bag in the blast radius?
Like as I was saying, according to my timeline, the noodles were out on 20th of March. ants
Right.
happen.
We established that you put
Yes.
but where the noodles, where the bag with the noodles. I'm not talking about the noodles themselves. I'm talking about the bag that the noodles are in. Was that out and about when you were spraying poison all over Helen Creation? Because then that means that the poison got on the
They
bag.
were on the floor in the kitchen. So,
That
like,
Does not fill
technically,
me with any kind of fucking confidence whatsoever.
but like, I
I'd
didn't
risk
spray it with poison. Mm.
It was still on the floor in the kitchen. That's gonna.
But in a
send me
plastic
for
bag.
ages.
Which I assume
Oh.
would keep it sanitary. Thoughts?
Oh my god!
Mm.
At least you threw
Is
them
that
away.
not how plastic bags
It's
work?
Not under
Are
those
you-
circumstances.
Oh, the floor is clean. I mop. I sweep.
Mm.
Was the Indomie in its
Oh,
own
it's just-
package? Like, it's both made of plastic. Like, they're both plastic bags. One just came with it, and one is from me, and it's arguably thicker than the Indomie plastic anyway. So, like, technically, it's even more secure. Thoughts? Right? No?
I am fighting so hard for her life, chat. I am fighting so hard for her life.
I've
I'm
stayed
trying-
alive for so long.
I can't surrender. I can't surrender. It is what it is. It's fine. This is fine.
But I threw it out. To be fair, I threw it out.
You did throw it out, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
you did.
that.
You have a picture of it on my trash can.
It only costed me a fair bit of money.
It
Can
really
you go
costed
get it
you a
back,
lot
though?
of money.
Huh?
I'm
Can you go get it back?
No. That's in the right place. It's fine.
Hey, now. Let's not.
Let's not be
Charge-
too
charge
hasty
back.
here. Let's not
Charge
be
back.
too hasty.
Charge back the fuck.
I mean, it was the last. It was like
You know what, Endless, I am not putting any kind of deadline on your unpaid art, homie. Whenever you get it done, you get it done, and I am going to appreciate the fact that you did it in the first place. I'm gonna keep it a whole $150 with you. Like whenever you get done with it, Mono, I will fucking fight you behind the Waffle House. I just want you to know that.
Oh, bro, I don't want to fight behind the Waffle House. I just want to be going in.
That's true.
Kinda
I haven't been to.
what is
I
that
actually haven't. I
clause?
haven't been to Waffle House in probably like 4 years.
It's actually
should
been a
go.
really long time since I've gone to.
I should go.
honestly.
I actually unironically. What time is it right now?
If you lived anywhere nearby, I would just come get you right now, and we'd go get fucking Waffle House.
I actually unironically there is a Waffle House near me, and I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
I don't even have like some people feel very like uncomfortable just like walking into like a sit down place to eat on their own. I'm just like, man,
I
go in
don't-
and get your food. No one's watching, dog.
Nobody cares. Just go in and get your
Nobody
food,
be
homie.
caring. Bro, I'm there
That's
for the
true.
free show.
Mm.
free show.
There's usually a show. Yeah. usually
wait, do you the Indo girlies do not know about the wonders of Waffle House.
Is it
Not
a place
really,
that has
no.
waffles?
No, so Waffle House, like basically in America, there's a chain called Waffle House. It's open 24/7. Like they will move mountains to keep these things open. Like they have like a task force
Oh.
that specifically makes sure that they stay
There's a
open even in
scale.
like crises. Like
Yeah, there's a
crises.
scale.
Do not close them.
That this is there like if you're anywhere in the US that has Waffle Houses and say like there's a hurricane or something coming, right?
Mhm.
As long as the Waffle House stays open, you're probably
Mhm.
okay. If they close the Waffle Houses, it's time to find someplace else to fuck to be because you know shit's about to go sideways fast.
Whoa.
Yeah, but basically the point is that like in Waffle House, it's like not super common, not every Waffle House has it, but if you go to a Waffle House, there is a high chance that some shenanigans will occur. Someone
Yes.
might start a fight, somebody may get belligerent, things may happen. It's not
And the funny
guaranteed,
thing
but it does
is-
happen.
The funny thing is like
All the employees fight back.
yeah,
Yeah.
like all of the
Oh.
employees, the joke is like in order to work at Waffle House, you have to be like a trained MMA fighter or something because like the Waffle House employees fight back with extreme prejudice. Like they are not to be trifled with.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Fuck, I might actually have to go
House,
to Waffle House tonight, man.
Waffle
I'm so
House
upset.
Wendy, when a customer threw a chair at her and she like grabbed it out of the air with one hand and like threw it to the side when somebody threw a chair at her. She was hardcore with her pan. She beat the fuck out of some people with that pan too, but I'll tell you what, she was not the one to trifle with.
Oh, no, I really. It's like 4 a.m. Oh, but it could hit. It could hit different. I have to make a choice.
It could hit real different. It could hit real different.
It could hit real. Again, keeping in mind, I haven't been to Waffle House in like 4 years. It's been a while.
Yeah.
However, their hash browns are really good.
I want hash browns. I
They're-
want hash browns. I want hash browns.
Yeah,
Hash browns are
their
very,
hash
very
browns are
good.
real good. Their hash browns are really good. Honestly, everything. Honestly, I don't think I've ever had anything at Waffle House that I didn't like, at least enjoy. I mean, some of it was like kind of mid, but nothing was ever like, nothing was ever like I hated it. Like it was always at least good.
Oh.
Don't worry, Connor. We'll add it on the list of places to visit when you come to visit.
I want waffle. The only place that sells waffles here that I know is just A&W.
A&W.
There's not really a good waffle place, right?
Yeah,
Around?
A&W. A&W is from US, right? Question mark? I'm not.
Yeah,
dumb.
but like they don't serve waffles at all. That's like A&W is different in every single country it's in.
They
Yeah,
don't
it's
sell
really funny.
waffles.
No, A&W like in America is like
Yeah.
a like burger hot dog place, and you can get root beer
Yeah.
floats. In Canada, it's also
Hot
different,
dog?
which means that in Indonesia, it's also different.
That's crazy. Yeah, Waffle House. Yeah. A&W here does not sell.
Wait, I'll pull
Just
a
the
picture.
concept of A&W selling waffles is very distressing to me.
What?
I don't even know if there's an A&W. There might be one near me. I haven't been to one in years.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Okay, wait. This is like what they.
With
Love
the
how
ice
it's
cream,
cropped.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Why is it cropped? Why can't I fix it? Oh, there.
I mean, I guess there is one, but it's like out of the way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have that. That's
Yeah.
like not what our A&Ws are. Our A&Ws are like
I kind
Yeah.
of
One-
want waffle now.
someone. Hold on,
Right.
someone took a picture of their menu recently. I can look at it and tell you. Burger,
Wait,
burger,
let's see if
chicken
I can
sandwich,
find
hot dog,
anything.
chicken tenders, burger, hot dog, corn dog, like mini corn dogs, root beer floats.
Oh, what? No, these are like the
Fish?
circle waffle thingy. What's it called? Circle.
Oh, yeah, it has a Long John Silver's. Yeah, that makes sense. Long John Silver's and A&W's tend to be bundled. I actually don't think I've ever had Long John Silver's.
Ooh.
I'm trying
That
to.
may be
think.
the one fast food place that that and maybe like I used to be near Roy Rogers when I was growing up, but can't remember having Roy Rogers ever.
I'm
Yeah,
looking at.
no.
I'm looking at the A&W menu in Indonesia. They sell. Like, they have burgers, but that's a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah.
It's like fried chicken, chicken chunks, waffles and chicken. And then now they have a keto burger. Since when is keto a thing in Indonesia? Do people care here?
Oh.
That's interesting.
Durian balls. What
Oh.
the hell? I
Oh,
assume durian
turpentine.
balls are not a thing there. Question mark.
No.
Durian balls. Yikes.
Oh, and it comes in a bucket with your french fries. But think about it. Like, you have a french fry and with like durian balls right next to it. Yep. No, that's the image. Yep.
Mm.
Oh, that's
The
tragic.
smell must be incredible.
Mm.
Like
Here.
gamble on random waffles.
Oh.
I really want
Oh.
waffles now.
Oh.
We should
was great,
we should buy a waffle maker. We should get a
should.
waffle maker.
Yep. I was just gonna
Ah.
suggest that that would probably be the way to go. Get your own. Get
Oh
a
my
waffle
god,
maker.
and then we can have like waffle fried chicken and maple syrup thingy.
Oh, chicken and waffles, the classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be
I haven't had chicken and waffle in a while, actually.
We don't
Yeah.
have any good ones here, I think. Not even like people they don't sell it that often.
They don't
What
sell
else
that
have
often. There are places that do it. There's one near my
But it's not
gym.
good. It's not good
No,
though,
the
right?
good one is out of town. I know a place,
Yeah.
but it's so
No.
far. I don't feel like it. Going to all the way there just for
Should
chicken
we-
waffles. I mean,
Should we have a waffle party?
A waffle party. None of us
Yeah.
have a waffle maker.
No, that's why we buy it. We just have to find which one.
Protein waffles. Protein waffles. You mean I can get my protein while eating waffles? Actually, hello.
Yeah, they have protein
I mean-
waffle batter that you can make.
There's that,
What?
or yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Protein waffles. I also thought of using like ground chicken, make it into something, and just press it on a waffle. That could work.
Oh, is there a channel for you?
What?
No, there's a channel on YouTube. Oh, I actually destroyed Michi's mental by showing her. There's a channel on YouTube called Ordinary Sausage, and for a while he had a like series where he would just try making waffles into things, and I'm pretty sure he tried like making a waffle just out of chicken. Did it go well? Don't know. I can't remember.
I can't imagine it would, honestly.
You'd be surprised the things that he makes that it turns out to be a good idea. Most of the time, it's horrific. Make a Homer's moon waffles from The Simpsons. I've seen two people
Right.
make that, and both of them destroyed their waffle maker doing it.
Ray, I was just scrolling. I was just scrolling my fucking Twitter and I saw the cat meme.
What
One. There's a lot of cat
meme?
memes.
The one that matches your mugshot.
Oh man. Wait, Kana, did I tell you about my Japanese ID mugshot? Like even to the point Pharaoh was kind of like, I'm not gonna.
Your
smoke
what
today."
mugshot? You have a
Bro,
mugshot?
brother.
I
She
have a
had pictures for
mugshot.
her Japanese IDs, and like there was a series of them, and the first one
Have
was
I
like
not
straight up
shown
like
you?
The Ring. Like
Hold on,
it
let me
was
see if I
like
can send
oh
it to you on DM.
yeah, show Kana. She needs to see. It's what I got traumatized with. Yes, was it yesterday, last night, whenever it was.
I really want to know how many flips you've done. Wow. Is there
here
not
it
a
is.
counter? Where?
Wait, I'm sending it. I have two. One is like, according to Pharaoh, it's like those pictures you'd see in like the news in Japan where someone is about to kill someone.
My-
And the
or
picture
somebody
after is, like,
has
after-
yeah.
You're the victim.
after-
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
What the? Oh my god! That's what you look like when I first met you.
So
My
scary.
god!
Don't say it like that.
Oh my god,
From The
girly.
Ring.
That's why she was so worried about my eye bags because it was so dark. It's getting lighter now though because I've been prioritizing sleep.
I was told
My
recently that actually
gosh.
doesn't affect your eye bags. Like that doesn't actually
No,
affect
no, like no. There's to some degree, yes, it does. For me at least, because I know I had like sleep tax, and then some of them is just mostly like I don't have enough
Oh.
fat under my eyes, so
I've
it
had them
half
for pretty
worked.
much. I've pretty much had them for like my entire life. It feels like, probably up from like high school up to now. I've always had eye bags. I just be sleeping, not sleeping enough, flipping coins. I've been up to 1,000 flips, by the way. I'm up to
Huh.
1,000 flips.
That's crazy.
Oh, fuck!
Oh,
I thought I was on a
I
screen.
forgot to lean back again. Oh, my back hurts. Maybe I'm old.
Lean
Maybe I
back.
just have bad posture.
Oh, I'd be
Ugh.
leaning back right now, actually.
Ugh. Okay.
Oh wait, you said you're hungry again? Do you have snacks?
Hmm.
Someone
She
said
has-
snacks.
She has more than enough money to order more food.
How do
Kana?
you get hungry so often? I don't know. Food runs out very fast when you don't think.
That's true.
Because
That is one of
her
those. That's
body
actually.
has to burn calories at such a high rate to keep her alive with all of the silly shit she's got going on.
Honest to God, what has been really elucidating to me is like, I guess, as I've been trying to watch how much I eat, like a little bit, and I've just been like, man, when I get bored, sometimes I just want to be eating something.
Yeah, that too. That too. That too be true.
I do be.
So basically, what you're saying is you're bored with us because you want to eat something, and you're bored with us, so you hate
No,
us.
my tummy's actually rumbling. There's a difference.
Tumby rumbling from boredom. Oh.
I watch what I eat too. I watch as it goes to my hands to my face.
Oh, you're so funny, Pharaoh.
Do you have any
Man,
idea
I
what
was there.
snacky
I was
is?
there for you with the krill, buddy. You could be here for me with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. I can. I can. I will see what you're going for, and I will nod my head, shake your hand.
Did you have
That's-
snacks in
that's
the
all I'm asking.
fridge?
That's all I'm asking for.
Hopefully.
I have some of Pharaoh's sanity right here. I'm kidding.
Nom, 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 nom,
That's
nom, 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 nom.
crazy. That's Oh my god, it means you really can't leave the call because you're the sustenance to keep her alive right now. I'm
Hey
so
Ray,
sorry.
it's an all-you-can-eat
Yeah?
Pharaoh buffet. You should try that thing. It's fun. You should try it. Do it. Just do it. You got this, Ray.
Box and send you somewhere.
You got this, Ray. You got this, Ray. She's trying to visualize the sound in her head, isn't she?
I'm so big and round.
She is having a full.
She's puckering again, isn't she? Ah, bro.
She's having
Oh,
a
yeah,
full.
yeah, yeah,
My
yeah.
face is actually kind of like doing the girl, what the fuck? And that
Yeah.
thumb
Yeah, yeah,
thing,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yamu-san, that's me right now.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
That face right now is me.
You just asked Ray to do something that is outside of her operational parameters.
Aw,
It's like
man.
you saying it's easier for you to sing Unholy than Grenade by Bruno Mars.
It's easier to
different.
sing Unholy than what the fuck?
No!
Yes!
It's easier to sing Grenade than Unholy!
Music Man, Mono.
Hello. Hello.
Good sir.
Yeah.
Unholy is easier to sing versus what's the other one?
We're talking
Grenade,
about
right?
the Sam Smith song Unholy, right? Or
Yes,
whatever
yes.
the guy's name.
And
Okay.
Grenade by
Yeah.
and Grenade.
Bruno
Mommy
Mars.
don't know that he's getting home.
Yeah.
No, Grenade would be harder.
No,
Grenade is harder.
Somebody send the link to somebody.
Grenade
send the
is
link-
literally okay. Most of the fucking song is just and Grenade is like that's hard. Like if Grenade sets better in your range, sure, but like Unholy is easier to sing
Okay,
than
he's
Grenade.
getting technical.
Mono-
Honestly,
mono-
the reason why she could not sing Grenade is because she kept laughing at the lyrics.
That's not the problem. That's clearly not the
Mono-
problem.
Hey, how's it going?
Mono, I need you to click on that link in chat, brother.
Do not.
I need you-
No,
I'm flipping
actually,
coins
do
right now,
not.
man.
Yeah,
I'm flipping
exactly.
coins right now.
He's at like above 1,000. Hello?
I have been flipping coins for so long that I don't know anything other than 50-50 odds. You know what, Farrah, just for you, I'm gonna flip this thing of McDonald's barbecue sauce, and if it lands label up, I'll click it.
Okay,
Label up.
It actually landed label up.
amazing. Click the
Why
link,
are the
brother.
odds
I
against
need
me?
you to-
I thought you said it
I
was
need you to-
50-50.
Well,
Oh, brother, you
I'm
really
just,
don't have
you
to.
know,
Actually, it's actually you'll get hacked
I'm
if you open that. That's the
generating-
thing, right?
I'm
It's fishing,
generating,
it's catfishing, it's
good
dog fishing,
fortune
it's a fish.
by
Oh,
That's a
okay, okay.
fish.
No, I have. Unfortunately for you, I have seen that.
Oh, brother, you.
But also, like, but that's the other thing is that like, it's
Isn't it
like
wild what
Grenade.
you do
No,
with your
Grenade is
mind?
like if you're gonna sing Grenade, that's like a. You gotta fucking put. I almost said it the wrong way. You gotta put your all into it.
What were you
Like
gonna
you gotta
say?
put your all. I was gonna say put your whole pussy into it.
Here's the thing. I think you're fine saying that because literally I know Ollie and Michi would probably say
No,
those
listen.
without filter.
Listen,
Yeah.
no. Here's the thing: is that I
Result of
just
being
think
on
I
top.
think about the things I say.
Pussy? Oh,
I've been trying to be more
sorry.
cognizant. I try to be
Oh.
cognizant of the things I say.
Try to have more thoughts. I see.
Try to have a little bit more thoughts going on. Normally I would have just said that, but I was thinking about it. You know what? If that's the thing we've learned from stream today, guys. Stop thinking.
That is wise.
Stop thinking so
That-
hard.
Exactly.
Because I was
Thoughts are
gonna say it
overrated.
initially, and then I thought about it and I backed out. And you know what? It probably would have been really funny if I just said it outright. So
It was so funny when you said it. Don't worry.
that's okay. I can. Yeah, I know, but that's like a consolation prize. So you know, I gotta commit. I just gotta commit harder. I have to like shoot for the stars, completely miss, and fucking land the worst joke of my life. The call is silent. I'm in shame. I'm thinking about being a headline tomorrow. Those are the risks you have to take. Those are the 50-50. Those are the 50-50 risks you have to take. Yeah.
Let me teach you the way of no shame. When you release your shame, you become infinitely more powerful. You become unstoppable.
Yeah, Pharaoh, but
a force
Pharaoh,
of nature.
the last time we had this conversation, we realized that I still there are some things that I still have shame that I can't let go of.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's true.
I cannot go full BFE voice and do shit like that. I will die.
I know. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Understandable.
Actually, Ray, while I'm sitting here, I'm gonna send you.
What?
Most of my new design has been finished. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
So Mono keeps showing.
wanna see.
Mono waits until like I'm in a call with him, and then he
wanna
shows
see.
everybody this, but me. He will not show me. his
You
new
know
design.
exactly. You know exactly why.
I'm
wanna
trying to
see.
decide if it's
I wanna
become a
see.
bit now, or if
I wanna see.
if I deeply traumatized him the last time he showed me a design. I'm not sure which it is at this
1
point.
second.
Wait, really? The eyes? What the- Oh. Wait, the artist are nice. The hell?
I wanna see.
Wait, why do you have a?
Hold on.
Why do you need a?
There you go.
Why do you need? Why do you need a
Wait.
topless version of you?
That was just for reference.
Oh, so now I know why you haven't shown me Mono. Now I know
No,
why.
actually, because I only
Ray
just
is
got those. That was from the
So
artist,
Mono,
just for
Mono,
like
Mono, Mono,
yeah, no,
so
Pharaoh,
here's my question.
Pharaoh, stop for 1 second. Let me finish. It's because it's a
ahead.
multi-layered outfit, and so they need to send it to me with every varying degree of like the layers. That's why.
No, Sin. We're going in a completely different direction this time. So we've gone. So what I'm hearing is you've decided to leave behind your e-boy era and embrace your fuckboy era. And
I
you know
think
what?
I will.
That's
Pharaoh,
That's advancement, Mono. That is
Pharaoh.
advancement. I am proud of you that you have
Oh my god,
decided.
man.
Was this
Dude,
an
uh-huh.
intervention and then we
That
just
you have
stepped into it,
decided
kinda?
to. No,
No, I
you
think
definitely-
I honest
Grab
to
some
God, you know
popcorn,
what,
Ray.
Pharaoh? I'm gonna tell you, I sent the full thing to Yusan, and the first thing Yusan said to me, nipples
Was-
for free.
Nipples for free. Yeah, that sounds like something you son would say.
Oh my god!
I just, Ray, thank you for giving. That's all the information that I needed to know about Mono's new model.
Ray, you've
got it.
actually fucked me. You've actually just fucked me.
No, well,
I was asking you.
I said
No,
nothing.
you've Kata, you're my only ally here. Kata, you're my
I know,
only
You
ally.
understand exactly. We're on the same side always. I got your back. I
Oh.
got you.
Funny to me. I don't even.
This is what Ray does. Ray do what Ray
I don't
does.
need to see. I don't
Yeah,
need to
Ray,
see-
curiosity killed the cat, and curiosity fucking ruined my reputation forever.
This is so good. The fact that your new model has a top
It's not even a model.
option.
It's just an art ref because I changed my design up.
It's just an art ref. It's not even a model, so you don't even need the layering because it's not even a model yet. So what
Artists
I'm hearing
needed it.
is that
Oh my god. Oh my god, man.
It's okay.
No,
so
actually,
it's
no,
not even
Farrah, you're right because you're being. I know that you're being obtuse because you're trying to wind me up. You're so right, man. You're so right.
Now double down. Just double down.
You're so right, Pharaoh. You're so right. I specifically asked the artist.
Wait, kinda. I need to verify. When people say curiosity killed the cat, I wasn't the cat in the situation. It's someone who I'm talking to, isn't it? They're the cat who died. That's
No.
what happens usually. I'm having a realization right now.
It's fine. It's fine. Just thank you for that. Just know, Ray, that you did
111. You're right. No, you're right. 111. I get it. I
111.
understand. I understand.
111.
Yes. Thank you. I needed that number. Thank
Oh
you.
my God.
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm saying yes to, but yes.
At the end of
you
the
sweet
day,
summer child.
Pharaoh, Yusan at least said that it was less e-boy, and that was all
I
I,
would
could.
imagine-
I would take
It
that.
is less Eboy. It is less Eboy.
Yeah, I would imagine it's less E-boy because E-boy, the what is it? The natural evolution of E-boy is to fuckboy, and then when you become fuckboy, you become.
Bro, I'm holding
Right.
B. I am holding B. Evolving, no. You stay a Pikachu. I don't want to write you. Hold B.
What?
They don't know.
They don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't even. I shouldn't even know that. I don't like Pokemon. I shouldn't even know that.
Yep. I shouldn't know that either. I've never played a Pokemon game before in my life, but I do know what you're talking about.
I shouldn't even
why.
know that.
That's
Sometimes
so
my brain is just filled with knowledge that I don't even know where it came from.
useless knowledge. Yes, I'm packed full of that as well.
Oh, what does that say? What is like that one Digimon? Elaborate.
Actually, yeah, elaborate. I would
let's
also like to know.
let's dive into
Which-
let's dive into this.
Which okay, hold on. Yes, Endless. I need to know which Digimon you're referring to, because that could be very useful to me right now.
Beelzebubmon?
Beelzebubmon. Okay, now I'm gonna look
Oh
this
my
up.
god. Why that?
Beelzebub Mon.
Bro, are you calling me? You're basically just calling me Reaper from Overwatch, man.
Hold on, let's see here.
I'll,
Let's see here.
I'll get the picture.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is
Is it what we're talking about, chat?
You know, Mono.
Oh, you know, Pharaoh.
No,
It's just because
Mono.
when I was a kid. No, when I was a kid,
You
I
know,
had
Mono.
one VHS. I had one VHS of the first episode of Digimon, and I watched that shit all the time.
You know, Mono. Endless has kind of a point. I mean, it's kind of.
Fuckboy energy.
Kana, I need you to never say those words ever again.
Kana, I think you should get these words
Kana,
in your
I need
lexicon, specifically for Pharaoh.
I really need you to never, ever again in my presence.
But Michi always says fuckboy all the time. Like, what's
It's
the
true, and
difference?
she did actually.
It's a pretty good set of
accuse you
words,
of being the fuckboy in the friend group, so I guess that's fair. Yeah.
Wait,
that's
did
a little-
she called me the... Right.
Yeah.
Right. She thinks
next
I
council
have
meeting's about to
fuckboy
go crazy.
energy. I see.
Yeah. Apparently, yeah. Kana has the fuckboy energy in the girlies.
It's terrible. I don't
No,
understand.
yeah, that
And
is true though. Michi
What?
did not know what that word actually meant until recently.
That's
what does
fair.
it mean? What?
Fuckboys are like male manipulators.
Mhm.
Like dudes that will just lie to get in bed with the girl and then move on.
Yes.
She thinks
Yes.
I'm that before she figured
No,
out what it
because
meant.
No, she thought that they just meant like. I think she conflates e-boy with fuckboy.
I think she does too, honestly, or she did anyway. I don't think she really understood it's one of those ESL moments where she didn't really grasp that e-boy and fuckboy are two entirely different creatures, and
Neither of which are what I am. Pharaoh just likes to point it just to rile me up.
I just like to I do. I like to rile him up with that. It was so good. I got the best reaction.
I screamed at him. I actually screamed at him.
It was so good. You know what's funny, Mono? Afterwards, Michi was like, I was talking to Michi. Michi's like, because she was like, Pharaoh, you weren't actually upset with us. I'm like, of course I wasn't upset with you. Hello? Why would I be upset? We were having a good time. She's like, I have never heard Mono get loud like that before.
It's
And I'm
true.
like,
I don't think I have literally. Michi has
Yeah,
never heard me
buddy.
yell that loud ever.
I
don't think I've even. I honest to God, I don't think I've even raised my voice at her.
No,
Oh.
I found his lever, and I just was like, haha, push, and it was amazing.
Honest to God, I just saw a video on Twitter that was like POV. Your friend's overstimulated and being kind of quiet, but you're hoping for a generational crash out, so you keep pushing him.
Yeah,
I was in that situation.
it was. I got a hold of him. It was pretty good. Probably one of the best crash outs I've caused in a while.
6 heads, 7.
You can do it.
I was at 7 heads in a row.
Damn. But yeah,
I
it's
suppose I have to
funny.
get to 10 and then I win. But yeah, I yell. I don't think there's very few people in my life that I actually think have heard me yell that loud.
No,
I was questioned
yeah.
about it later.
Right.
Were you really? That's so funny.
Yeah, I was interrogated about it
e-boy?
later. Be like, so who are you? So who? Well, e-boy? There's a person
No.
that I could
How
name,
do
but I
we-
can't.
Cause like,
I don't know
cause
how to
I mean,
describe an
the way
e-boy.
Michi always, she kind of uses it somewhat interchangeably. So now I feel like I've lost all meaning
You know
of
what?
the word.
What's the
Wait.
Google definition of an e-boy? Let's
Okay,
see.
I mean,
Let's see what the Google e-boy. A
Yeah.
alternative internet-based
What is
emo
e-
goth skater K-pop fashion, like often exhibiting a soft
she
boy
called
or
me
moody persona.
She called me an E.
an electronic boy.
Yes.
What the
Honestly,
heck is
it's like
an
yeah, actually, Ray, I think in your case,
Hmm.
e-boy might actually apply to an extent.
Ooh.
Raise an
You,
e-boy?
you ever,
Not
Mm.
entirely. Not entirely.
why do you think that
but,
why do you think that Ray's icon is Blink 182?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a little bit of e-boy going on there. Not like full maximum e-boy, but like I could see it. She got a little emo. She got a little emo in there.
A little?
You know,
Sorry.
a little, a little emo in there. So yeah, no, I could see that. When Michi was talking on stream about it, and she was like, yeah, like Kana's like the group's like got the group fuckboy potential. She didn't say you were an actual fuckboy. She said she had fuckboy potential. I was like
Damn.
really
Potential to her may as well just be a death sentence, man.
yeah, I was like really confused because like I'm like, and all the times I've interacted with Kana, she has never given off any kind of fuckboy energy, but then every now and again, like she says things or she says things in a certain way, and I look at her and I go,
What?
"Hmm."
Wow,
Hmm.
someone remove that command.
That fucking honestly said that's one of my favorite questions. Whenever I'm like sitting with like a close friend of mine and like the conversation's kind of died and I don't know what to say, I will just be like hit him with the so what are we? What are we? It's just such a good random question to drop. It's so funny.
Yeah,
That's
Just
crazy.
what are we?
Yeah. What are we? Oh god.
You should, you know what, Kata, next time you're streaming and
Yeah?
like you kind of like trying to figure out what to say, you just go chat, what are we?
There you
Okay.
go.
I'll even write it down in my notebook.
And you'll never know when it's
Oh,
coming, chat,
God.
but at some point the question will be raised.
And she'll forget this whole conversation happened. So like it'll be like a month or two down the line, and she'll be looking at her notes and she'll be confused about
Sharks?
that sharks.
I
Sharks.
I should start a bit where it's like one person in like if you're in someone's chat, you pick a random chatter at them. What are we?
That's amazing. That's too fucking funny.
Oh, bits that I will never actually do myself, but I'll say
No.
I put the idea out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? No,
I
I'll
want
ask
this coin
Michi.
flipping to them.
The next time I
Chat,
see
what
her.
are we?
next time you hang out with Michi, like
Yes.
you don't even say hi or whatever. You say, what are we?
Just look at her, and I need you to like look at her like demurely. Can you manage that? I need you to like give her like the most demure look possible and be like,
Mhm.
Michi, what are we? And
Mhm.
and just report back to me on what her response
Oh,
is.
better yet, whatever answer she gives you, you just go, and then you don't elaborate any further. You just go,
That's it. Just zero elaboration.
Okay. No,
or you just hit him with like,
her.
I guess. I was like, okay.
Okay.
Just move on.
Yeah, no rats chat. Nobody.
No
nobody
rats.
spoke
I
to
will
this.
know. I don't ban people in Michi's chat. However, this will
He
be my
can.
one time.
He's got the authorization. He's got the power.
No, it's okay. I think I'll see her before the next stream. Probably, maybe. We'll see.
Probably, maybe.
Mm,
No, I'll see.
it'll
Exactly.
be really funny. Oh, it's one of my favorite questions. It's just it's such a charged question.
If you're
Oh.
saying shit, what are we? You definitely give a fuckboy vibes. I forgot. So the one earlier is for fuckboys, not e-boys? Question mark.
Well, no, e-boy. There's a little bit of crossover, but at their core, it's like different. I think.
Yeah.
Like fuckboys are like they know, like they are very aware that like they're like
I got it.
they're trying to get around.
So,
Yeah. go
I
ahead.
got it. I got it right now. So e-boys are at home playing video games, thinking about how tragic something in their life is. All right.
Uh-huh.
Fuck boys are in the club giving you looks and buying you drinks.
And then T-Pain, buy you a drink. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
there's a like e-boys are like when you hear. Have you ever heard like any of those those Valorant clips where like you're like dudes are talking and their voice is like all the way down here, like that shit? That's what they're making fun of. Like e-boys are that.
But you just sound like Ray.
When everybody
Like in the
gives
morning.
when everybody
Aw.
gives Rin a hard time about
You had
having
to
a
put that
fuckboy
out.
voice, that's what. Bam.
Well, that's the thing is like that's the joke is that people will
Oh,
post
thanks,
clips
yeah.
that are like this is just my morning voice. What do you mean this is just my morning voice?
Yeah, that's
like,
right.
that shit.
That sounds exactly like Ray.
Ooh, Ray, it's not looking good. Pick up the eyeliner. I think there's a G
Ray?
note in your future, dog.
Yeah.
Is there something you're not telling us?
What?
That's so fucking funny.
I mean, okay, I did have like a black lipstick like years ago.
Uh-huh. It's okay, Ray. We know. It's okay.
It's always a year ago. And then they don't forget that it's a year ago till now.
No, it expired, so I don't buy any anymore. Think like when I had it, my mom looked at me like, "What the fuck are you doing?" and showed me with disdain in her eyes.
That's so fucking funny. The black lipstick.
It
I
was
still-
I don't, like-
cool.
Yeah.
E-boys are just they're a different kind. I also would count e-boys as like the guys in VR chat that would put on like the really like tatted up like dark haired
Mhm.
models and sit in front of mirrors the whole time.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Okay. Let me take notes. I don't think I will ever encounter an e-boy in the wild other than Ray. But
No, you'll just
in
know.
case-
To be honest, you will just know.
Yeah, you'll know e-boy when you encounter one, if you ever encounter one.
Do I want to encounter one?
Probably. not.
Do you have like a stretch of time that you just want to be miserable for?
Maybe, like, Tuesdays.
I still think that was one of my funnier tweets. Was who wants to ruin my life for 6 months? I need to write music.
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny. Honestly, I thought
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And then Raichi followed it up by tweeting at Mark, tweeting who want me? Reply locked to only those I've mentioned at Markiplier.
That's oh god, Raichi.
love that
Oh
girl.
bless her.
I
Raichi's
love that
tweets give
girl.
me life. They really do. Her Manhera is
unhinged.
exquisite. Her Manhera is so exquisite, and she knows it, and she just leans all the way into it.
Yeah.
That's why I
I'd
miss
love to
Twitter
live free
circles.
like her.
I really
Oh
miss
my
Twitter circles
God,
because you
Twitter
could make it so
circles.
only certain people could see it. Just be like, I want you. Only people in your circle can see this. And it was just one dude. He's like, please tell me other people can see this.
That's so fucking funny.
Right.
I just told Raichi that that's a married man that she's going after. Home wrecker.
I remember her response was something along the lines of like, his whatever, I can't think of his Mark, whatever his full name is married, but Markiplier is not, or something like that. Like she, like she's
I love her.
her
I love
levels
that
of
girl.
Lulu are breathtaking. They really are.
Take notes,
Bro, I
Ray.
want to stop flipping coins.
How many are you at 2,000? There is no way.
I don't know. I've probably been past 2,000 for a while now. I almost got to 10 and then I missed the last one. Which truly, that's my fault. I should have just flipped the coin better.
How did... Okay. No, yeah,
It's
you're right.
amazing.
Oh.
I love coin flipping.
Okay.
There's multiple endings to this game, if you could believe it.
There's an end.
This game ends.
Yeah, if you
Oh.
reach 10 coin flips, then you win. Or
Oh.
if you reach 10 heads in a row. If you get 10 heads in a row, you win. And apparently there's multiple endings.
Okay.
Interesting.
Ayo. Ow.
I speak Russian.
Stretch.
It is.
No,
it
I
is 4:00 in the morning.
It is actually
I
4.
I am going to go.
Waffle
there.
House.
It is. It is time for,
You
for
guys-
the old man to seek his bed.
You should. You actually should. And get your
I think
waffles.
I think I
Oh.
have fortified Kana enough for one night. Do you feel as though you have consumed enough of my sanity? Are you good now?
But to be fair,
Huh?
you called me, good sir. You called me.
Yes, I did. I did. Well, you were already consuming my sanity, so I figured, fuck it, might as well just go all in, right? It's like, I'm already being psychically attacked. I might as well just head into battle.
I've never attacked anyone ever.
Your
Anyway,
existence is attacked.
well,
I'm
what
gonna go
can
walk the
I
bot
do?
now.
What
I'm
can
gonna
I
go walk the
actually
bot
do about my existence? I could like disappear like this.
No.
I'm gone.
Hey guys, welcome to my stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Actually, wait.
That's so fucking funny.
Go for it.
Today we're going to be flipping coins, and we're going to be discussing the ramifications of the coins, and also we're going to be talking about my sick-ass boots. I got them for $30 at Ross.
No, those are some brother. Who are you lying to? Those are some hot topic boots all day long.
Nah, bro, I got them at Ross.
No, those are not.
Dress
Ross
for
boots.
less.
Those are hot topic
Dress
boots.
for
I'm
less.
sorry. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. Please, for the love of God, release me.
Oh, I thought you won.
No, I was one flip off.
Aw, man. The
I
boots
failed
weren't
the last
helping.
Flip. Yeah, the boots don't really help me here. However, I do. Bro, what are those spikes on the boots? What are the purpose?
That's what I'm
What are the
fucking saying,
purpose of
dude.
those?
That's what I'm saying. You're like, got him at Ross. I'm like,
Bro,
brother,
that is the kind of spikes. You go to put
That
those
is-
boots on, you lean down a little bit too far, straight through your eye.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
The sad thing is, I could see your voice coming out of
If
it.
you-
I'm gonna change how I speak forever. I'm going through like
That's-
voice therapy.
Goddamn, that's it. You got him.
I'm
You
gonna go
got
up to every stream and I'm gonna talk like this now. This is the brand new voice, everybody. I'm talking like this on all my streams from now on. This is me.
Mono, you're never beating the allegations, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
I just listen. I just think it's like it's more unfortunate that it's not even an active choice. It is just the designation has been thrust upon me, and there's nothing I can do about it. That's the sad thing is that I like there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it.
Just embrace it, brother. That's how you get through these
No.
things. You just embrace them.
No. Embracing it means becoming the thing I hate most.
You lean into it until everybody is so sick of it they go, never mind, Mono. We don't want you to be an e-boy anymore. And then
You don't want me to be an e-boy to begin with. I still think about the fact that Michi said that with her male model on. She's like, you're not funny because now you're hot. And I genuine, what the fuck, man?
That's so fucking funny.
Oh my
I
god,
I,
man.
I still need to make sure that Michi bore witness to some part of me piloting Yuson's model.
No, she did. She saw.
Oh good. Oh good.
She saw, and then she played brain cleansing audio.
That's amazing. That's so fucking,
Oh.
so fucking funny.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh.
Damn.
No, brother.
I'm gonna lose it. Only funny or hot. That's true. You can't. You cannot be
Yeah.
both. You're one or the other.
Yeah, no, you're only one or the other.
In that
I
which
forgot
case,
I was
bro,
gone.
make me funny. Make
I
me
am
funny.
fucking hilarious. I am also a cave troll, so that tracks.
I still think Mormon Trent Reznor is the best description.
Mormon Trent Reznor was absolutely fucking spectacular. That tickled the shit out of me. It really did.
I wanna read you like a Bible.
What the heck is that? What the actual heck is that?
Oh god. That's that
Are
4
we,
a.m.
are we losing him?
That is that 4 a.m. laughter because he had to go for closer. They don't know.
Bro,
what
it's
Closer
it is
Brother, it is the song. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong, but it's just the fact that neither one of them know closer. This is just what makes it
neither one of them know ball.
Nope. They sure
Aw.
don't.
I should have gone for an
did show
extreme.
Ray. I did show Ray. Pretty Hate Machine though, because I thought she would.
Pretty Hate Machine. That's like the most different out of all of their stuff.
Yes. Yeah,
Huh?
That's like
I
true
showed her-
late '80s like industrial.
Yeah, that was Well, I was showing Ray like the old industrial shit, like Nine Inch
Mm.
Nails, and I showed her some VNV Nation, like the old like fucking industrial scene music and shit.
What the
Back
heck
in
is
my day.
industrial scene
It's
music?
a genre of music which is very It could be like it's just like how do
Okay,
I
so you know how
describe
like
it?
Ray is like sad depressed, so industrial was angry depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm laughing because Ray is always the example.
It's just like imagine like music that's like it's designed to sound like it's coming out of machines. Like it's not made to sound like people are playing it. It's like machines are playing this. And
Yeah.
Nine Inch Nails' first album is so 80s it really hurts. Despite coming out in like 89, like at the turn of the
Yeah.
90s. It is so out of place, but it's kind of funny. But
Yeah.
after that, then they released albums that if I listen to it, it ruins my day when I listen to some of their
Like-
albums. It's great.
some of their newer shit, especially, is just like I don't even.
Listen,
Like,
that is
Pretty
just
Hate
Trent
Machine-
Reznor and Atticus Ross having
Pretty-
a fun time, and I
Yeah.
can vibe with it.
Pretty Hate Machine and Downward Spiral were my albums for Nine Inch
Yeah,
Nails.
I was
And-
literally gonna say you seem like a downward spiral kind of guy.
Yeah, Downward Spiral. Yeah, and
Unfortunately, Pharaoh, and maybe you would have seen this. I am a fragile boy. I am a fragile enjoyer.
yeah,
I am
that
a-
tracks. Fragile wasn't
Yeah.
bad. Fragile wasn't.
No, it's not. It's just it's horribly depressing. That's just really it. It's horribly depressing.
See, like Pretty Hate Machine, like I've dated that.
Oh no, this isn't your stream anymore. This is our stream now.
Yeah, we've taken it. Sorry.
Huh?
I like
Wait,
how
no,
this is
I'm
sitting there.
listening.
Kinda-
No, I'm literally listening. I'm trying to think
Listening?
of 9-inch what now?
Nine Inch Nails.
Nails. Yeah.
9-inch
You know
nails.
what? You know what? Kanda, we're gonna have our like meeting or whatever on what is it, Tuesday or Wednesday or somewhere in there anyway, and I will introduce you to it so you can understand what I'm talking about, because it's not stream appropriate music.
It's not.
Well, I mean, I don't think when he says it, I feel like I think the way you're described, like that's a little misleading. It's just that like it's not like enjoyable music that you'd put on in the background of stuff. It is like intense music that's like it's not designed to be ignored.
Yeah, it's the kind of music that you need to pay attention to, and it's meant to match a mood. It's meant to like match a feeling, like especially like Pretty Hate Machine. Like if you've ever dated like a super narcissistic toxic bitch, Pretty Hate Machine speaks.
That's so specific. Okay.
Pretty Hate
Okay.
Machine.
And by a narcissistic toxic bitch, he means the Lord Jesus.
It wasn't all about the Lord Jesus. Okay, there was actually a lot of that was about somebody that he was in a relationship with. So,
Bro,
some of it was- some of it was
when he says, "God, you owe me a great big apology."
Yeah, Terrible Lie was, that's, some of it was definitely. Terrible Lie. Had like a whole
Huh.
black as your soul. I'd rather
die than give you control.
What's it?
Wow. That sounds like a lot
Bow
to
down
unpack.
before the ones you serve. You're going to get what you deserve. Oh,
Yeah, it's
he has been
fucking-
saying all that shit.
It's angry fucking music, bro. It's angry fucking music. It's sad music. It's a whole. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole.
One of my
Okay.
favorite songs of all time is a Nine Inch Nails song.
Which one?
It's usually a top up between.
Wait, I gotta go pee.
I would probably
Continue.
time probably between All That Could Have Been or why am I suddenly blanking on the Great Below?
Okay. Fair. Yeah. All right. I can't say anything against you on
are very
that.
good.
Those
They're
are
pretty good. I think the entire Still
I think
EP is probably one of the best.
I think the reason the Pretty Hate Machine sticks with me is because it was there for like some really dark periods of my life. So that's kind of like that whole.
You were actually there when it came out.
Yeah, that's right. I was there when it came out.
You were there.
Yeah, and it was with me through some fairly traumatic periods of my life when I was younger. So yeah, that whole album just kind of resonates with me.
Honestly, I feel like I don't know why, but I always just in the back of my mind, I'm just like, if someone is like a really big fan of Pretty Hate Machine, they love Wisconsin Death Trip.
Why you got to call me out like that, bro?
I'm just so good at this. I'm just so good at this.
Why you gotta call me out like that? Why you gotta call me
I
out
just
like
in the back of my head, I'm just like those two albums. There's like a
Yeah.
slight difference, but they're like real close.
Wisconsin Death Trip. Yeah.
And then he said, "Love dumped me, bro."
Yeah.
This whole stream's calling out.
I had a whole like very really like serious emo, like angry emo phase of life when I was younger. So
I thought for a second you were about to tell me you had the Wayne Static hair, and I would have believed you.
brother, have you ever seen? No, I never did Wayne Static, but I did do. Have you ever seen like the young Pharaoh picture? You might not.
I don't think I've seen young Pharaoh. I've only seen modern Pharaoh.
Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you. Where is it?
One day you're gonna like. I'm just gonna imagine that you tell me you have like Clayton from Cell Dweller hair at one point, and I would believe you.
I did some interesting things with my hair. This is like the only like photographic evidence of young Pharaoh and what his hair looked like back in the day. There you go, brother.
I see. You went for like 90s saliva, like new metal band.
Yeah.
You look. But no, which one? I was gonna say you look like you could be in. No, not Sepultura.
Sepultura.
Too white.
That's a band I haven't thought about in a long time. Yeah, too white for Sepultura. Sepultura.
You're too white for Sepultura.
Yeah.
Who is it? There's a band that. Oh, you look like you could be in Power Man 5000.
Yeah. Fair. Guilty as charged. Yeah. I
Call
loved
it a
Power Man
banger.
5000 too. Power Man 5000 was amazing. This is what it's like when worlds collide. Fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
Ah.
You're ready to go, 'cause I'm ready
It's
to go.
so
What
fucking
you
good.
gonna do, baby?
God,
And that-
Power Man 5000 was so fucking good.
I did listen
You know
to
what?
that album recently.
What was that? What was the name of that fucking band? Hold on.
What
I need
did I
some
come back to?
descriptors. Talking about, I'm telling Pharaoh what kind of new metal bands I thought he'd be in based on that picture.
Ah. I just realized that I've been holding in my pee for a while, and then my focus was solely on like, hold it, and then brain empty, because I'm just like, hold it.
I'm trying to think of. Well, there's like
Gravity
other. You
fucking
look.
kills, dude. Gravity fucking kills.
I don't know about that. I was gonna say you look like you wouldn't look like you'd be in Linkin Park. You look like you'd be in a Linkin Park cover band.
That's fair. Understandable. Okay, but whose part am I doing though? But whose part am I covering in the cover band? That's the
You would actually be, despite everything, you'd be Mike Shinoda.
question. Yeah, Mono, and you have to know. Hold on, you have to know Gravity Kills. This song was
Oh, but
everywhere back in the fucking late '90s, early 2000s, bro.
And you know where I was in the late 90s, early 2000s, bro? Elementary school, dog.
So, yeah, that's fair. No, check that.
Let me see.
That's gonna be.
I feel like I'm playing Killing Floor listening to this. No, I do not recognize this song at all. I have no recollection of this song. To be fair, most of my...
brother.
You should know that the introduction to Power Man 5000 in my brain, it's it's fucking Gran Turismo 3.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Because they had Supernova Goes Pop on that soundtrack.
Yep.
The Supernova. Oh, it's I You know what? Hold on. Where's my phone? Because my phone has my original like music library, and I can tell you the stuff that I was listening to when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And then you will realize how far this rabbit hole goes.
This song was huge because do you remember the movie Seven? Did you ever see that?
I know of the movie Seven.
This song was like the only like not just, you know, background music song for that movie. Guilty.
Yeah, I've never seen Seven.
Guilty, and there was another one of theirs that were both like super huge back in the day.
Let's see. Library.
Back in the day. How long ago was this again?
This was, I think this came out in like late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay. I still can't believe Ray, are you into Linkin Park? I forgot.
No.
Yeah, see, I don't know why that is. I don't know why in my head that doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Because I didn't really grow up listening to those. I would listen to like Gorillaz, MJ and Britney Spears, but that's it.
Got the shoe, got the cool shoe shine. That's you. Got the cool, got
Ray
the cool
is a
shoe shine.
different edge. Your edge is
'Cause I
listening
feel
to
like
Britney Spears.
No, that's not part of it, but it's more like the Linkin Park edge and Evanescence edge is not the type of edge I'd vibe with, lyric wise.
The tracks. No, I showed Ray him. Mono, you remember him?
Oh, I do remember him.
I showed Ray him, and she was like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "I knew it. Fucking knew it."
There's no coming back from that one, to be honest.
No, there's no coming back from that one at all. When I showed her him, and the first song, you know, "Join Me in Death," right? And Ray's like,
Join Me
I've
in
listened
Death.
to this. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to do this to Connor now. I'm sorry.
Kind of smiling and nodding along. Because I don't know any of those. I only know, like, listen to throwback. Does that mean to be like nostalgic?
I wish there was a way to sort my library by by when I bought it, because I used to be able to do that, and you can't do that anymore. I don't feel like.
All right.
Back when I was, let's see, artists back in high school, I would have been listening. I listened to a lot of Avenged Sevenfold back in the day.
That's fair.
That was
entirely
to be fair, most of my early adolescence, my songs I liked was purely dictated by what was on the Guitar Hero 2 soundtrack and Guitar Hero 3.
That's fair.
So that was like back then, and then I started getting really into like deathcore and like death metal. And then as I've gotten older, my tastes have mellowed out, and I feel like I'm becoming that guy that wears a beanie and sips a matcha latte and sits in a fucking cafe writing his novel on his laptop, though he wishes it was a typewriter.
Fucking tragic.
It is pretty bad. I just don't be listening to as much heavy music these days.
Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of heavy music. I have to be in a certain mood for it.
I don't have the rage in me anymore.
I listen to a lot more instrumental. Like
I can't do. I used to be an instrumental. I used to be an instrumental kind of guy.
The Oppenheimer soundtrack absolutely tickles the neurons. I love that so much.
I have to say that people who listen to film OSTs and they're like, "Oh, I only listen to film OSTs." They're like, they are the hipster version of people who are like, "I only listen to video game OSTs." They are free range video game OST enjoyers.
That specific OST was really well done. I've always liked classical, and like it's so hard to find like modern classical that like isn't shit. So that's fair. I really enjoyed it.
The edgy rage is gone. You mellowed down. I mean, my recent I can't say that because if I go to my Spotify top songs of 25, I know exactly what the fuck is gonna be there, and no one will let me live it down.
I'm waiting.
You got to tell us now, Mono.
So now
I mean, it's not that it's not gonna be that crazy. It's gonna be Sleep Token. That's because that's because I really fucking loved Sleep Token, and then Sleep Token. Oh, I'm gonna sound like such a hipster. I'm gonna sound like a hipster. The moment Sleep Token got super popular, I knew immediately any conversation surrounding it was going to be awful.
Stretch. Got it.
I don't disagree. I've listened to some Sleep Token, and I don't hate it. It's okay.
Everybody who says that they are reinventing their genre, wrong. Everyone who says it's the worst thing that ever exists, wrong.
Yeah.
They literally I'm gonna flex my old head right here as somebody who I've listened to them since they were like a newer band. Like they have not really changed that much. Like they have remained pretty consistent. So it's not like they suddenly changed and became more annoying. No, they've always been this annoying.
For music. Like out of curiosity, I mean, we know you listen to Unholy apparently, but beyond that, like what other kind of music do you listen to?
Wait, who are you talking about?
You, Kana, what do you listen
Me?
to?
Because like I don't listen to Unholy. It was just there.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
What do you listen to? Aside from Unholy?
When I was younger, probably Linkin Park and like Simple Plan. I'm so basic.
No,
Like,
I can't. I know the thing is, I can't even laugh. Literally the first album that I ever got was Hybrid Theory.
Linkin Park is good. I mean, people.
It's true.
can say
Linkin
what they
Park
want.
is good.
Linkin Park is good. I mean, okay.
Linkin Park
good.
was
I don't
good.
really like whatever they're doing now. I'm not really into. But when Chester was still with them, I liked.
Back then,
Yeah.
I had there was someone I was close with back then. I wasn't, mind you, I was a preteen. Is that what they call it? I was like really young, and they were really into music, and they were like I don't know what genre it is. Sorry, I'm not good at picking out genres, but they would
That's
show me
okay.
songs like Avenged Sevenfold or like. I wish I. We don't.
No,
talk
to be
about
honest-
that.
No. Let's. I can tell. Like the thing is that like Avenged Sevenfold is like
We don't talk about it.
band
It's okay. I was in the
that like no Avenged Sevenfold is like. Oh man, do I have opinions? Do I have opinions?
I like Avenged Sevenfold.
I
personally.
liked my favorite album from them was the self-titled. I thought that was my favorite one. However, the more albums they keep putting out that are getting longer and the songs are getting weirder and people keep being like, oh, they're so experimental. And they keep giving it like 9 out of 10. So I'm like, have you listened to it? It's dookie, bro.
I have not listened to newer A7X. I don't know.
Want to unpack that? You really we don't have to unpack that, but I basically ended up with songs that I from bands that I didn't know back
Good
then
job.
and just listen to it. Like, okay, this is gonna be, I've never known anyone who knows it, but like, do you know Skillet?
I do know Skillet. Skillet is the
Thank
band that when you find
Monster.
no Skillet's the band that
Monster.
when you find out that they're a Christian band, it actually paints your perception of it forever.
Yeah. Monster. Monster is
I
a
don't know.
great song.
I
mean,
okay.
Skillet. I actually
I
don't know
know
Skillet. I
she
grew up
doesn't
not
know.
knowing.
Oh, good job,
Like,
Mono.
ugh.
You're free.
I did. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
No, I had
No, I know
like
Skillet, yeah. Skillet's not
like
bad.
well, 'cause the thing is, I used to listen to Skillet a lot in high school, and there was a day where I was listening to it, and they were like, I don't remember what song it was, but I listened to it. I was like, what did they mean by this? I never actually looked at the lyrics, and I looked at the lyrics and I went, oh, and that has it seeps into everything about the band.
Yeah.
And you just go, oh,
No, who the fuck doesn't know Skillet? I live in Indonesia. Like, what?
Yeah.
Hello? No, Ray doesn't know. Like,
Okay.
for example, like, hello?
That's
It's not,
fair.
not like a big
Okay,
thing.
so I know on the
I
western
don't
side
have
of things, I think
friends.
Skillet's
That-
pretty well known here.
Or maybe I just don't have
So,
friends. You know, and that's fine too. That's okay.
let's-
It's okay.
I
let's
used
see
to.
what else.
You know,
I mean,
I
we
used to,
keep
like,
looking.
vibe with Mono.
Yeah, what?
I may get judged. I may get judged, and I'm okay if I get judged.
that's
A
fine.
Perfect circle. A
Perfect Circle's fucked. What do you mean?
I love it. Some people.
Perfect Circle
have
goes hard.
opinions. Yes, they do. I love it so fucking good.
Man, that was the
Pucifer.
band where man.
I used to listen to
Oh,
the fuck out of
Pucifer, yeah.
Pucifer back in the day
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
That's the one that's like a bit more out there, but it's meant to be out there.
It's meant to be out there. It's supposed to be out there. Queen Bee is meant to be out there. Like,
Oh no.
I'm looking at what I listen to the most in 2025, and all I'm seeing is a lot of Panic at the Disco, because that was when I finally sat down to listen to Panic at the Disco, and then
That's
realized
fair.
the first two
That's
albums
fair.
the first two albums were good enough. I can ditch the rest, and then I
Yeah.
ditched the rest. Holding Absence, a lot of
That's a
Dispute.
better question. What do you listen to recently, Kana? Like the last like 2 years, maybe like a year.
2
yeah.
years.
you-
What's your music
Yeah,
nowadays?
I guess like yeah, your music nowadays, because I feel like you always kind of like
Mhm.
get confused on what songs to sing, what do you listen to, but you do listen to some things. You just don't write them down, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's like a phase thing. I listen to music that's like maybe more suited to my mood. Like for example, I think when I'm feeling like super I'm looking for a word, but I don't know why zooted is in my head because I'm not zooted.
Oh.
Like when I'm
Yeah,
looking
while I sit here,
Oh.
Let's see, what's my
What?
day list?
Well, if I'm feeling extra like chaotic, I listen to calm songs. You know what I mean? Like music is
Yeah.
a way for me to like adjust my mood, kind of. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it's
'Cause I feel
specific,
like I feel like most times when I do like hang out with you, you listen to basically those like really long YouTube loops where it's basically like just
like
do you say,
brain
ambiance
empty,
music?
including.
it's ambience music. You listen to more ambience music than actual like
Ambiance music. There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah. There's
I
nothing wrong with
have-
that, but
I have the coolest ambiance like soundtrack ever.
Which is
This outfit called, what is it, Cryo Tank? It's like, what was it, 6 or 7 albums, and it's all dark ambiance based on like H.P. Lovecraft writing.
oh.
So like there's a Call of Cthulhu album, there's a Nyarlathotep album. It's so fucking good. I usually sleep to it, honestly, which might explain some things.
Oh, okay. I'll list it
I'll
down
have
because
to-
my brain is not working. Yeah.
I can just I'll put it in a drive and you can like I'll send it to you or
Yippee.
something.
No.
Cool.
I mean,
That's-
like I'll
that's really
write
good.
down
You'll
what I
find
listen
more
to.
songs to sing this year. I'm not sure because I don't exactly know like your taste in music, if that makes sense.
Because I think I
It's
like
always
a
been-
lot of things. That's why it's hard.
I know
for
you
me.
like city pop for sure.
For example, like, I'm making a list that won't cover my face.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're always been like you don't really like think about it much, but you would kind of like go back to city pop very often.
Specifically in the last year, probably for that one. Because I feel like it changes. I feel like the music I listen to,
it's
like if I
okay,
look at my
it changes.
playlist as like when I was younger versus now, it's totally different.
Chaz.
Like
Oh,
I think
Mono,
like
I'm
after
gonna have to
Linkin Park
introduce
and then Vocaloid phase. You know what I mean?
What are you saying? What, Pharaoh? What is it?
I said I'm gonna have to introduce Kana to Kenny G. I'm gonna have
Kenny
to.
G.
Oh, you're too
Man.
young for Kenny G.
No, I know who Kenny G is.
Oh, okay.
I've never
But
listened to Kenny G.
honestly,
I've
retracing
got
what
to
you
intro-
know might like be good to like figure
Like-
out what you do sing or like, oh, I used to like this song. Why don't we try that? You know, it doesn't have to be like
Like,
songs now, but kind of like building your little library of like, oh, I had this phase, I remember this song, and then you could sing that.
Kana
Oh yeah,
singing
like
skill
me
is amazing.
discovering like Linkin Park. That was funny.
Yeah, I like how you really tried to sell the chat. Like, oh my god, Evanescence, Linkin Park. This is Raycore. I'm like, that was not.
I
part
can't
of my
believe that's not you,
childhood.
Core. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's not.
That's so funny.
It's
Anyway.
you. You were trying to put your image on me, girl.
It's not that image. It's more like I thought it would more. I thought you would. I thought it was a song that you would listen to, but then I realized.
No, I grew up Whimsy until I hit like middle school. That's when it all got.
Oh, sorry. We had a different childhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I forgot. No, yeah, we went the opposite way.
Yep.
Yeah,
We went
no,
the
you're right.
opposite ways. We went the opposite ways.
Kana sings Evanescence Twin.
I already sang a little bit of it. That counts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It must be on the new VOD
Oh,
that got
I
launched after. I'll watch that when I wake up.
Yeah, I'm gonna nuke that VOD. Thank you.
Nope.
Nuke it
Nope.
now.
We've talked about this. Yamu works for me, buddy.
I don't know genres.
And I don't work for you.
I mean, it's okay not to
Brother.
know genres. That's why you
Yeah,
just
you don't
pick
have to know
songs,
genres
Because at this
necessarily,
point,
yeah.
there's so many genres that you kind of can't pinpoint it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's
So
gotten
the
very.
I'm gonna Mono.
I go based on vibes. Yeah, how's it going?
Mono. I'm gonna have to introduce her to Dave
Do
Matthews
you have
Band.
like an all-time favorite song?
Meh. To be honest, Pharaoh, I have a bad news for you. Dave Matthews Band will literally never escape the image of my head of the bridge incident with like
That's
the
understandable,
septic,
yeah.
the septic tank.
Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. But Dave Matthews Band is such good music, though.
Subgenres.
Dave Matthews Band is good if you're just like a turn your brain off and watch dudes jamming because they're like a live album
Exactly.
band. They're not like a
Yeah,
you listen
yeah.
to the studio stuff.
Kana should try rock songs more. Her voice. I've never heard that in my life ever. Mostly because I've never tried singing it before.
Yeah, that's why you just sing the songs you like, you know?
You gotta
Instead of
hit-
trying to
you gotta
play
hit
the
it with that-
songs.
All I
wanted
was
I was
Gotta get
introduced you to introduced you to Hailstorm.
Hailstorm.
It's okay. I take
It's,
it.
it's not great, but it's okay. It's got a couple good songs.
Lizzie Hale is a good singer. It's just the music's not
Yes.
for me.
Yeah,
No,
sing
it's
what you like. Don't really worry
I-
about the
I-
genre, so you can experiment.
I'm gonna have to get Kana. I'm gonna have to hear Kana sing "Love Bites" at least one time because it's
The heck is
so
Love
fucking
Bites?
funny. Hold on, I'll fucking send it.
It's not gonna be like Unholy again, right? When I sing it
No,
normally and
No.
then oh no wait, see I haven't Mono I was just singing it normally, right? I need validation. You heard it
singing-
right. Unholy
singing Unholy.
normally. Yeah.
Yeah, you're singing it normally. You were, you know, I think just something possessed you, but you were singing it normally.
Again, you sang it as the song should be. It's just that we did not expect you to sing how
That's
the song
right.
should be.
That's
because
right.
you usually talk to us like,
You-
Chad, what should I do
Right.
today? I'm
Nobody-
kinda
nobody-
hungry."
Nobody
That's
expected
it.
Kana to sing the song properly. That's the whole thing. Is it's not that you sing
Yeah,
it
that's
wrong.
the
It's that
thing.
nobody expected you to sing it properly.
Exactly. That's why we were shocked. We weren't like, oh my god, that's horrible. It's more like, wait a second.
Wait
She's
a
locking
second.
in?
She's
Hold
locked
on.
all the way the fuck
Am I
in.
dreaming?
Wait.
The sweet girl who
Who is-
was always like bark
is-
bark or says meow went unholy. It's like, you know, you had to
Yeah.
reroute your brain a little bit to be like, am I processing
It wa-
things correctly right now?
It was so funny. As soon as I heard the music start, my brain started screaming in the back, like in the back of my head. Screaming started. I was like, wait, what? What is this? And then she started singing, and my brain just absolutely she just canoed right up the middle of my brain. I was like, well,
Yeah.
sit over here in the corner for a minute and recalibrate. That's
I didn't know you were so daring and brave when no one's around to hear you sing, you know. It really changed my perspective of you.
Oh well, sorry. Sorry, my brain just farted on that. Now I'm questioning what I do when I'm alone. Have I just what have
No,
I?
I mean, it's okay. Maybe
What have
like
I been
you know, it
doing,
could be a new
honestly?
niche. You're like a closet sexy girl, you know?
Ray, you're fucking foul for that. I just want you to know. You're fucking absolutely fucking get out.
No, hold on, Pharaoh, check this out. Pharaoh, check this out. Look at this. It's the situation we're in right now.
Wait, why is that a dog?
Just hold on. Just listen to what the dog's listening to.
Wait.
Car pal. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Shit, I need to verify.
I know it sucks. I'm in the middle of verifying and I'm failing it.
What's in the middle of
I
verifying?
failed 3 times.
That's so funny. You're right. You're absolutely right, Mono.
Wait, hold on.
You are absolutely right.
Look at him go.
Ugh. Okay. Wait.
Aww.
That's so fucking.
cute.
The dog only jumps when it hears songs it likes.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can't hear it, but I can.
So
good.
Oh, my opinions on the best Paramore song. Ooh.
I don't know Paramore well enough to even.
I actually think that whenever people are like, let's cover Paramore, if their first choice is Misery Business, I'm out, dog.
Yeah, I don't.
Like cover.
I don't-
They have so many good
no.
songs.
I do not
they
know
have so
Paramore
many good
well enough to speak
songs.
on that.
I would take Decode over Misery Business every day, and I don't even care if that associates me with Twilight. Decode is just a good song.
Oof. Twilight.
He
No,
trying to
but when
remember the
I think
song.
about it, your voice,
Mhm.
since you figured out you can use your lower tone, you can just do what Ollie does. She sings rock and she sings cute stuff. That's a very powerful
No, cause
combo,
okay,
you know?
yeah. Yesterday after stream, I was still in shock chat. Well, and I sat there and I was like, did that just happen? You know what I mean? It felt like an out of, and then I
Oh.
I turned it on again. I turned on Linkin Park in my living room, and I tried it again, and I still don't know who I'm hearing. You know what I mean? 'Cause I've never heard that voice come out of me in my life,
yeah,
so
yeah,
it
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
feels
yeah.
like I'm listening to a stranger, but I know it's me. It's like listening to a recording of your own voice for the first time. That's what
I
it felt.
cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear to listen to this VOD now. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
You never tried.
That's the
I'm-
thing. I want you to
that's-
explore songs without like which genre suits me, which songs suits me. Fuck
That's
that. Just
probably
sing
a
what you want.
trauma. Like it was like probably from like
Hmm.
going karaoke with like my classmates or something, and they're like, "Oh, you can only probably
Wait.
sing like cutesy Japanese songs or something."
You know, we still haven't actually gone karaoke with the girlies, surprisingly. I haven't even gone
actually
karaoke
can't.
with you.
Oh,
Did I have a dream? Oh, I just remembered I had a dream recently where like randomly a new karaoke place opened like 5 minutes from my place, and like, oh my god, let's go karaoke.
Okay. Keep
I
thinking
think
that, because
that's a
usually the stuff
dream.
you dream, anything you dream of or you think about really hard usually happens. So trust in the process.
Or maybe I've been
Truly,
singing too
right?
much.
Oh, that's good then. You're singing more.
any
You
kind of
sing-
singing is
You
good
sing
singing.
so loud. Yeah.
But I will die on that. I will die on that hill. Any kind of singing is
I-
good singing.
I need to nuke that VOD. Oh, I was so
No.
in
Nuke
shock.
Nuke it.
No,
I'm
that
so
VOD's
in
not
You need
working.
it
shock.
as a
No,
reference.
it's not going
What if you
anywhere.
forget that you can reach those notes? Like, come on.
It's less about the notes. It's more
Uh-huh.
like it's a weird sound I've never heard of, and I'm just
It's not
I don't know
weird,
how I
though.
feel about it. Oh,
It's a new side of you, you know? Like, if you ended up getting a costume with all emo and black hair, I wouldn't be surprised, not gonna lie.
man,
Oh,
who
I
knew?
can't-
Like,
okay,
my
I
covers
can't
are
wait
just
to hear
gonna
this
be
now.
unholy and like random rock songs? Question mark.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I was sad I missed
There's a
that
market.
karaoke. There's a market. Ah.
It's a good voice. At least it doesn't sound strained. It just came out like
It does
It's a
it? Oh,
secret.
brother.
it doesn't. It doesn't come out. It doesn't sound
I've-
like it's strained.
Because I've
That's the
never
thing.
made that sound in my life. You don't understand how
I
my brain is like,
know, I
like
know. No, I get it.
it's like
I
having
was
a
just
third
like,
arm.
Hold on, you can reach there. I thought you couldn't. That's why you just avoided.
You're
I
right.
thought you tried. That's the thing. I
I
thought
did
you.
it. I did it.
I
And
thought
you know
you
what it is? I was
tried.
sleep deprived. That's why I tried.
Oh my
Because I was
God.
sleep deprived and I didn't think about it. And then
Or
when
maybe
I
you should
did it,
stop
I was
thinking
like,
about
what the fuck?
thing, Maybe you should stop thinking when you sing. Just sing for fun.
Agreed.
You know,
Less
you
thinking,
have
more
so
singing.
much potential. You have so much things you can do, but you overthink about it. If you're gonna do it correctly or not, just do it, man.
People were thinking Kana didn't want to. She just never tried it herself. Because I thought
That's
I
the
couldn't.
thing.
Like, do you really want to?
I didn't know.
Like in my head, I'm like gonna sound like a screeching squirrel trying to be like I've become so numb type shit. You know what I mean? Like why
but
ruin people's ears?
If you knew you could sing Unholy and or like you sing Lawface songs, which are basically like on a lower tone, there
That's
was
totally
the
different.
possibility.
That's
No, no, no,
totally
no.
different.
No, it's not entirely different, but like if you could go lower than from your talking voice, which is like Lawface songs or like some of the songs you do choose to sing, then it's always possible to go lower. You never know. Unless you really sound like a croak, then that's where you know that's your limit.
It's how do I? Okay, it's more like all my life. If I try to like casually sing along to like those kind of songs, I just sing it not with that voice. Okay, like okay, wait, let me pull it up. Like, because I'm a wuss. Maybe I'm just a wuss. Thoughts?
Mm,
Wait.
Strong possibility.
Chad. I wonder. She was.
I have many thoughts about this topic.
Really?
Oh, which is that if you don't do it, you don't get better. There's not a day where you're
You're
just gonna
so
wake up
right.
and be like, I do it and I'm gonna be good immediately. No, we all have to start from somewhere,
Thank
and
you.
you don't
That's
get
true.
better by not finishing it.
This
Yep.
is why you should really sing your next cover, because you've been saying you want to sing more, but we can't tell, or you can't tell too if you're gonna improve or not, right?
That's true.
It's
That's
right
also-
there.
Oh, I turned it on so loud on stream. Wait. It's just an example. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, the whole shebang, chat.
Okay.
And it's just a lyric video, whatever. I would sing it in a very wuss way, like very softly. I don't know how to explain it.
Hmm.
I tried to think because I want to laugh. Walking in your shoes. You know what I mean? Like softly. Every step
Oh,
that
okay.
I take is another mistake to you. Like that,
Caught
you
me
know?
on your toe, just caught.
See, and it's good.
So numb. Like I don't sing it the way I sang it yesterday. You know what I mean?
I think it's definitely tied to what your brain is thinking, because usually if you sing in front of people, like either stage fright or you don't feel like comfortable, you would change your voice to something you're comfortable with. So you got into the you got into the correct mood yesterday without too much thinking. So you tried to do stuff that you never know if you would have cracked, but it didn't crack. So yeah, you just have to make a little.
What if I
You know,
did crack?
environment.
Holy shit.
You didn't. You didn't.
That's
You pull
crazy.
and know well you didn't crack. That's why you were amazed that you were able to do that. That's why you were still thinking about it. You didn't crack. You just need to believe that you did not crack.
Those are a lot of words.
Yes.
I just looked. I have to go. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
You should go.
now.
Actually,
Go
weren't we
sleep.
supposed to go ages ago? Thoughts?
I was. Yeah,
Unfortunately, the yap happens and you can't stop
yap,
it.
The yap
Yep.
happened, and it draws me back. It draws me back.
Oh, Pharaoh, I'm
Nuke
gonna
the
yell at
vibe.
you until you go. Oh, Pharaoh.
Just like me.
Good night,
Run, Pharaoh, run.
Night, Pharaoh. Don't watch the
Good.
VOD. Just sleep.
Oh, the VOD's getting watched. I don't know what
Nuke
to
the
tell you.
VOD. Nuke somebody. Nuke the VOD. Where's
The
my
VOD's not
people?
gonna do
No, they're all Pharaoh's people. Pharaoh's
That's
people.
right.
Nuke the VOD.
Important fact, Yamu, do me a favor, buddy. DM me the link so when I wake up I can just play it, because I don't think I'm gonna make it this far tonight, but it'll get played tomorrow.
You don't have to. You know
Yeah.
thoughts.
I wake up.
It's not even Pharaoh. Do you really want to listen to me wailing, discovering a new voice in my life for the first time? Oh, you
Yes.
do. Oh, you do.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry.
Isn't that a great discovery to have and witness?
I think it's amazing.
Yeah, not on stream.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
No, it's not. You just need to take a deep
Aw,
breath.
come
and
on,
look
Weren't
at
you weren't you the one that says just, you know,
Let it
be
go.
cringe or something? I don't know. I forgot
Me?
who said that.
Me?
I think
Me?
you said it to me once.
I
Yeah.
did? That sounds like terrible advice.
Okay.
I would never say that. But also, just be cringe, right? It's okay.
That sounds like yep. Okay.
It does. That
Anyway,
wasn't me.
I'm going
Okay.
to. I am going to go to
Night,
bed.
Pharaoh.
Night,
Bye, Pharaoh.
See you all
Bye
later.
bye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Do
Oh,
you-
there he
if you
goes.
guys have
I'm
to
free.
go too, it's okay
No.
to. I'm sorry for kidnapping you.
No, I'm here until the end of time. Apparently, that's because
Mm-hmm.
I woke up at like 9 p.m. I've been awake.
Mm.
Pharaoh going, you're never free.
Of course, I'm never free. At this point, I feel like there's this very slow process to indoctrinate me into the girly pops. Very slow. It's I'm scared. How did
It's
I get here?
okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. One day you
Slow
close your
question mark.
eyes, rapidly pushes off the cliff.
Oh, Let's talk about singing.
Yeah, what Endless says, to be honest, as long as you know that if people do laugh, it's not because they're laughing at you, like, being stupid. It's more of like laughing because, like, you did something silly, like, it's different. Like, it's just everyone's here for a fun time, as long as you're having fun with it. So it's okay to discover
true.
things on stream. Because honestly, you're not gonna do it off stream.
I'm not gonna what?
You would not discover these things off stream. You're not that type of girl.
I think also because like I didn't have soundproofing before. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
like singing
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, I would kind of feel like I'm gonna bug my neighbors type shit.
Yeah, so now that you have soundproofing, you should test it by doing a really loud scream. But then again, when you do say "oh my god" or when you get scared, it is a scream. So you're almost there.
That's different. That's like an scream, you know?
No. When you get
Like
like
right now,
actually
like,
jump
yell?
scared, that's like a really like when you get jump scared, that's like a really loud scream, right? So you're kind of like you're almost there. You could practice with that. I don't think I'll hear you out from the door.
Well,
honestly.
I mean, I sent you the videos, right? Like when you're doing like musical
True.
screaming, like shit like that, you actually
Uh-huh.
have to be a little bit more controlled. Like a terrified scream, you
Oh.
were just full out letting it go. But like
Uh-huh.
you need to
Yeah.
project like singing's like if you're screaming like while you're singing, like that's kind of like a what was the how do you like it should be like just about as loud as if you were like shouting at somebody.
Mm.
But I think it should be
Mm.
fine. Like even if you make like super loud noises, I don't think it's gonna bother anyone. Unless they're really kind of like just in front of your workroom and just listening in. Then yes, maybe. But
I think
I
I just don't yell in life. You know what I mean? Like I don't yell in daily life. So yesterday was probably the first time that I've been that loud ever.
mm,
Like, you know, like cause it's not like I go up to people and like yell at them.
I don't know why would you?
Like, you know what I mean, right? You kind of you understand what I'm trying to say.
I get
Yeah.
it. It's just funny.
You understand?
Oh wait, you can think of belting as a way, like when you get really excited and you go, "Oh my god!" It's around that kind of area.
Huh?
So you just yeah. You know how you get louder when you're excited and then you can start peaking on your mic? Belting is like somewhere there, but you're not exactly screaming.
Aw.
Vibe wise. So it's not shouting at someone. It's kind of just showing your excitement is one thing. Yeah.
I guess okay. I'm gonna say something that may sound stupid
Mhm.
and weird, and I don't even know if it makes sense. When I was younger, in my school, there were like the choir kids. Like, we call them the choir kids because they're in the choir, and they're kind of low key like snobbish about singing.
Oh no, the elitist.
You
Here
know
we
what I
go.
mean? I don't know if that's a thing
the-
everywhere, but like
It happens. It happens.
yeah. And they would always go like, "Oh, the way you sing is not true singing." So
Oh, sorry,
I've
I'm not
always
trying to be an opera singer kind of.
it's more like because I use I guess dude, I don't know technical terms, right? I guess it would be like head voice question mark. I don't know. I use head voice a lot. I think, and then they're just like, "Oh, that's not real singing" type shit, and then they would like look at you judgingly, like from head to toe type shit, and like, no, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I hate it when
Oh.
people do that. It really kind of just ruins the fun. It's the same with me with dance school, I think back then. It's kind of like, oh, you don't have the physique for it. You don't dance. You don't have the body like us. Don't dance. I'm like, wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah, and
It's really weird.
yeah, and like back then I wanted to join because I liked singing, right? But like to join, yeah, they were the ones judging you when you sing.
What the fuck? Where's the teacher?
I don't know. I don't know why they were the ones doing the judging, but yeah.
Oh.
So they were the ones doing the judging, and there's like, I was like an underclassman. What do you call it? Like the junior. And so the
Yeah.
people who judge were like the seniors, but the seniors already formed a clique with the junior elitists type shit. So it's like, if you're not one of us, you can't join, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah, so-
fuck them. You really got like the worst
Yes.
experience
So
while you were trying to enjoy things.
I guess I've always felt like the way I sing isn't how you're supposed to sing. If that makes sense. So then I always go like,
No.
yeah.
you know? That kind of
Well,
thing.
It's
It's
all
hard to
about the
explain.
different tiles. Head voice is good for
Mm.
like certain things. It's just there's no
Yeah.
right. There's like how do I? There's no right or wrong. I mean, in terms of technique, it's
Mhm.
like if you're hurting yourself, that's wrong.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
but
Mm.
it's like it is not a case of this is correct, this is wrong. It is what is musically appropriate for what you're trying to do. That's just really it.
Mm. Mm.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah. As long as you're not hurting yourself when you're singing, then you're not singing wrong. But it's more of like what techniques would you want to use, or like which part of the voice you want to use for a certain song. Because like you could try to sing like what an opera song, but you're belting it out like a rock. I mean, some people would hate it, but you could like break through new things with it. That's why like
Mm.
right now these days people really like Ado, because she's not really singing the way you would normally want to sing. She just sings the way she wants to do it. That's why people kind of vibe with that, you know.
Mm.
So
Mm.
if there's no norm, like if you have like no like measurement on like how you should sing, quote unquote, normally, just make it the norm. Set the trend.
Yeah, it's like because I also have separately like vocal class in school, and
Mm-hmm.
I got assigned to a group that half of them was the choir kids, and they would
Oh
like practice
man.
on their own and like not really explain what we're supposed to do, and like they wouldn't practice together type shit. So then I would just like they're just like, okay, well you just do this, and then they would practice together all the time, but like the other half, the non-choir kids, would have to just, I guess, wing it.
You know, I hope they have sore throats every time they need to do a
Yeah,
recording
I mean
in this life.
like, but they sound really nice. I really like their voice. Hmm. Man, I don't know. Maybe that's trauma. Maybe that's trauma.
That's
Not in a
trauma,
way
girl.
where it's
Mm.
traumatizing, but I do judge myself harsher because of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Aw.
I do really
This-
hope they have
this-
sore throats forever, man. That's so bad.
That just
Ugh.
comes. To be fair, it's because when you're growing up, that's when you get the most response out of like you're trained like with your responses to things. So like if you get discouraged from doing something, even if you're an adult and you know full well that it's not like that, there's something deep ingrained in you. It takes time. I still think I don't like singing in front of people. I don't like recording myself sing. I hate recording myself singing. But I'm just like, I just have to get over it. I just have to get over it.
You
That's
really
I get
have a
very,
good voice though, Mono. Like I have to say that.
Hmm.
I know you don't need to take it, but I'm just saying what I
Prove it right
personally think,
now.
alright?
Nah. You don't really want to fuck with me right now, cause I'm up right now. It's I don't like. I have been learning to just sing more and just ignore shit and just have fun with it, and that's why I just every once in a while I'll just post something on Twitter and just be done with it.
I should take notes.
I sometimes just be posting myself. I sang the last thing I sang that I was like, okay, I think I actually felt like pretty good with that was hypochondriac.
Oh.
I will, you know what? For the sake of this conversation, I will embarrass myself. I'll send it.
Yay! Yay!
Oh. Oh. Does that mean I can play it?
You can play it. I'll just die.
But like technically
I
you
don't
can't
get
hear
it.
it.
It's so nice. It's so nice. So good.
Okay. Sorry.
Mm.
Bro. That's so... It's so good though.
Breakdance is pretty good.
Oh. Sorry.
But honestly, it really does help to like if you get your vocals like processed properly, you're gonna feel really good about it too. Cause like there's a lot of times where people just kind of like kind of I don't know, they could just make your voice sound even worse because they don't know what they're doing.
Also, the fun thing about this song is that I listen to it, I'm just forgetting that like I sang it so quiet. Like genuinely
Pull up the
quiet.
gain.
No, well, because the song's like sang like very gently, and so like you have to sing it so quiet. And also
Mhm.
in the other room there was a conversation happening, and I felt so embarrassed, so I had to sing it like really quiet. I don't like when people hear me sing. Like when I'm recording, I don't. There's very few times where like actually no, because I'll be in VCs with people. I'll just be recording something, and I don't really care. But like in person, absolutely not. I don't want to be heard.
Yeah, no, get that.
Audio levels sound good. That's because compression is funny. I love compression.
Compression is good.
I'm a big fan of breakins. That I felt emotion for the first time in a while listening to some breakins. Oh, breakins.
I'm just listening to it
Oh,
again.
it's-
It's so good.
But it's mostly just these days the only time I really will go record myself singing something is because there's a joke that I think could be kind of funny, or like Michi asked me to.
Fucking Lesage thing, right?
I still think it's really funny. She has no recollection of that. I remember that exact scenario so perfectly because you have to, from my perspective, she at one point just says like, "Oh, I'm tired," and I go like, "No, it's okay. I'm almost done." And then she vanishes for like 50 minutes. Like she didn't mute herself. Like she wasn't muted on Discord. Like I just didn't hear her. Like she wasn't muted on Discord, but she was just not responding to me. And I didn't hear anything from her. And then eventually at some point, like I heard a keyboard like clack from her and I went, "What's going on?" She said, "I did it." And she had her whole verse.
What?
And then
I
the
haven't heard
next
it,
day
actually.
she was the
Does
next
not
day she
remember.
woke up. She didn't remember the next day. And then had to listen to it on stream and realize what happened. I'd have to. Do I have it on this computer? I could go find it, but I'm pretty sure I have it on this computer.
I think I sent it to the girlies.
I
You did?
do have.
I did.
on.
Okay,
Go
resend
waiting
into
for it.
general,
There it
and
is.
there should be
I found-
like, there it is. Yeah, Lesage this response. It's so funny. The
Which
thread
I
is
sound
fucking
so white. I described the situation to Michi on the stream, but I was trying to genuinely write music that day. I was like, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna try to actually like write some songs. I'm gonna try to just do stuff. I got so fucking mad that I made Jackbox waiting for your answer type beat. And I was so
Beat is
I was so
fucking
frustrated.
funny. Oh my God.
Can you guys hear it, chat?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lesage.
Well, Mr. Lesage, looks like you went and crossed the line. Looks like I'm gonna have to take you down with raps this time. You should have known to let the white boy slumber. You goof boy, howdy, now he's got your number. You'll need more than Michi to tip the odds. Next time, bring Pharaoh and all the mods. This tenor would need 10 more years to match me, cause I'm always instigating, you're just reacting. Think I went too far? Nah, I'm not even mad. See, didn't even really bother to make a good beat. Now point and laugh chat. Do some track. Now shake your ass back. The chorus will now play.
Isn't it funny?
You done fucked up now. Massage, let's go and bow out. Here's my gun. I'll make it go. Wow, I'm the best. Can't you see my crown? Took time out my busy
Why
life.
is it so
had to
good,
use
though?
10% just to swat down a fly. That track's making fat racks, making mad stacks, and I'll bite back. Ooh, white boys got spice.
You have to wait
know
until
that
Michi's
my
part.
rhyme's
It's so
nice.
fucking funny.
Ooh, the shrimp fried your rice. Cool,
it's
now
just very
put it
important you
on
remember
ice.
she doesn't remember it.
Oh fuck, I'm crying, dude. Mono, dude, this shit sucks.
Oh shit, wait, why am I here? This some anime betrayal I fear. Crash out bad, it's so severe. I hear you stink so bad, call it musketeer.
She doesn't remember.
What? Right. You're a funny guy. Oh my god, that's you, by the way. How are you gonna rhyme with that? Die. Just the instigate, but hate is best used to humiliate. A little bait and switch just to irritate. The to terrorize, now he's educated. Honestly, I did because I'm mandated by Mono, because he said I'd sit and wait him. He wasn't done making this shit, he made me. This your ass, can you dissuade him? Shit, man, I defer. Deterring him might not be to prefer, because you can tell he is a connoisseur of white boy rap that you just never heard. Know what I'm even saying, dude? At least I think about what words to use. Where'd you get yours from? Merriam-Webster? Man, I just want to go to bed. I also want my songs to be done. Mr. Lesage, help me shut him up. But listen to this chorus, because it's kind of fun.
Oh, Lesage, you done fucked up now. Oh, Lesage, let's go and bow out. Here's my gun.
Isn't it fun when you hear really?
That's so good.
Fucking funny. It's so
Do
fun.
this again. My crown. I'm so tired of this. Oh, Lesage, you done fucked up now. Oh, Lesage, best go and bow out. Here's my gun, I'll make it go. Wow, I'm the best. Can't you see my crown? Now that'll show you. Never to fuck with 16 in row.
I wasn't planning on responding to whatever comes next seriously. However, I did have a really funny idea, which means I have
I'm
to.
so tired of this.
Absolute cinema. Okay.
I have an idea, and it's such a. The problem is I want to say it, but I also don't want Lesage to. I'll say it in chat. No spoilers. I want to tell you this because I think this idea is so funny to me. It's way too much effort, and it wouldn't be expected. So no one tell Lesage. No one go looking.
No rats. No rats.
No
out
rats,
here.
or I will find you. So I had this idea where, like, in the middle of like the track I'm gonna make, it cuts to like a fake infomercial, and I was like, wouldn't it be really funny if I just read out a phone number and it was a real phone number you could call? So I did set up a voicemail for. I did set up a phone number.
Oh, bro.
No,
And it's just it's gonna be for it's literally just gonna be a one-off gag. There's like, actually I'm gonna call it and I'm gonna put it up to my microphone so you can hear what it does when you call it.
Oh my god.
Here. Hold on.
No, Zay, that's not too much for the bit. That is.
You actually called the fucking number. Oh my god, dude.
But that is beautiful. Oh
That's
my
beautiful.
god.
That's beautiful. I
And
love this whimsy.
I just
Max.
have to.
Maxing.
I have to just see if he takes the bait. I'm emphasizing in what I'm reading. I'm emphasizing this is real. This is a real number, and you can call it right now.
And
I've really.
funny if he calls it.
I want him to, because the bit I had planned for it immediately after is I'm gonna hold I'm not gonna speak in the track for 10 seconds. So I'm hoping he pauses it, calls the number, unpauses it, and then I go, "Thanks for unpausing the track."
Oh my god, that would be so good. No, that would be so good if it works. Oh my god, wait, that has to work. Please. That would be so funny.
The problem is that I'm at the point where I actually have to start assembling this, which is I have a whole script. Like it's not like I wrote lyrics. I wrote a script. And I have ideas, and whether or not these are good ideas is going to be one thing. It's just because at this point, like, you know what? It's because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I can't actually diss anybody anymore. I don't got that in me. I don't have the mean streak in me anymore. I can't do it. So I have to figure something out that'd be funnier. That's what drives me, is what's funny here. And yeah, he also called in fucking my friends and peers to assist him. So I see what they need to even match a fraction of my power.
I think it is appropriate amount of effort. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's so great already.
We'll see what happens. I just have to sit down and make it, because I mean, I'll describe it briefly. I'm not gonna get into like any details, but basically I have an idea. It's like a script, and then I cut to a musical number, and then it's another script, and I cut to a second musical number, and then script, commercial break. We come back, and then it's like the ending, and then that'll be it. So I have time for a commercial break. I really want this to be as long as I can possibly make it, because that's gonna make everything funnier the longer it goes. If I could just extend it to go as far as I can, it would be so funny. That's the point, is that at the end of the day, make yourself laugh. And it has a message. There's like a beautiful message at the end of it. And it's great. Like you could show it to your kids, and you come away with such a great lesson.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you feel happy, feel good, makes you laugh. I think that's when you're like enjoying music as it should
That's true.
be.
I used to be, when I like with my older group of friends, we used to have a diss track season, and we would make diss tracks for each other. And so like we would just randomly start beef and just start making diss tracks. And
Damn.
they were so packed full of inside jokes, and they were also like, I think we would get a little mean, and that's why I'm like, I can't do that. I can't get that mean. I don't know these people like that. That's the other thing, is I just at some point like I'm like, I don't know you well enough to have enough ammo, so I'm just gonna figure out my own thing, which is crazy because I think I was told of like when I woke up. What did I even say to him? He messaged me saying that like if you need ammo, like we got some for you, and he was like, if the fart thing is how it has to go, it's been a blast, dude. And I just said my plans are an enigma even to myself. I do not even know what I have planned.
Do we
So
all?
basically, guys, I think the only other funny thing about it would be I get it prepped like as soon as possible. There's one thing I have to wait for, and I need him to put his response out first. But as soon as that happens, I put it in. I have the bit planned. I put it in, and I immediately send it back. Like 10 minutes, like not even 10 minutes, like 5 minutes after he drops his diss, I immediately shoot it back.
That would be crazy. That's fastest like,
crazy.
response video ever.
That's
it would be
actually
really
crazy.
funny. But that means that I have to go do it. And that's the tough part.
Yeah, that's tough.
I have to like, it's not even just rapping. I'd have to sing. I have an emo song planned.
Ooh.
I can't wait.
It'll be pretty good.
I genuinely can't wait. It's gonna be so
we'll
good.
see what happens. We'll see what happens. So anything could happen. If it goes any further than this, though, then I'm tapped out. I don't think I could top this. Like, if he somehow finds a way to reply back after this, I think I'm just fucked. So let's hope.
No, I believe in you. I genuinely believe in you.
What if Kana and Ray rap? There's no spot in this thing for rap. I'm being so dead ass.
It already sounds like a lot, bro.
Oh, it's actually, I don't even know how. I don't think on my notes app I can count how many words it has. That's what Michi thought.
No, I literally stutter. That's the thing. It's not. I stutter a lot.
You ever heard about Scatman John?
Yeah.
Scatman John.
What up with him?
He had a stutter.
Scatman.
Yeah, he had a stutter. That's
you
in,
mean, like,
literally
spit
in
it
the
out?
song. He says,
It is.
everybody's saying how the Scatman stutters, but doesn't ever studies what he sings.
Wait, but I thought that was. Wait, I thought that was just a rhyme. He actually
No,
stuttered.
he
Wait,
literally,
what?
he actually had a stutter.
Holy shit! Wait. Okay, that's crazy.
He actually had a stutter, and he just didn't. It didn't impede him when he sang.
Oh.
That's what it is. That's what I'm telling you right now. Is a stutter and a scat's the same for you. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man.
I love that song so much. It's so funny. I love it so much.
You know, I'm putting Scatman John on right now, actually.
Me too.
Where is he?
Wait, I need one with lyrics. Cause you don't know what's gonna come up, right? there.
Honest, you know, like he was like a jazz guy. He was like a very serious jazz guy.
Yeah.
Ba-da-boop.
I'm the scat man. Yo da da da, skibbity bitty, yo da da da, yo
Ba-ba-ba-da-boop.
da da da.
Ba-ba-ba-da-boop. Bee-ba-ba-ba-da-boop. Bee-ba-ba-ba-da-boop. He's so good.
He's so good.
Bee-ba-ba-ba-da-boop.
Ba 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 da boop.
Do you have a song that you kind of want to try singing one day, kind of? Aside
I'm a
Unravel.
scat man.
that
Oh.
That's one.
Sorry.
you could.
Actually, what scat man?
actually. I mean, you could. You change everything to boop. Or, I don't know. You never know.
I can dream. I
Where's
can
the
dream,
scat
cat.
man? I'm the scat man.
Please try it. Beep, ba, ba, ba. That's my only. Ba, 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 da, boop. Ba, 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 da, boop. Beep, ba, 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 da,
It's
boop.
such a
Ba, ba,
it's
ba,
such a
da,
funny
boop.
song.
Beep, ba, 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 da, boop. Ba, 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 da, boop.
Oh my god, maybe next time
Yeah,
when
da-da,
you forgot
do.
what to say.
Skibbity-bidi. What?
Just sing
Scatman?
Scatman. You don't have to remember the lyrics. You just have to
No, the
vibe to it.
problem is every time I end up having a karaoke stream, I'm not planning to have a karaoke. I don't know what happens. And then I'm just like, oh, I didn't plan one, so I don't have a set list. That's...
Oh, that's why
I'm
some
realizing
people have
that-
tried to make set lists.
Yes.
I am realizing as I check the songs on this album, I've literally only ever heard, I think, 2 or 3 Scatman songs.
Oh.
What the fuck do you mean? What is Scatman and Hatman? Oh, it's just a
Well, I'll
remix.
put that
The
on.
Lou Bega remix? What the fuck do you mean, Lou Bega remix, Scatman?
Remix. Oh, wait a minute. Hold. There's so many.
So silly.
Scatman
When the fuck was this
Lou
released?
Bega, 6 years ago.
2019.
Okay, well, wait, chat, hold. We got this.
Mono losing is so fucking funny to me, man.
What the fuck is Lou Bega doing? What is Lou Bega doing within the span of 5 years from current time?
I'm watching the video. Oh, I should put it up. Wait, it's so funny. Oh, what is this?
I have to see what the.
Wait.
I feel like I'm listening to YouTuber outro music.
Oh my lord.
I see now.
Ba-ba-ba-da-boop. What the hell? Ba-ba-ba-da-boop.
Oh my god.
I realized back then there's more women.
I just can't believe Lou Bega still does stuff. I thought we all agreed to leave him behind with Mambo number 5.
Sorry.
How are you handling?
Oh, it's
What the fuck is this? I'm having a moment here. Hold on.
Ba-ba-ba-da-boop.
I'm like scrolling through his discography because I've never done that.
Ba-da-boop. Ba-da-boop.
Well, Everybody's Jam, I think I remember. Everybody Jam. That's one I remember.
No, da-da-doop. Yeah,
The only other
da-da-doop.
one that the only other one I would remember would be Scatman's World, which is also incredible banger. Sting Scatman's World.
Wait, that's
I-
Scatman John?
That's Scatman. He says Scatman's World at the start of the song.
Sorry. Oh,
I forgot that song existed.
I'm calling out from Scatland. I can't believe he said Scatland, bro. I know it was a different time. It was it's in jazz, that's a thing. Scatting is a thing, but man,
Scatting is a thing, but they took it so
bro.
far.
I'm calling out from Scatland, bro. If you wanna break free, you better listen to me. You got to learn how to see in your fantasy. Also, just never forget, like, he was an old man, like, by the time that Scatman John stuff started taking out. Like, he was old.
Yeah.
And then he got really popular in Japan for some reason.
It did. It even went into a rhythm game, so I was a little bit confused by who was
Like, he
there.
was a
Why is he there?
superstar in Japan. He was a superstar in Japan.
that big?
Actually, I think I saw the stat, like, in the top 5, like, highest selling artists in Japan, like, included with, the Beatles. He's in the top 5.
Yep. The Japanese
is
really,
insane.
really vibed with him. I was just like, whoa, what's happening?
He was in Coca-Cola ads. It is good for him because he was like an old guy who did like jazz. Oh, Fifth Element. Impressionone e tu visnu.
Oh, him.
It
Yeah,
was
the
just
fucking-
there.
Oh.
I used to be able to do there's another song this guy has where he hits like an insanely high, like,
What is he
whatever,
saying?
but like an octave up. And I used to be able to do that.
Uh-huh.
I think I've lost
That's
it these
crazy.
days.
Oh. Sorry, I forgot. I was like, what was this part again? And visceral
Oh no,
reminder.
I still got it. I can still barely get up there. Fuck it.
Music
It's-
was
it's
so
so high-
whimsy, man. Music was so whimsy back then. I don't know. I kind of missed how stupid things was back then.
Get more whimsy. Whimsy is good. Life is already too serious, you know?
I'm working on it. It's not easy.
Just turn your brain off.
Um,
Just
True.
turn your brain off.
I'm trying.
Like everything that comes after is like
It's so
What
kind
the
of
heck?
banger.
Oh my god, Rasputin. Oh my god, that's Crazy Frog. And the
Crazy.
Adi. There he is. Oh, there's Billie Jean and
What
something
is
like Billie
this?
Jean. Oh my god. Tunak, tunak, tun.
That must be re-uploaded because I feel like at some point I tweeted that video out like ages ago and that link died. So I think he re-uploaded it at some point.
Like a Far East movement. That's crazy.
Far East movement.
Boom,
Like a
boom,
J-
boom,
oh.
boom, boom, boom.
That's 15 years ago. Oh, I didn't need to see that. Oh, I didn't need to see. That's 15 years ago.
Boom, boom, boom. All Virtual Insanity. I love Jamiroquai.
No, so true.
Yeah.
So good.
You see Jamiroquai is it's not Jamiroquai's not the artist. That he's Jamiroquai's monster. I love Jamiroquai. There's an image of that guy. His name is JK. There's an image of him punching a paparazzi in the face, and it's so sick. He just hold on. JK paparazzi incident. And there's just an image of him punching this paparazzi. No, it was paparazzi. It was paparazzi. Look at this fucking
What the heck?
There's a second angle. There's like another angle of it too. Look at this power stance he's in, bro.
That is
Sorry, that's
holy
so much
shit. He
funnier.
locked in.
Bro, he went all kung fu. What the hell?
He locked in.
Virtual.
I guess he used to get in a lot more fights. And he came up with the idea for this song being in Japan.
Such a good song.
And then some people out there be like, did you know? The way that they filmed Jamiroquai's music video for Virtual Insanity is actually pretty interesting.
I would be interested.
I don't know if you've noticed. I mean, it's they're just moving the whole set around instead of the furniture.
Why'd you have to do that?
I mean,
why'd you have to,
the literal walls are shaking.
Why did you have to do that?
Because you said you were interested. You said you were interested.
You just now I can't unsee it.
You can literally see the walls shaking as they move them.
But now I can't unsee it.
I'm so sorry for your loss, girl.
Wow.
Yeah, but then you get to appreciate the marvel of the fact that he had to remember this choreography and do it while also walking around.
Now I can't unsee it.
Trust me, I have knowledge. Do you know that one song, Paper Planes by MIA? All I wanna do is ding, 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 and up and a ding. All I wanna do is ding, 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 ding. Like that song?
I can open it right now. Paper what?
Paper Planes.
Paper plane.
But there's a thing about that song I know, and I told it to somebody, and they're like, I forgot it, so please do not remind me because I don't want to know.
Do I know this? I don't. Do I? No, actually, don't ruin it.
Oh, ruin it. Every time the hook of the song comes in, there's a very loud, audible pop.
Huh?
And I'm being serious. Like, once you notice, you'll never unhear it. Every time the hook of this song comes crashing through, it pops every time.
Okay, I realized I do have to go. It's 5:20, Lamo.
It's 5:20.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so locked.
Yep.
Every
I've been
time.
streaming for. Oh,
6
it's a
hours.
slippery slope. Funny enough.
Unfortunately, I do know the gift of the gab. I know how to yap. Unfortunately.
You do have the gift of the gab.
6:20 a.m. Waffle House looking mighty fine right now.
That's crazy. You know what's actually
fun
funny?
fact, I actually bought waffles. Yeah.
And didn't share. Fun fact, I've had a game open since before stream. That has been open this whole time.
Wait,
and I'm just sitting here and I forgot about it. I totally forgot about it. I'm just like, oh my god, it is 5:20. Looks at like, what is this called? The taskbar. I'm like, oh, that game has been open for over 6 hours.
So you were about to play a game today, huh?
Well, we go wherever
so
life
basically,
takes us. Actually,
we can blame Pharaoh again.
Oh yeah, actually that's great. But no,
he's gonna
actually,
have
I just go
nightmares
wherever life takes me. You know, if today is a yap day, then it is a yap day. You'll never know what game it
Sometimes
is,
it
chat.
has to happen like that.
Exactly. Did I drink my medicine? I did.
You did. I reminded you around like
for the-
2:30ish, so you're good. You just need to take your night medicine after dinner. You're good. You're good.
What was I supposed to do?
Huh.
End the stream. Wow, I just facepalmed. Thank you for accompanying me. Nice meeting you, Mono. Please come
Nice
again
to meet you.
anytime.
I will be
Waiting
around.
for that diss track. The whimsical wind.
What? The whimsicals will always win.
Oh yeah, do you want to raid anyone?
Right. I'm on Twitch. Mm. Is
What do
Michi
you
streaming?
feel? Michi's streaming. There's
He's
Kuro's
playing The
also
Witcher.
streaming.
Kuro is live.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
You could always
He
rate someone new
is.
if you want to, or you can just rate who you know.
Oh.
Oh, he's
Mhm.
reviewing Steam profiles today.
Cheek. Makasih
Kuro.
ya,
Blah,
Beb.
blah.
Steam profile.
Oh. Good morning and goodbye. Thank you, Benders, for the bits. The only people I know are either Michi or Mishi Molly. And I don't really, it's not like I know her, but I've rated her before.
So there's always a choice to rate someone new or rate someone you know.
Someone new?
Out of vibes. Yeah, you just look
Like
at
someone
their
I don't
stream
know?
and yeah, that's how Twitch rating works. You just kind of rate someone you don't know when you're like starting out here. You share the joy.
That sounds like a lot of socializing.
Not really. You just have to look at pretty anime girl. Okay, guys, go here, say hi for me, and then you can just bail. That you can always do that. Or you just raid Michi or someone you know.
Okay. Let me have thoughts. Thoughts is me. Head floating. What's this?
What's what?
Sorry. I saw this. What the heck?
Now,
I'm getting distracted, but why do I feel like I've heard this before? I'm getting distracted. Yeah, raid Michi.
Yep.
Raid Michi.
time.
Break time.
Raid Michi.
Mochibi.
Oh! That's not my name. I remember.
So that's how it
dude,
starts. That song. I didn't.
I literally did
name.
not. I did not know that was the song until you said that. I went, oh.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't
tell you.
It didn't register at the beginning until she said the words. I'm like, oh.
That's not my name. That's not my name. And this is the way we exit, really? Yes.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Thank you for joining me today, chat. I don't know what happened. I thought we just started, but obviously not. Maybe one day we'll figure out what game I wanted to play. I'll see you guys next week. Probably Monday. Monday. Have a nice rest of your day, or rest or sleep. Happy Saturday? Happy Saturday!
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep.
So chat, what
That's
are we?
not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. Okay. Time flies when you're weird. Colin, I should stop. I should shop this thing. Where's the pause button?
You're the reason
That's-
Kana is getting enabled. It's funnier that way.
Colin, I'm getting distracted. I need
What are we, Vado? I'll have to get back to you on that.
I'll also note that down as a future. Goodbye, chat. I have 7 seconds. Adios.
Bye.
Have a good rest of your day. Beep, 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 beep.
Goodbye.
Bye bye, Chad.
Goodbye. And we're free.
Wait.